Hello. Hi. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. We are getting ready to start. So I think we'll be kicking off in about, I want to say, 10 to 15 minutes. But in the meantime, and apologies, it wasn't communicated earlier, but we do have vendors in the room out behind you, so where you can just interact with folks, just do a little bit of networking, so to speak, before the event kicks off, and then we'll just marshal everybody back into the room. So that way, an opportunity to see some of the cool things that they have going on. We have folks across different spaces, so if you would love to check that out, it'll be just right out the door behind you, for you to just check out the marketplace while we put the finishing touches to this together, and then we'll just marshal everybody back in to kick off the event. So again, apologies for the delay, but we would be starting shortly. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Hello. So sorry for the delay. We'll be starting in a few minutes. Just trying to get the clicker working, and we'll be getting a few folks back into the room from outside. So we'll be starting in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Please bear with us. And thanks for coming on a Saturday as well. Really great to have you here.
Hi, everyone. So I know you saw my face before. We are about to start. One ask, please. If you could kindly just move forward, just so we don't have pockets of sort of seats in between. If we could just crave your indulgence to please move forward so we have more of the audience, together. That way, folks, that filtering can get some of the. So if there are rows in front of you, please kindly move forward. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi. How's everyone doing? Good? I need a bit more energy. Have we not eaten today? Are we doing good? Yes. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Welcome to the first Canada Africa Innovation Festival 2026. It's great to have you guys here. Thank you for coming out, showing up to support innovation and partnership between Canadian and African markets. So my name is Osariti Nobano. Oh, my clicker is not working. Awesome. My name is Osariti Nobano, and I'm the Executive Director of the African Impact Initiative, and we are the team behind the Canada Africa Innovation Festival. At the African Impact Initiative, basically, what we're doing is we're trying to be the home of innovation on the African continent, and we do this in multiple different ways. The Canada Africa Innovation Festival is one of those ways, but we also work directly with entrepreneurs on the African continent, helping them scale their businesses across the globe as well. So we put together this event with a very lovely organization. They were actually at the first edition of the Africa Day event that we did last year, and they were gracious enough to come on board as a strategic partner for the Canada Africa Innovation Festival. So it's my pleasure to invite on stage Dr. Dorothy Nyambi. Dr. Dorothy is a seasoned leader. Dr. Dorothy is a seasoned leader with over 30 years of experience across entrepreneurship, investment, and international economic development. As the CEO of MIDA, she drives large-scale economic initiatives across Africa, including work with the MasterCard Foundation Africa Growth Fund. She's very humble. Her career spans leadership roles at AIMS, US Peace Corps, WHO, and USAID. She's a very big, strong advocate for inclusive growth and unlocking diaspora capital to advance women, youth, and agri-food systems. Please put your hands together for Dr. Dorothy Nyambi.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers of this, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, innovators, entrepreneurs, policymakers, investors, friends of Africa and Canada. Welcome. There are many moments when gatherings like this are simply just an event, I had the opportunity to be at the close invite yesterday and to continue today. And this moment for me is not just another event. I see it as a gathering that becomes a catalyst for history. I believe that the Canada-Africa Innovation Festival is one of those moments, i.e. a catalyst for history. Across this room are people who are building companies, creating jobs, investing capital, and advancing technology. All of this shaping the future and defining what Africa needs, which is not aid, but partnerships, not potential, but performance. At a time when the world is searching for new engines of growth, new markets, and new solutions to global challenges, Canada-Africa relationships has never been more important than it is today. The conversations we've had this week, the partnerships we have forged, and the investments that we are continuing to catalyze will extend far beyond this festival. They will help shape the economies, the communities, and the opportunities of generations to come. I stand here today not just because of me, but it is therefore fitting that we begin by recognizing the support and encouragement of the leaders who understand the importance of strengthening the ties between Canada and Africa. I know that MP Oliphant is here. You're going to hear from him. Assistant Deputy Minister Cheryl Orban was here yesterday. So we have friends in the room. Unfortunately, one of those friends could not be here today, the Honorable Ariel Kayabaga, Member of Parliament for London West, who is unable to join us today. However, she has sent a message that I'm very honored to deliver on her behalf. So this is a message from MP Ariel Kaibaga. On behalf to the Canada Innovation Festival, to the Canada Africa Innovation Festival, on behalf of the residents of London West, I want to extend my warmest congratulations on the 2026 Canada Africa Innovation Festival taking place in Toronto this week. Bringing together over all these delegates, more than 200 business leaders from over 50 different countries, it is a tremendous achievement. What makes this festival stand out is that it is a platform on which partnerships are going to be formed, investments are going to be made, and real outcomes are going to be created for the entrepreneurship community. The Canada-Africa relationship is one of the most important and most promising that our country, Canada, can invest in. Events like this festival play that vital role in building the bridge between capital, talent, opportunity that will shape the relationship for decades to come. I want to thank the African Impact Initiative, MEDA, and all who co-created and convened this festival, who have made it possible. Your work is making a real difference. I wish you all a successful, impactful festival, and I look forward to hearing about the outcomes and the partnerships that would emerge from this. The Honorable Ariel Kaibaga. So thank you all very much, and I will pass it back over to you, Osas. Have a great day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dorothy. Please, another round of applause for her, please. After the African Impact team held the last Africa Day celebration last year in May 25th and 26th, we had sat down to conceptualize what the future of the Africa Day celebration would look like. And when we came up with this daunting idea of reimagining that into a full-blown festival to celebrate African innovation, we were trying to think which organizations would be, for lack of a better term, can't think of another one, bold enough to support us on that journey, and MEDA came on board first. They were the first people. I think it took maybe 2 conversations to get a buy-in from the team from MEDA, and that's just shows the depth of how much they believe in supporting collaboration between both sides of the continent. So please give another round of applause to Dr. Dorothy and the media team as well. So we have a very exciting day planned. We have a couple of conversations to get us going. First, you would hear from a lot of great innovators who are building things to connect both sides of the globe. Then we would hear from the conversation between the MP and also the policy advisor of the African Impact Initiative and the founder of Sister Collective, Titi Akinsomi. We would also get to hear from some investors in the room, Finca, BKR Capital, Grand Challenges Canada, and of course, MEDA as well, talking about how we can pull together different types of capital to catalyze innovation on the continent. In between those conversations, we will have some really interesting things going on stage, innovation spotlights. So there's some founders in the room as well who are here presently that are building some really cool technology to connect both markets. And you get to hear from them the story behind why they decide to do such things and why they feel that problem is worth solving as well. And of course, we're also giving out $100,000 in prizes today on this stage. The preliminary pitches are actually going on right now in the investment zone. So the finalists are being shortlisted, and we'll have them on stage towards the end of the event to pitch, and the audience is going to play a very big part in who wins as well. So your vote is going to count equally amongst all the 4 judges who will be at the front as well. So I'm encouraging you to stay tuned in, stay locked in. We have a lot of great things planned for you today, and we'll kick off right away. Before I proceed, I would like to apologize because I forgot to do a very important step. I'd like to acknowledge the land that we are meeting on. This is the traditional territory of the many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anish, Shebeng, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee of the Wendat peoples, and is the first and new home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We acknowledge that the University of Toronto and the City of Toronto is covered by the Treaty of 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credits as well. Thank you very much. Okay, before we get into the main program, I'd also like to acknowledge the team that's behind the Canada Africa Innovation Festival. So it will be amiss of me to take credit of this. When we had conceptualized the idea of the Canada Africa Innovation Festival, the team were the first folks to be bold enough to tell myself and the founder that we should actually do this instead of repeating the Africa Day celebration last year. So it's made up of these great minds. And for context, 50% of this team is not in the room with us today. They're not in the country with us today. They actually work on the African continent overnight, working to put this together so that you all have a great experience. So please acknowledge the folks we have on the screen. Thank you. And next, I would like to acknowledge the partners as well who came on board to put this together. Of course, we have MEDA, who's our strategic partner for the Innovation Festival, but we also have Misan, who's our banking and financial sponsor. Please give a hand for them. We also have Grand Challenges Canada doing a lot of great work as well in terms of investments and innovation on the continent. They are our innovation sponsor for the day. And then we have Sister Collective, led by our very own Titi Akinsomi, who is the lead sponsor for the Canada Africa Investment Zone. I'd like to spend a bit of time on this piece because the investment zone is a very big part of this conversation today. We're giving out more than 100,000 in investment, and Titi put her hand up to tell us that she and her group of amazing ladies who angel invest in various companies would like to lead this as lead sponsor. So what that means is out of all the investors who are contributing to this prize, they give the most amount of money to the founders. So please, another round of applause. And then we have the other partners as well. So it would be amiss of me not to recognize the other folks in the room who came together to contribute to the investment zone as well. We have the University of Toronto, who is also our biggest sponsor in addition to the MasterCard Foundation. We have Pitch Better, Futurepreneur, Humanity, the Black Founders Network, which most of you would know. That's my twin, for quote unquote, runs. Toronto Tech Week, Face Coalition, Anusio, Harbon Capital, the Black Innovation Zone, and Catalyst Plus as well. So please put your hands together for them as well. Representatives from this organization will be all around the room, so I encourage you to please take a look at them, look into their programs. If you're a Black or Canadian or African, whatever, however you identify, entrepreneur, innovator in the room, all these different organizations and platforms have support programs for you. They have support initiatives. They give out funding or help with capacity building to help you grow, to do what we're trying to get you to do, which is expand and collaborate between both markets. And now, for the first conversation of the evening, it's my pleasure to introduce a very good friend of mine. She's been with the African Impact Initiative, I guess, maybe a few months now. But prior to this, she did a lot of great work in Atlantic Canada and is still doing a lot of great work in Atlantic Canada. I'll give her a chance to introduce herself. I'd like to call to the stage Deborah Sani, the Diaspora Advisor for the African Impact Initiative and the Executive Director of Startup Atlantic.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. How are you all doing today? Let's see, like some thumbs ups. Good. Okay. Awesome. Thank you all for being here this morning. Really excited to be talking about one of my favorite things, which is entrepreneurship, linking markets, and connecting ecosystems, and to be doing that with some very talented people who I'm going to be calling on stage to join me today. So first off, I'm going to start with Ugo Iwuchukwu, who is the head of marketing and partnerships at Bamboo. Let's give him a round of applause. Awesome. Thanks, Ugo. Next up, we have Elsie Amoako, founder and CEO of MinoCare. Thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have Damilola Pedro, co-founder and COO of Gamer Africa. All right. So the panel this morning is going to be focused on linking the African and Canadian market. The founders here with us today have been able to successfully do that in very unique and interesting ways. And so looking forward to hearing your perspectives on how you've navigated, expanding and doing that across ecosystems. But to kick us off, because I didn't, thank you. To kick us off, we'll do a quick round robin, 60 seconds each. In your own words, tell us a bit about what your company does and what the Canada-Africa link looks like for you specifically. You can start us.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. So my name is Ugo. I work with Mission by Bamboo. Mission by Bamboo was essentially created not too long ago, less than 2 years ago, to be able to give Africans in the diaspora the opportunity, as we like to say, to invest in other Africans. What that looks like is the ability to send money to the African continent, send money to some parts of the Caribbean, and in some cases also, receive money from there, and just support the people that matter the most to you as an individual. We're doing that for individuals, and today we even just launched the ability to do that for organizations as well, so people can also, open corporate accounts, as they were.
That's amazing. Let's give it up. Opening it up for business, that's a big feat.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elsie Amoako, and I'm the founder and CEO of MinoCare. So what we provide, we're a virtual perinatal and reproductive care center, and in Canada specifically, we provide wraparound support through referrals from different healthcare institutions for patient populations that would be considered high risk. Typically, our patients are Black and racialized, though. Within the continent, or in Ghana specifically, which is where we're focused right now, it looks a little different. So MinoCare becomes more of an opportunity to support with data, continuity, care coordination, and referrals as well, just to support the challenges that they have there. Happy to be here, and thank you guys.
Alrighty. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Damilola Pedro. I am co-founder and CEO at Gamer Africa. Gamer Africa is a gaming tech company. We do everything in video games, from playing to building to IP and the rest of that. So our main mission really is to monetize gaming talents on the continent of Africa. So generally people would play games simply as pastime. Our mission has been to change those social cultural nuances around video games, making sure that people who actually earn whilst they play and also earn while they build and ship those products globally. So yes, we build African games that are played internationally. Thank you.
And we'll just start with you, Damini. Is it okay to call you Damini? Okay, awesome. We'll start with you. And speaking about opportunities, what opportunities did you originally see in building a gaming company in Africa? Because I would say that's pretty niche. So talk to us a bit about that.
Yeah, niche and also audacious, you know. So I mean, the opportunity was 40 million people who play video games in Nigeria only, and another 230 million people who do that across the continent. For me and for my founders, it just made sense that that was money on the table that we were not tapping into, and that was an entire ecosystem and pipeline of different opportunities that were not being harnessed to its full potential. When we started out focusing on esports, was our first entry into the market, and it came out on the back of COVID. I mean, back in 2020, everything literally shut down, you know, from anything shut down all through COVID. The only thing that was really working at the time was the gaming industry, and you could see how that exponential growth has happened in the last 5 years. So what we started out was just creating a platform where people could actually find video gaming competitions, participate, earn money while they do so, and be able to see themselves. So it was just like finding this particular way to meaningfully engage young people, ensuring that we kept them out of the streets, and also making sure that they made money doing things that they actually love doing. Yeah.
That's amazing. And I'll just stay with you for a little bit, which is around what you said about talent development. And I think that's an industry that previously people might not consider the talent there as talent in a stereotypical way. But what would you say are upcoming themes or opportunities and your honest review of African creators and developers and how they're currently being perceived globally, and if that's shifting?
I think it's shifting. A few years ago, it would have been impossible to do the things that we're currently doing on the continent right now, especially building games that are being played outside of the continent. I think the misconception has always been that we're in need of help, not necessarily playing at the same level that every global talent is ordinarily doing. Last year, we started something called Gamer Lab. It's the one place where we're actually training talents to learn how to build games, like you would at, say, University of Toronto or the Creative Academy in that kind of way. And so far, we've trained about 1,200 people. And we're seeing companies come out of that, you know, people shipping games, building games. We're seeing the likes of Sony Innovation coming to invest in the country. We're seeing the likes of, you know, Ford Foundation coming to invest. And so you're seeing that the storytelling part, I mean, there's a general fatigue globally when it comes to the sort of games that are being played. People are looking for a culturally relevant story. Where would you find that sort of authenticity if you were not in Africa? So we're seeing a lot of that happen. It's shifting. I'm very happy to be a part of that movement, and you see that ecosystem that is continually moving up. Nigeria is projected to be the third largest deposit of gamers on the global, like everywhere in the world by 2027, moving from 40 million to 67 million people. That shows you the rate of adoption and how that is growing fast.
That's pretty amazing. And yeah, it's amazing to be able to find those opportunities and leverage them. I love it. We're going to come over to you, Ugo, where you're operating across the two different markets. What made this feel important or necessary for you folks at Bamboo?
I think we wanted to solve, originally when we started Bamboo, we wanted to solve one problem, which was give people the opportunity to, as we like to say, grow wealth, get real returns. And we've been doing that for almost 7 years now, and have grown a lot since then. Somewhere along the line, the story is realizing that the biggest asset class, as it were, for a lot of Africans is other Africans, right? Especially, so in West Africa, we have a massive migration problem. There are a lot of Nigerians just leaving the country. There's massive brain drain problem. But they don't disconnect from the country as it is. A lot of them still go back every year in December, you know? and things of that nature. But one thing I think that's really consistent is that they will support the people that they believe in and people that they trust financially. And so for us as a business and looking at what we're trying to achieve is how do you work with that? How do you help people accomplish that? And that kind of ended up being what Misan became, right? So on a simple face level, it's yes, giving me, person A, the ability to send money to person B, but really it's about me being able to tell person B, I believe in you and I support you, and here is something that I can do to help you advance this vision or advance this thing that you're trying to do. So that's kind of how it came about.
And I'll just stay with something you mentioned there, which is I find a huge problem that people have when they talk about building back home or even sending money, capital of any sort on the continent, which is that piece of trust. How was it, one, ensuring that your customers trusted you and that you could actually keep to what you were promising to do, especially relating to people's money?
It's hard. I think that well, maybe not counterintuitively, the first thing you kind of want to do is just get as many licenses as you can. Because if there's a government seal of approval, people trust you a little bit. It does take time. So it took us maybe 2 years to get, in Nigeria when we launched Bamboo, we didn't have, the license didn't exist. Because you have a Nigerian entity that wants to sell securities of a different country. So the securities regulator in Nigeria can't regulate that. So we basically had to go to the regulator and say, this is what we want to do. We know you guys don't have any laws, but can you review the business 10 ways to Sunday and write us a letter that says, we've reviewed this business and, they answer to us essentially, And we did that in Nigeria. We spent 2 years doing that in Ghana. We spent 18 months doing that in Kenya, another 2 years doing that in South Africa, 2 years doing that in Canada to be able to set up Misan. So I think that was one big thing that we did. The second thing is you just kind of have to deliver. If people send you money, the money needs to get to where it's supposed to get to, how it was supposed to get there. And the third thing I find increasingly in an ever digital world is people want in-person engagement. So they want to meet someone that works at the organization. They want to know the organization has an office, right? They want the organization to literally do events just so that we do things and people just, I just came to see, I just came to see you.
Get to if your money misplaced.
Yeah, I just came to see you guys and it seems well, carry on, But I find the thing about trust is that it never really ends because every new customer you get, you have to earn the trust again. And the cliche, trust is relatively difficult to get and relatively easy to lose. So it kind of never really ends.
Yeah, fair. And I think speaking about trust and building across multiple markets, Elsie, for yourself, where you worked with racialized founders on this side, at what point did you think, okay, I understand these people enough to then scale into where maybe they're from and getting into the African market, and what did that look like for you folks at MinoCare?
Yeah, I think it's pretty consistent with what anyone else would do when trying to launch in a new market as far as doing your own market research. I think with me it was a little different because I'm from Ghana, so it kind of gave me that element of I understand the context, understand the language, understand what the healthcare system looks like. So it gives me a bit of an advantage with that, and as well as networks to allow me to properly establish myself within that country and explore what MinoCare could look like within that context. So for us, really early on, we realized, okay, Ghana is the 8th largest economy in Africa. We already know what the infrastructure looks like. We know that they're struggling with projects that are unfinished in the healthcare sector in particular. We know that in maternal health in particular, that they're dealing with a lot of issues around referrals and data continuity and just a variety adolescent pregnancies. These are things that we knew immediately, research tells us this. And then we did a program with, Paul introduced us, and we did a program with UFT through the MasterCard program, and we had an intern or a fellow who worked with us as well. And we started phase 1 of our project. And so in that phase 1, it allowed us to look even further, where we did a full scope assessment of, or an environmental scan, just really exploring what's happening. And we did surveys and we did interviews with healthcare professionals in Ghana. And we did about 100, I believe, and built a directory as well. And for us, it was to understand on the ground, and we hired someone in Ghana as well to work with us, but for us, it was understanding on the ground what is actually happening. What is your interactions with patients actually looks like? What does the healthcare system actually feel like? What does engagement look like in this space? So we understand where the gaps are and how we can fit in.
And yeah, I really like what you said, especially around collecting the data. I think sometimes the mistake that diaspora founders I've seen make is they assume they know the market and they assume they understand the customer behaviors. And sometimes they make that inference based on maybe the Ghanaians they've met here, and it's a different behavior. And being able to be intentional about understanding it as you would, wearing someone from there is really cool. Thanks for sharing that. And I think I'll go to all of you because you're all in very different sectors, is when you think about infrastructure across the different markets that you've operated, especially operating across Africa and in Canada, have there been consistencies that you found and things that you found maybe different, jarring, learned from, and helpful as well? I will start with Damila.
Okay. I think everyone says cultural shock. For me, was the level of support that businesses have here in Canada. In comparison to building in Africa, I think it's like two opposite ends. Building in Africa can be very painful, with a lot of delayed gratification. So when you build here in Canada, I see a lot of support. And I'll make reference to one of those. For the gaming industry, for instance, there's a fund here in Toronto called the Ontario Innovation Fund. And it was surprising to see how many indie studios were being supported by that fund. But if you were to be building, say for instance in Nigeria, you're probably building out of pocket. So for me, I think that was just a very big stark difference. And that's why we're seeing more games ship from the likes of Canada. We're seeing bigger studios come out of this market than you would see in many African countries. However, I think it's also important to note that regardless of these challenges, we've seen some really good companies come out of Africa regardless of that, and it's something to be proud of. But also, I think this is also a call to action, that when we're having these sort of conversations, we want to also make sure that they're practical solutions, right? I've attended a few panels where we have all these fantastic conversations, and then I go home expecting that something changes, but nothing does. So yeah, I think that for me, that's really the difference. It's just sometimes you're wondering, imagine if we had that kind of support, we would probably be doing 50% more than we're currently doing.
Yeah, and I think that's a common sentiment that we find of even when we're thinking about racialized founders and then scaling to the continent, is that they're doing the same thing with half as much. So imagine if they had just as much resources and opportunities and access. I think that is changing. So for investors, angels looking in the room, this is a great place to connect with people who are building companies for the continent, but also here. I'll go over to you, Elsie, this time around. Switch it up a little. Talk about that infrastructural.
Yeah, I think for me early on the surface level, I thought that the differences would be drastic. But the more we learned, the more I realized we mirrored a lot of the same challenges that we saw in Ghana here as well. And I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that we worked with a very similar population. So we understood the behaviors and patterns of patients who were Black and racialized here, and a lot of them were African, and a lot were Ghanaian. So going into the Ghanaian context now gave us a good understanding of what the patient population may be looking for. Not fully, but at least gave us somewhat of an understanding. But the infrastructure itself, in terms of their systems, obviously there were differences that we feel like we can fit in there. And what I thought was a positive is that here there's a lot of bureaucracy and red tape around what you can do with healthcare, like hospitals and CHCs and midwifery clinics and the like. But what we found is in Ghana, there was more space for us to say, because we said we really want to change something and help, there was more people willing to open doors and say, how can we make this happen? And I think that's the positive aspect of that, because it gives us the opportunity to actually work towards change.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
I think for me, it's a lot of small things, right? And because we've had the blessing to be able to operate across a bunch of African markets, you even see across different African markets, there are a lot of small things, right? In Nigeria, for instance, from a regulatory perspective, you shoot first, ask questions later. In Ghana, sometimes you shoot first, don't ask any question. at all. Kenya is more straightforward, in my experience, very similar to like the Canadian regulatory landscape. But it's like a lot of small things that you didn't expect. You know, how people interpret different things, how people prioritize process, context, right? Just a whole bunch of small things that if you're not aware, if you're looking for something like really big, sometimes you will find something really big, but a lot of times you won't really see any, massive thing.
No, it's interesting that you say that, but I think even within African markets is that there's still differences there. It's not just, obviously we all know this, it's not just one. There's different markets and different concepts that come into play when you're thinking about that. And on that topic is everyone's favorite thing, which is talent. And you kind of alluded to this earlier, is in scaling your teams, because you're all like, you have teams across different countries and from where you all reside, is how have you found, what are the opportunities you found in tapping into talent in African countries and here as well? And what are some of the difficulties, maybe if any, that you're facing with that as well? We can start with Elsie this time.
Oh, okay. I think for me, I was in a lucky position. Like I mentioned earlier on, our first kind of step into this process was getting the fellow through the MasterCard program. I think from there, we also reached back out to the same people to ask if at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Technology, if there were any students there we could hire, and we got more contacts for midwives and other people we could hire there. So that is what kind of opened that door for us. I think outside of that, just in terms of talent that's based here and in Ghana or throughout Africa, really, I think the big lesson that I learned is that we kind of have not been taking advantage of the huge opportunity that's been laid in front of us and the talent that's been available. And to be quite honest, for a much lower price, although we do pay people at a good rate, let me just say that, like the same rate as here. But my point is that the budgets that we have here, we could do so much more there with. It's a huge thing I realize, while still maintaining integrity and ensuring that people are still being paid at the rate that they should be paid. And I think for me, that's what was huge, because I felt like in this part of the world, we're kind of being taken advantage of a little bit in the startup space, where people are coming by and saying they want like 400K for something versus what they should be paid. So that was huge.
Yeah, I think that's an important piece of leveraging. We'll go over to you, Dami.
Okay. We've been lucky to work with talent across several countries. Engineers from Tunisia, Ethiopia and the rest of that, Nigeria and the rest. I think one of the biggest challenges for me is something that we call the socio-cultural distance in terms of political, in the way that people work, in the way that their culture also kind of affects the way that they actually work and the way that they take on instructions and the rest of that. I think that the diversity, as much as it's been a great thing for us, it's also been one of the most difficult things to actually navigate. Understanding how an Egyptian feels when taking instruction from a South African, or how a Canadian is used to a flat structure, whilst there's always the idea of authority, and how companies in Nigeria always have the scale of seniority and all of that. For me, I think that's one of the biggest problems for us. Just understanding that some cultures have nobody's the boss here. Everybody works together collaboratively. Whilst in Africa, there's always that idea of somebody's definitely topmost than the other person. That's been, for me personally, it's been a challenge to navigate that. Also, like also rightly mentioned, the price point as well, being able to pay an engineer in Nigeria a certain amount of money and an engineer from somewhere in Europe has a different expectation. In some cases, the Nigerian is probably even more talented, right? So we've seen some of that as well, trying to find ways to navigate that. But overall, it's an interesting industry for us because, talent is everywhere, basically. So we're learning as we grow to navigate some of those challenges, and so far I think that we've been doing a good job at that.
Awesome. Okay.
Not a lot different from what they've said. I think to just expand on it, I'm finding that there is a struggle that is emerging right now with how do you value financially different talents across different countries. Because she said something is at times you can find the Nigerian or Ghanaian or Tunisian talent is really more impressive, really more on top of things than maybe a European or someone from North America, but you're paying them 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. The business will say is cost of living, and all these different things, and I get that on one hand, but since 2020, I think we've increasingly been in an area where global talent is going to go to where global talent feels like it's going to be valued, right? And so when you're a business based out of Africa, you struggle with that. You're constantly losing your top people. If you're not losing them, they're telling you, like, I'm moving to, this country or that country or, Tajikistan or wherever. And it's how do you retain them? How do you keep them engaged? We've been incredibly blessed. We've had the same team, majority of the same team for about 7 years. But what once started as like 20 people mostly living in Lagos, you have people in Canada, you have people in Europe, you have people in North Africa. So I don't know where that tension is eventually going to be resolved, but it's something that I'm seeing that's happening right now.
Fair. And I see the time, so we're just going to open it up real quick to the audience to see if anyone has any question, whether from a founder perspective or from an investor perspective for any of our panelists.
Hi everyone, my name is Sebastian. I am the GP partner for Navaldo Capital, and I'm really interested for the vision that you have, the relationship between Africa and Canada, but I want to open this door that use Canada as a door or hub to connect with other countries. For example, I am from Colombia, and we have a huge tech hub in Medellin with a huge talents, developers, everyone speaks English, and maybe we can to triangulate Africa, Canada, and South America, or talking directly between this global south, because we could create a really good relationship in markets, talents, and IPs. Just like an invitation that I want to do.
Awesome. Do we have any other question from the audience? Oh.
Thank you very much for creating this wonderful space. I'm here actually from London, UK. I represent an ecosystem in the heart of South Africa that is scaling the first capital for education and innovation in the heart of Johannesburg. And I don't know if you're aware or not, but on 18th of March, we launched what is now becoming known as the MIT of Africa in the heart of Joburg CBD. And the intent behind that is to ensure that the youth in Africa, who are 42% of the planet's population, young population by 2030, have the opportunity to rise in and with Africa, because we know that's so much more impactful. In Europe, where I'm based, there's an awful lot of understanding now around investment, impact investment, and philanthropy into Africa, because it is the only bottleneck towards our survival in terms of the global economy and collective security. And I'm wondering, are you aware that this MIT has been launched? Are you in any position, given the Africa-Canada strategy, the merger that this young gentleman was referring to between Anglo-American and tech resources in Canada, which is going to now create the corridor between South America, Canada, and Africa? Are you aware of these opportunities? What is it that we could do together? How could we be of service? How could we be of service to you to ensure that the youth in Africa do access quality education and are part of this innovation space in Joburg?
So I wasn't aware. No, but I think I would be very interested in speaking after, because one of the things that's really critical for us is around financial literacy, at least within the education space, because it's such a massive problem on the African continent. It's one thing to put wealth in the hands of people, it's another thing for the people to know how to maintain the wealth, right? So I would love to work with you on that. Yeah.
So I was recently in Joburg with the G20 YEA, and we were I learned about that, learned about some of the things that are going on there. I think more, for me personally, the question just became more so, we were exploring how do we support Joburg, how do we go into that space, but I realized in Joburg, the people really just want to do things to support their own community and uplift their own community right now. And I think that was a huge thing that I think we all have to learn and respect as well, to a certain extent, especially their own government in particular. But outside of that, I think as far as support, the UK is doing a good job. We were just there recently as well with the Canadian Accelerators program. And we're launching in the UK as well, and we see the work that they're doing and how they'd like to support the rest of Africa. So I think there is an opportunity for there to be some type of larger collaboration where we're understanding and supporting the startups that are being built for Africa, in Africa and by Africans.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm hearing about this for the first time, actually, and it'll be interesting to actually learn more, like you rightly mentioned. I think it's also important to note that South Africa has been one of the most collaborative countries in our own industry, personally. There's been a lot of exchanges, events, even games that have been built, cross-border games that are being built. So I do believe that, South Africa definitely is a place to look at. I personally lived there for 5 years, so I'm kind of like familiar with it. But yeah, it'll be interesting to hear some more about that.
All right, thank you. We'll take one last question over there.
Yes, my name is Ruta. I run an agri-tech firm called Mavuno Lab. I have two questions. One is, last year, the current US administration and President Donald Trump dismantled the USAID, which is one of the largest funding agencies. It has been the largest funding agency for international development and investment in Africa and across the globe. So I wanted to ask the panel, how do you think that has affected startup and companies, especially in Africa? And how do you think African startup can also outsource capital inside Africa, and if that is possible? The second question I have is the issue about political instability, which has been a lot of a problem in African countries, from South to East to West Africa, and how that affects the business regulation environment, especially for companies that you run.
All over the place, so you'd be more appropriate for this. I'll say something briefly. So with regards to the USAID, I think Ghana did a really good job. Recently, the US came back and said, hey, we're gonna give you this US health plan and we're gonna give you a little bit of money, but you gotta give us all your data. And Ghana said, no, thank God, they rejected that. And that's a big fear for me around what we're doing around data sovereignty, like throughout Africa and what that looks like. So for me, I'm happy to see African nations stand up. At the Accra Reset, the president of Ghana said very clearly that we're in a space now where we want to control our own health strategies, we want to control our own development, and I think that is the root for most African nations right now, and I support that, and I think that's how it should be. I think we should be in a space where we're controlling and protecting our resources. I think that Africans abroad need to go back and build and develop and help to enhance or just do better in our nations and deal with the issues that we're seeing. I think that as far as instability for us, it hasn't affected us as much because we're focused only in Ghana right now. So I'll leave it to the rest to kind of discuss.
I'll take the part about political instability. I think the unique thing about African startups is we are very familiar with the industry, as it were. I'll give this as example. Most Nigerian startups, for instance, if you invest in a Nigerian startup, there is a degree of, what will I call it now? It comes with a lot of ability to withstand volatility, right? So one of the biggest startups in the country now is a company called OPay. It does payments and banking. It used to be a ride-hailing service. And the government woke up one day, literally without any advance notice, and it was a ride-hailing service specifically for motorcycles, and just said nobody's allowed to do this. No forward notice, no effective immediately. The company pivoted and today is top 2, top 3 biggest microfinance banks in West Africa, right? So there's an ability that the company has to withstand volatility in Nigeria. I know the same is true to some degree in Kenya. In South Africa, you tend to see a lot of companies that grow up with a very healthy sense of corporate governance. they have a lot of ability to withstand impacts. I will say when you're thinking of investing on the continent, more so than anywhere in the world, you want to pay very specific attention to who the founders are, right? They will figure it out, you know. Like, they will figure it out, right? It won't be the first, it won't be the second, it won't be the third, but they will get it figured out.
So I think I'll take on the financial bit that you mentioned. Yes, I don't think that it's actually just the US where that is happening. We're seeing that happen across so many countries now, some of them very quietly. However, we've learned to start to look inward for some of those partnerships and investments. And thankfully, I think that it's not actually been as bad as we had thought it would be. I'd also advise that there's certain, for us personally, one of our biggest contributors or supporters has been the French embassy. I know that there's a whole lot of controversy around the French and Africa and the rest of that, but I do believe that they've been very intentional about the creative space in Africa, and they have actually put their money where their mouth is. We've seen a lot of that happen, and I think that it's actually time to start looking into some of these partnerships through government institutions. We're seeing that happen as well. Lastly, I'll touch on the political instability. I don't think that that's unique to Africa only. I'll make reference to, say, what's happening in the online gaming ecosystem in India. India woke up one morning as well and just completely banned, that. And that's going back almost 50 years of online gaming that had consistently been happening. And that was just revenue stopped. However, that particular decision was made to support the growth of actual esports and video games in terms of growing that and kind of nipping the gambling and lottery industry as well. And I think that such policies might look abrupt, but in the end, they do have certain things that they're trying to fight. And I think that that's something that the rest of African countries should start looking into. We're seeing a lot of adolescents gambling, a lot of adolescents, lottery and all of these things that young children shouldn't have any business doing. And we're seeing a lot of governments in Africa invest heavily in betting and gambling. So, yes, like you rightly mentioned, founders have a way of just figuring it out. Painfully, like I mentioned earlier, but we actually get it done. Thank you.
Awesome. Let's give it up for our panelists. And thank you to everyone who asked the question. We'll just do a rapid fire. We have in here investors and policymakers. Okay, awesome. I'm out of time, actually. But thank you to our panelists for being here with us today, and thank you all for joining our session. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Please give it up for them again. Lovely session. Just moving this here. When founders get to speak, interesting founders, they can go on for hours if we let them to go on for hours. So it was great to hear from such great minds. We're going to tweak the schedule a little bit. We do have the MP, Rob Oliphant, with us, and he has to step away for a separate event. So to accommodate that, we'll have his session next, if that's okay with you. Okay. Sorry. Sorry about this, just little technical issues that we're facing. Yes, in the meantime, I would like to invite Titi Akinsami on stage to please give the MP a lovely welcome for the session.
Thank you so very much. A couple of things is, the first is the MP has really been honorable with us in that our session was supposed to happen at 1:05, but we are tracking slightly late for relatively good reasons, but we acknowledge that, and we deeply appreciate that you are spending that time with us. Before the MP comes on board, I'm actually going to be reading his bio, and then we'll take a seat and we'll have a session. Rapid fire, one question. The Honorable Robert Oliphant was first elected to the House of Commons on October 14, 2008, representing the riding Don Valley West. He served until 2011. He was then re-elected on October 19, 2015, serving continuously to the present. So he really has dedicated his time and his life to serving in the government. Mr. Oliphant is the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a role he has held since May 3, 2019. He's a member of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, and is also a member of several parliamentary associations, including Canada-Africa, the Canadian-NATO Parliamentary Association, the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group, and is currently the president of the Canadian Group of the Interparliamentary Union. Mr. Oliphant received his Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Toronto and worked in industry as a systems accountant, an ordained minister in the United Church of Canada. He has a Master of Divinity from the Vancouver School of Theology, the University of British Columbia, and has served congregations in Newfoundland, Quebec, Yukon, and Toronto. He earned a doctorate from the Chicago Theological Seminary at the University of Chicago in 2008. Because we give honor to whom honor is due, please could you welcome with me our Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Rob Oliphant, who will be joining us this afternoon. You're welcome, sir. Please have a seat. Maybe here? Thank you. All right, and because we're going to be having a rapid-fire conversation this afternoon, we will keep it succinct. But before I kick us off on the first question, how are you feeling this afternoon?
Is this on? No.
Let's try that.
This one?
Yes.
I'm good. Sorry, I just have to turn it on. I'm really actually kind of glad the session was late because I got to listen to the panel presentation and to think about the experience that they are having, and as entrepreneurs, as founders, as investors, as people who are engaged in both making money and making a difference. And so I was kind of glad that we were a bit late, and I got to hear that presentation. So I'm well. And the other thing I'm kind of glad about is it was Africa Day this week, and that's the celebration of the formation of the African Union. Often when I go to Africa Day events, especially if they're called a festival, I see dancing and music. I eat food. That's great. I love it. However, I am really glad that this is about a festival of innovation. It's about business. It's about engagement. And it moves us away from some old stereotypes about Africa and Canada, African relations and African Canadians to something real, something important, and something that's going to look forward to the future and how we build this Canada-Africa friendship, the Canada-Africa relationship, and the Canada-Africa two-way engagement for mutual prosperity and mutual security. Long answer to a short question.
But a great answer to a short question. When I hear from those who have been practitioners in the field in terms of intergovernmental relationships, I'm quite excited when there is deep knowledge. So I'm actually going to, and because you spend your time in the public space, I'm going to actually use our questions today, hooked in what you have said. So technically, this is not me putting words in your mouth. This is totally your words back at you. So here is our one question to you. You've said historically that Canada needs to be Africa's chosen partner, meaning we need to pick you, not for what's beneath the ground, not our typical resources, but for the people that are above it. That's quite a compelling frame. But chosen partnerships aren't declared. They are earned repeatedly over time. There has to be a long-term commitment. So my question is, what does Canada have to do differently, starting now, not just to be chosen, but to remain that chosen partner that works with us with what is above ground?
Sure. And so we step back a little bit from that question to the ancient past of Canadian-African relationship, which was largely development, assistance, emergency crisis response, and missionary work that churches would have taken to Africa, doing some very good work, some not as good work. We move through that era, and we move into the mining industry, which is still our most significant and important investment in Africa. Close to $50 billion worth of investment from Canadian mining companies. I'm really glad that Anglo-American and Teck are uniting, so we get another Canadian footprint with an African relationship. And we've had that real interest in the resources which are below the ground. It's still there, whether it is traditional minerals, critical minerals, not only precious metals, moving from diamonds and gold to cobalt and other critical minerals, strategic minerals are sometimes called, important. Creating jobs, doing it in a sustainable way, environmentally, labor, and making sure that we have community advantage and local benefit. Good, but limited. So as long as Canada only looks at the assets below the ground, we're missing the amazing opportunities in Africa above the ground, which are the people. It is the entrepreneurial spirit, highly motivated, younger population. I mean, look at me. You see aging before your eyes. You look at the African population, it's young. It's diverse, it's educated, it's energized, and it is, and I would use the word, dangerously untapped as a resource. Because as long as we have, my grandmother used to say, idle hands make for the devil's workshop. And the reality is we need young people to have the opportunities. It could be in the professions, could be in academia, could be in telecom, IT, could be in mining, agri-food, small business, medium and sized enterprises, all of those things. And my grandfather would say, busy kids don't get into trouble. Just a basic philosophy that I have is that people want jobs, they want work, they want their assets, their brains, their bodies, their minds, their spirits engaged, and then the continent grows. I would add, and I think that probably the Assistant Deputy Minister said this yesterday, Cheryl Urban, we are not doing this to help Africa. That's not the Canadian government's job anymore. The Canadian government's job is to help Canada. We can't help Canada if Africa is left behind. So this is about making sure we have a new way of looking at each other. Shared mutual prosperity, shared mutual engagement, shared mutual security. Our success in Canada is dependent on success in Africa. We're a small population on a big land. We have a wealthy country, but we need markets for our goods. We need a middle class that emerges around the world, and we need to do it in a way that we help sustain it so that we can do well in Canada. And that's a different look than when I was growing up. In the 60s and 70s, we looked at Africa as a place of need. Now we look at Africa as a place of opportunity for Canada's need. Not just about Canada, it's a win-win situation to make sure we both do well, but it's our future, our destiny are entwined. So those are nice words. Then we put an Africa strategy out there that starts to make it concrete, but it is still words until you flare up the entrepreneurial spirit and you convince Canadians to invest in Africa. You convince Canadian businesses, Canadian agencies, banks, etc., to look at how that ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, has shrunk. Africa is closer than ever, and we need that success in those markets for Canadians to succeed.
Thank you, Rob. I hear you very clearly in terms of it being a mutual relationship, meaning Africa has quite a lot to give, as does Canada. Now, in terms of being able to clearly identify what those look like, I'm not sure how many of us were in the room yesterday, but it wasn't this room, but it was a full room of 18 tables, sitting about 8 people each, over 100 practitioners, operators, investors, policy wonks like myself, just really walking through what could actually emerge out of the Canada-Africa strategy, which you helped pull together. So I do have a couple of asks of you. They're questions. Feel free to respond to them. Very concretely, around the recommendations that we've brought out. One is, we want to ensure that the recommendations continue to reach the right sets of people that can actually help action it. I'm excited that, we have the Deputy Minister here with us. But at the same time, what else can be done in terms of statements in the House that ensures this becomes a fabric continues to be a part of the fabric of what government has committed to do? And second is a pathway to the FAAE. Now, is that something you would be able to do for us? Or are there other pathways?
That's easy. That's an easy yes. But backing up again on that, the Africa strategy, yes, did start somewhere back in the shadows of my brain. And I was the co-chair of what was called the Canada-Africa Parliamentary Association. A senator, an MP, chair it. We take missions trips to Africa 2-3 times a year. I go to 2 countries each time and do parliament-to-parliament engagement. Not government to government, but parliament to parliament. So legislators talking to legislators. But on those trips, you engage with business, you engage with governments, you engage with the missions, you engage with development projects, you engage with different sectors in each of the different countries you visit, and recognize that while we say Africa, there's not one Africa. There are 54 countries. There are different regions, different regional economic communities, different climates, different topographies, different histories, different languages. It's a diverse continent. Out of that, 5 years of doing that, and I got appointed as parliamentary secretary to the minister, I took the idea of let's have a policy framework, a foreign policy for Africa. It actually came from the Senator Andrew Cheque, who was my co-chair, who kept saying we need a coherent policy on the way we engage as opposed to bits and pieces. So we started working that. There were over 600 engagements with people, agencies, entities, think tanks, our ambassadors and high commissioners to Africa, theirs to Canada. I talked to partners in Portugal about the Portuguese-speaking countries, Belgium and France about their relationship, Italy. I talked to a number of countries, say, how are you doing this? But we also had a study at the Foreign Affairs Committee, FAAE it's called, that looked a very robust, lengthy study on what an African strategy should look like. There was a similar study in the Senate. It didn't finish quite on time, but we got enough evidence from that. So the strategy came from officials, politicians, social groups, chambers of commerce and business, industry. It came from humanitarian organizations. It was put together with 2 parliamentary committees, and then we launched it a year ago in March. In doing that, it looked at 5 pillars, and we try to look at how we can sustain growth in Africa for mutual benefit. We did not really isolate geographically the way we might have, or even sectorally the way we might have. We left that open, but as it emerges in its implementation, we're increasingly aware that there are countries which we can have more immediate relationships with for higher return of investment, and then others will come along because we gain experience. 2 things have to happen in that. Engaging the diaspora in Canada, who are intercultural interpreters who help us understand the way, we heard that on this panel, the way things are done in South Africa are different than in Nigeria, are different in Ghana, are different in Kenya. We need your help with that. You bring lived experience, family relations, languages that are not just English and French and Portuguese, but the languages of the country, and you bring the know-how of the way the country works, how things really happen, not just on paper. So engaging diaspora is absolutely critical. That's why I'm here today. That's why Cheryl's here today. We want to know you better. But it also means looking at the big economies, Nigeria, South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, the 4 largest economies, but also where we have significant trading relationships like Algeria, Sierra Leone, and Ghana and Kenya, emerging the lionesses of the sub-Saharan Africa, but also some of the emerging economies like Zambia, Botswana, Rwanda, absolutely, Tanzania. Some of them have kind of difficult political situations from time to time, and we're very aware of that. But we're going to be focusing very clearly. We don't leave people behind, but we're going to have to make some choices. Also on sectors. We have traditional excellence in mining and related industries. But if you're going to develop in Africa, you need energy. A trip to Lagos will tell you that the power goes out quite often. And it's worse in the smaller communities. So you need dependable energy, effective grids, and it needs to be sustainable. More renewables, less pollution. So we need energy. We also have practice and expertise in agri-food business, agriculture as per se, fertilizers, irrigation. Africa can not only feed itself, it can feed the world. So we look at what Africa can do, whether it's Ethiopia or other places with advanced agricultural, we need more ground nuts in Canada, by the way. Just if you have an entrepreneur out there who wants to bring some more ground nuts to Canada, I'm in. But also small manufacturing, textiles, doing that kind of work. We're going to have to look at that. Then high tech. So the whole IT world, telecom, and artificial intelligence. If you go to Côte d'Ivoire, you can learn about artificial intelligence there. Canada can learn. So these are areas that we're going to be looking at. We need to engage our universities and colleges in direct partnerships. They need to put some skin in the game. We need to have news that's coming from Africa that's not just bad news. When you open the newspapers or watch the television in Canada about Africa, too often it's the bad news. We don't deny the bad news. Climate change causes problems. We do have drought and we do have flooding. We do have severe weather events. We know that. We do have coups. We have over 30 conflicts going on the continent. We have problems with human rights in some countries, better in other countries. We have good governance, great governance in some countries, less good in other countries. Canada needs to be part of that realistically, honestly, and as the best friend. So over this next year or two, I have to drill down in the strategy. The Africa Trade Hub is up and running. It is the place, the one-stop shop where entrepreneurs can go and get business. Then we figure out whether it is Export Development Corporation or BDC or FinDev Canada that can be a partner with a partner in Africa, or setting up with some of the other development. I'm glad the Mennonites are here today with their development corporation. There are other opportunities that we can help work with. Plus, we shouldn't be in this alone. The reality is we have allies and friends as Canadians around the world. So Europeans, we look at particularly the Northern European countries, want to work with them doing co-ventures, doing various things that we can do well together. The Africa Development Bank. Closing, talking about continental free trade in Africa, making sure the barriers get dropped down for countries to trade with each other, monetary systems speak to each other, regulatory systems actually help to foster business relationships, and then Canada starts to do free trade with countries and try to get our barriers dropped down as well. Right now, we've got to focus on making sure the continental free trade area is developed, easier. But let's be clear, bring down the cone of silence, if you're old enough to know what that means. We have a problem south of the Canadian border. We have a real problem. Canada's sovereignty has been threatened. Our integrity has been put to test. Our markets are faced with increased tariffs. We have a problem with the United States of America. We will continue to work with the United States of America. They'll still be our biggest customer, our biggest supplier. But we can't tie our wagon to that horse. We have to look at Asia Pacific, Europe, and Africa. Others are in Africa. China is in Africa. Russia's in Africa. Turkey is in Africa. India is in Africa. We know that they're there because there are opportunities. Canada needs to be there. Government can only write the script. We need the actors to put on the play. So that's where you come in. We'll write a script. We'll establish a stage. We'll get the systems in place to do business, but you're going to have to go and do it. We'll help you, but we can't make you do it. We can't make Canadians do it. But we're trying to make it so attractive, so interesting, and so profitable, it'll work.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yes, please go ahead. For me, thank you again. Having worked in this, in the sector for probably about over 26 years now, I always love it when I find committed members of parliament or bureaucrats within government who not just know their onions. I live in Innisfail. The wealthiest person out of Innisfail is an onion farmer, so I like those, references. But seeing people who actually know their onions well enough to be able to say this is what exactly needs to be done and that they're willing to help connect the dots. Before you go, sir, I've got two things. One, are you open to questions from the floor?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. But before then, while we were chatting earlier on with Dr. Dorothy and ADM Cheryl, you said you had one ask of this group with regards to a soon-to-be-published piece of paper that needs critiquing. Would you please articulate that? So you give them some homework, and then they get to ask you questions.
I'll give you some homework. So, as I said, the Africa strategy, which is a nice green document, you can get it online, it's great, was fed into by groups, individuals, businesses, governments, officials, politicians, etc. Both houses of Parliament, the House of Commons and Senate, had studies. The strategy is out there. This winter, the Foreign Affairs Committee, FAE as it's called, Foreign Affairs étrangères, en français et en anglais, did a follow-up and said, how are we doing? Is the strategy the right? Did it listen to what the committees had said? Are there areas that need to be furthered? That report should come out. We've actually finished the report. It's being translated now. Hopefully, inshallah, it will be released before the end of the parliamentary session in 3 weeks. It's embargoed till then. It's got to go to the House and be released. Once it's released, I want you to look at it. I want you to read it. I want you to be critical of the government. It is okay. We're grown-ups. We can take your critique. The Parliament is criticizing the government in the report. I love it. I helped write the critique of my own government. But now I want you to critique the critique. I want you now to look at it and say, what's missing? And do it from a collective position about people you know and the kind of the community that exists here, but also do it as individuals. What do you need from your government to succeed in your life to do well? what can help you do business with Africa, do business in Africa, do business in Canada with Africa in a way that will be profitable, sustain your families and your lives, and create more jobs in Africa and in Canada. So give me a critique of it and get back to me. I'm easy to find. It's Oliphant like elephant, Oliphant. I'm easily found. Google me, follow me on Facebook, message me, do whatever you need to do, send me an email, but give me a critique. Collectively, as a group, think about others. This is a highly competitive environment, by the way. Yeah. You're all after the same bits of money, and I know that. But then also look at what we can do to help you succeed, because that's our goal.
Thank you so much, Rob. Yes, please go ahead again. As a Nigerian by birth and a Canadian by choice, I will be doing my homework, both as a collective, but as an individual. We will give room for exactly 2 questions.
I'm going to say the Nigerians in Africa are a bit like the Brazilians in South America. They're everywhere. And they're always kind of engaged in everything. You go into a room, you can pick out the Nigerians in a heartbeat because there must be introverts there too, I don't know. But it's a pretty extroverted country.
I promise you I'm an introvert. It's just that when I come on this stage, things change. So 2 questions. I come from a long line of teachers. I will keep it deliberately. If you are going on too long, I will cut you short. Because his time is taxpayers' money, and I don't want to pay any more tax. I see 1.
We can take 4.
Oh, he says he'll take, thank you so much. Please say thank you. It's not typical. All right, so 4 hands. I saw your hand, I saw the 2 hands here, and that is the 4th. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm from Giddaa, Dorothy. My question to you is, 20 years ago, when I was at U of T, it was very difficult to host a program like this. And now it's, you can find Africans in the University of Toronto. What are the practical ways that you're harnessing the diaspora educational and what you have now? Because as I mentioned, 20 years ago, it was difficult for me to see my fellow African in the University of Toronto. I had to be intentional. 20 years on, it's very easy to find Africans here, but it's even more difficult for Africans who study in Canada to stay, where 20 years ago, it was very easy for us to stay through a pathway to immigration. What is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs doing with the Ministry of Immigration, plus the Canadian Africa strategy, to harness this talent of people and allowing them to stay? There has to be some integration in the policy that we are not seeing. We are seeing, I'm told it's more difficult as an African, but I remember when I was an African coming here, I know it was very easy. So just
sure.
Thank you.
Quickly on that, we didn't delve into the immigration stream very much in the Africa strategy. We did hear about it. We heard regularly about how hard it is to get temporary resident visas, TRVs to visit, to do business. We heard regularly that we needed pathways that needed to be expanded. But I put on my hat from years ago when I was chair of the Immigration Committee, and Canada needs newcomers. And we have a variety of streams that you can come in on that way. I would say right now, we probably overextended in some ways, and so we ended up a little, we still need more immigrants, don't get me wrong. My number is still higher. I mean, we were hitting the 400,000s. For Canada to succeed, we need to double that.
Yes.
We need to double it. However, you also need language, settlement services, housing, spaces, all of those things. And so we've stepped back a notch so that we can step forward later. All of that's to say is I would still be, this is Rob, I would still be putting emphasis on getting students to come here for post-secondary education and finding pathways to permanent residency and citizenship for them. I absolutely think that is critical. But I also don't want to keep all the talent here. I want to make sure that it's not a circumvention of any rules, because we also want Africans to study here and go home. That is a good thing too. It's both ways. I want both of those things to happen. We have a rich, you're 20 years ago at U of T. I'm 40 years ago at U of T. Actually, closer to 50. Shockingly, I look young.
Yes, you do.
I do. I'm going to be 70 this week. So I know, shocking. Again, I'll say, inshallah, I'll be 70. But so almost 50 years ago at U of T, there were no Africans. None. Maybe two, I don't know. Two that came somehow, who knows how. Toronto's changed. University has changed. We are still putting into place how we will formalize our mechanism to get diaspora engagement ongoing. But you need to know we have African Canadian members of parliament. You saw Ariel. You heard her message. She's only one. We have several. Some of them have come a circuitous way through the Caribbean to get to Canada. They still have African origins. And we have Africans who are not black. We have Africans who are 3, 4, and 5 generations in Africa who have chosen Canada, who have an African sensibility as well. Most of them are black, obviously, but we have, Africa is diverse. Ismaili Muslims coming from Tanzania and Uganda, rich in their contributions to this country. Absolutely critical for Canada to do it. So, not part of the strategy, but part of my worries at night.
Thank you so much again. A couple of things that came to mind for that. I sit on the board of Access Employment here in Canada, and I think most of the immigrants, if not all the immigrants here, know about it. And there's an entire strategy that we're putting in place that connects with the Canada-Africa strategy that we could actually tap into as it speaks to education and retaining, but also sending back some of the skills.
I might add too, and this is where we are still dealing with systemic racism in this country. Don't mistake that. Canada has not reached a point where we are colorblind. It is still real. And what happens sometimes in a society that has systemic racism is for people to advance economically and socially, they've been excluded, or you've been excluded from the mainstream. And so you create entrepreneurial opportunities for yourself to get ahead. I'm very aware of that. I don't want that to be the only way ahead. I want engagement in mainstream so-called industry, business, and commerce to find pathways there. The professions, law, medicine, engineering, nursing, physiotherapy, all the professions and teaching, as well as entrepreneurial. So those three are all supposed to be equally accessible to everyone in this country. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. But I'm not dead yet. So
I love it.
We'll keep going.
That's a great quote. We're not there yet, but I'm not dead yet. I see your hand. I recall, and that was 3. There was a gentleman there, 4. Please know your numbers. Next, 2, 3, and 4. All right. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Is it working? All right. Thank you for the host for preparing this beautiful hemisphere, and also thank you for Mr. Oliphant to being with us here. My name is Bays Haile, the founder of Lomi Cash, and what it does is building a banking infrastructure, bringing the big 5 bank in Canada closer to the African market with a better technologies, with a better messaging system, which uses the ISO 20022 standard, which Payment Canada is recently transferring their system to the ISO 20022 standard. And my question to you is, what is the challenge that Canadian business face operating in Africa in terms of risk, in terms of banking, financial operation, and also you earlier mentioned that some countries in Africa have unstable political hemisphere, and also from political risks, what are the challenges that Canadian business are facing right now?
Get it. So there are risks. There are risks in Canada. So the other day I was listening to someone talking about all the reasons we shouldn't be doing business with China. And they were talking about human rights, they were talking about predictability, talking about 7 things. And I said, which of those is not true right now about the United States? Think about it. Think about if you're living in Minnesota, if you're in Minneapolis, and you've got ICE operating, you've got an issue of risk. So this is something that's real. So I don't want to overstate risk in Africa, but I don't want to understate it either. Both things. So yes, we have governments that sometimes stay in power too long, and at the end of a long regime, because it's a winner-take-all situation, you've got chaos afterwards. You've got dictatorships. We do have dictatorships there. We do have systems of banking and we do have corruption. It has happened in Africa. But we also have good governments. We also have good banking systems. We have good, peaceful countries. We have peace. I know that there have been coups. Like, look at Sudan. It is a disaster in Sudan right now. That's fueled by a number of things, including external forces. So we have to look at that. And one of the problems is that mining companies are risk takers. You have a mining company, you're going to do 1,000 explorations, you're going to get 20 prospects, you're going to get one mine that you're going to make some money from. So that's part of it. Pharmaceutical companies are risk takers. You look at molecules, you try to develop a vaccine, you have failures, you get one. Other companies don't like risk. Banks, insurance companies, manufacturing companies, energy companies, they don't really want risk. So the government has to find ways to help backstop them in cooperation with the African Development Bank, in cooperation with the IMF, the World Bank, and other organizations to say, how do we help de-risk or backstop risk? It's there. The other thing, though, is we have to demythologize Africa. People see risk when there isn't risk. So that's what we have to also help them do, to say, listen, life is risky. Life is risky. Africa has risk, but let's keep it proportional.
Thank you so much, Rob. And unfortunately, I'm going to keep it to just one more question because we have double that time, technically. So the lady here in front. And then for everyone else who has a question, if you could please, do we have the helpers in the room? Please pen or we can put up the QR code. Pen your questions, and I will make sure he is actually quite responsive, that those actually get to him and conversations can happen afterwards. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, MP and Ms. Titi. My name is Adewumi, and I'm from Nigeria. I work as a senior AI product manager. My question is around what you talked about, the conversation moving away from just focusing on the cultural and dance aspect of Africa, but also to business. It seems as though a lot of the business that's done between Canada and Africa is only targeting the Africans in Canada or the African diaspora. For instance, buying African food, products, and hair. What are we doing to change the narrative around the type of market that happens? And also, how can we position Africa to be attractive for Canadians to want to start businesses there and start franchises there, and even the latter, having African businesses opening up franchises here in Canada?
I would expect you know as much or more about this than I do, honestly. What I would say is, the reality is Canada is on a trade diversification program. We do $2.5 billion US of business a day with the United States. We do $18 billion a year with Africa. I'm looking at Cheryl. About
it's less than 5%.
Yeah, it's 1% of our trade is with Africa. So we have a crisis with the United States. It's also an opportunity. Yeah. So I don't necessarily want to buy oranges from Florida. I will buy oranges from Africa. And it's not that much farther to get oranges from Florida to Vancouver as tangerines from Morocco to Montreal. So we have to think about these opportunities. That's, so we have agri-food is an area. textiles, long history of textiles from Egypt, cotton, etc. Let's expand it. Let's find textiles and fabrics and prints from all over Africa, like this. Let's find a way to do that. We have to open up the idea of African investment in Canada too. Let's go two ways to say, Canada needs African investment. This is part of our goal. So we need imports from Africa and exports from Africa. Imports from Canada, exports from Canada. It's two-way. This is not my area. I'm the foreign policy guy. The trade people know more about this. The Africa Trade Hub is the place to go to be pushing this. And my job as a politician, though, is to open the doors, to remind people to think Africa. You know, and I know that the Canada-Africa Chamber of Business, with Gareth Bloor as executive director, tends to focus on larger businesses, but we are developing networks of smaller businesses, chambers of commerce, you know, whether it's Africa Ghana, Africa Kenya. I got a notice today about Africa Ethiopia, Chamber of Commerce. There are different smaller organizations that will open those doors. So the government can't do that, but we can help facilitate it. Again, we can open a door, but you're going to have to walk.
Thank you again, MP. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you for the openness. Thank you for the commitment. Thank you for opening the door. We are committed to walk through it and working particularly with the Africa Trade Hub, amongst others. We are going to ensure not just that there are recommendations, but actual action follows through on this, including more flight routes between Canada and Africa. It's a personal pet peeve. I live on an airplane. Thank you.
We have more than we used to.
Yes, we do, and we're looking forward to more. Thank you so much, the audience. We really appreciate you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'd also like to invite ADM Sherloben to the stage and Dr. Dorothy as well to have a picture with the MP. And of course, the founder of the African Impact Initiative, Efosa Obano, as well. Please head to the stage. Also, Lindsay, do you want to join them on the stage?
I think that's what they meant.
One more. You need better looking people. But hold that pose.
We want to do a selfie.
No.
Yes, we have to do one
I just
selfie.
want to take a picture of them.
Oh, you know, but we'll do a selfie. Whose arms are long enough?
Take a picture of
We
you.
never wanted that. Yes, I just remembered. Are you ready? Have your best face.
Okay, photographer, you're gonna pose. Strike a pose.
Strike a pose, photographers.
Got it.
Yes. So we're doing the selfie. Yes. Who's got it? Who's got it? Okay. Oh, awesome. Okay, so we'll do yes. I love that. Everybody say cheers. Cheers. Oh God. Thank you. Awesome.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll move quickly because we're really behind schedule, but a bit of housekeeping before we move forward. I notice people are coming in and just hanging at the back. Please, if I would like to encourage everyone to take a bit of a step forward, those who are on the last segment, mingle with the folks in the room, network a little bit. So if you're on the last 3 rows, just so we fill up the seats in front, I'll kindly ask if you could step up and just move to the front of the room. That'll be better. Thank you so much for being so accommodating. Volunteers, please support with that as well as we get them to move. Thank you. Awesome, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for being so cooperative. Awesome. So we're going to pivot into the next session, which is really exciting. We'll be having our first innovation spotlight. So for context, for those who don't know much about the African Impact Initiative, our primary work is actually supporting ventures to scale their businesses. We've actually helped and supported 15,000 ventures who are building for the African continent, train and scale their businesses to expand globally. Throughout our work, we interact with a couple of interesting founders, and this is one of them right here on stage. Through the Black Founders Network, we got to meet Merve, who's building something very cool for the African market called Yekola. So I'd like to invite Merve on stage to tell us a bit about what he's doing.
Hello, hello. I don't know if I can see my slides, so I'm going to pretend. Oh, perfect. All right, awesome. So, my name is Merve. I'm the co-founder of Yekola, and today I'm just going to be talking to you guys about the importance of language infrastructure. Let me start with a question. What happens to a culture when a language disappears? On one end, you have the millions of African immigrants living in the West who grew up without their mother tongue. And on the other end, you have an increasing number of youth on the continent, whether they be Nigerian, Cameroonian, Congolese, who are growing up speaking French and English so they can participate in the global economy, but do not know their traditional language at all. See, globalization did not just move us across borders, it moved many of us away from ourselves. And despite the continent having over 2,000 African languages, most of them are in danger. Many of them have never been digitized, and the majority of them are not currently available on AI infrastructure, which is dictating the future of global communication. So right now, Africa finds itself at risk of the biggest digital cultural erasure ever. And what many people don't understand increasingly about this problem is that language isn't just about communication. Language is the container for everything a culture knows. Your grandma's proverbs, that contains legal knowledge. All of her oral traditions contains healthcare knowledge. And she herself contains historical knowledge. And when she passes, if that knowledge hasn't been digitized, it no longer becomes something that is hard to learn, it becomes something that is inaccessible. So right now, there are many companies trying to race to build language AI for Africa. Healthcare tools that serve in Nigeria, financial tools that serve in Ghana, but they are all facing one fundamental bottleneck: data. Rich, contextual, cultural aware data is what's missing. And what this causes is for African startup, it prices them out because they have to build it on their own many times. So right now, big tech is being left responsible to tell our story. And with the extractive measures they've had in the past, oftentimes the communities who are providing this data are not even getting an economic benefit for supporting this. So the same way they used to take our treasures and put them into museums in London, they are now taking our knowledge and putting them in vaults in Silicon Valley. And we have to do something about this because we're creating an economic disparity, lack of ownership, and cultural isolation for ourselves. So Yekola built something to solve for this. It was built on one fundamental question: what if community built the archive ourselves? So when you go on Yekola, part of it is also a space where diaspora members can come learn their mother tongue from their auntie back home in Nigeria. But another thing that we do is that it is a space where users can come contribute their language, their proverbs, their wisdom, and all cultural contexts in which they are building a digital commons to archive all of these languages, in which this will allow future African startups to be able to have access to this training data to build their AI models that are built by Africans for Africans.
See, many people think that language preservation is this charity project, but it is actually one of the biggest economic and sovereignty issues coming up in this new era for Africa. There's huge value in the knowledge that we have. That is why the likes of Google and Microsoft are paying millions and millions upon dollars to try to get this knowledge into their systems instead of our own. So we've built it as a tool where users come together, connect with each other, fill out this map one by one, and that they can then use it for the companies that they create. And on top of that, we roll through a federated model. Like I mentioned, like a digital commons where users get rewards and they work together in building out this knowledge data and they get that economic benefit. We do not want to create a future or continue a future of cultural extraction. The future is really language, culture, and sovereignty, empowering communities to build the digital infrastructure for Africa going forward. AI is here to stay. We want it to represent us. We want that the future mortgage tool built for Hausa or that the future financial tool built in Siswati belongs to us and it is made by us. And we've already proven it. UNICEF has brought us on as a UNICEF Venture Fund finalist, and as well as we're working with the government of Eswatini to help digitize their language. So there is an economic benefit to all we're doing. We believe that language is the gateway to culture. And the only way to ensure that we preserve that culture is by every time we are saving our language, we are saving our future, we give it back to each other. Thank you.
We wish we had more time. If we were on time, we would have opened the floor for questions because he's building something really cool that I think most people should check out. So please spend some time with him. The team really selected him for this because out of all the founders we've worked with, he's one of the few that stands out in the uniqueness of the product and innovation behind it as well. So next up, we'll be pivoting to a different side of the conversation. So earlier today, we heard about the operators and those who are working on the continent building the innovation within Africa and also in Canada here and how they're collaborating and linking both markets. Now we're going to be hearing from those who are financing such innovations. So I'd like to invite Efosa Obano, the founder of the African Impact Initiative and partner for the African Impact Fund, to introduce the other panelists. Please welcome him.
Thank you so much, Osas, and thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. So we'll jump right into it. I'm going to give the panelists an opportunity to do a full introduction through the conversation. So while I welcome them up, please join us in giving them a round of applause. First up, we will have Jen McBruce, who is the Senior Director, Investment Finance at MIDA. Next up, we will have Lindsay Wallace, who is the Executive Director at Finca Canada. And we will have Ebenezer Arthur, who is a partner at BKR Capital. And last but not the least, we'll be having Brish, who is an investment lead at Grand Challenges Canada. So I'm going to try to set the scene for the conversation and try to tie it back to what we just heard from MP Oliphant and even from the whole idea of trying to implement the Canada-Africa strategy. We know that from the lens of entrepreneurship, trade, and investment, capital is a critical piece of that puzzle. So the folks we have on stage are some of the most active and influential organizations who are shaping how capital is being deployed between Canada and Africa. I'll let them share a bit more in their introduction. But the preamble for this panel is Canada's Africa strategy commits to mobilizing finance and deploying blended finance. But strategy documents don't deploy capital, the people on this stage are the type of people who do. One of the biggest misconceptions about innovation ecosystems is the idea that capital alone is enough. But across African markets, founders are not simply navigating a funding gap, which is pretty significant, they're also navigating mismatched capital. So this conversation is going to show us how we can move beyond transactional funding approaches towards intentionally designed capital infrastructures that support innovators to build for their scalable stages, and also what role Canadian institutions, investors, and development organizations can play in shaping that future. So I will start with Mira, with Jen. Oh, sorry, please, yes. So Jen, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Mira works at the intersection of development, outcomes, and investments disciplines. Can you introduce Mira to the organization, to the audiences in the crowd? And then in the follow-up as well, we know that you also run the Mira Risk Capital Fund. So maybe tell us a bit about that. And the question for you is, from where you sit, what does the right capital structure mean to you/to Mira?
Thank you. So you rightly said, MIDA is a development finance institute. It's the Mennonite Economic Development Associates. They've been working in development finance across Africa, Asia Pacific, and Latin America over almost 75 years. So part of the work that MIDA does is to apply development finance strategies into investments as well. So MIDA runs the MIDA Risk Capital Fund, which is a global fund that is off our balance sheet investment. So we sort of have 30% of our funds in Africa, 30% in Asia Pacific, and then about 30% in Latin America. MIDA also runs the MasterCard Africa Growth Fund, which is a fund of funds that's only focused on fund managers in Africa. And MIDA is the lead implementer and the fund manager for that fund as well. At the helm of what MIDA does is to look at development finance from a different lens, not just programming perspective, but also applying an investment lens to what MIDA is doing. It's really critical in our program plus approach to tie capital to investment and into the development finance, especially building ecosystems that makes investment sustainable in the long term. So at the heart of what MIDA does is really trying to build an enabling environment where SMEs would be able to survive long term as well. So I think you really raised a really critical question, and it's one of the things that the MasterCard Africa Growth Fund has been aiming to solve, is that what type of capital is the right structure? And the answer to that is there isn't any one answer to that question, because the type of capital depends on the type of business that you're looking at. It also depends on the type of environment that you're working in. And it also depends on the enabling environment that is actually there for you to be able to structure. So from my perspective, I've always worked in a for-profit organization, so I've been structuring capital close to the last 2 decades. And you realize when you work across jurisdictions that capital is different across jurisdiction, whether it's debt or equity, the way you structure it will be very different. But what is really critical in the African ecosystem is really being able to pair capital with technical assistance. And so there are a lot of organizations that go in and provide only technical assistance, and there are organizations that are going in just to provide capital. The right type of capital is the capital that ties technical assistance, BDS support with the capital that you're going to work in. So you heard from one of the founders about the enabling environment that exists in Canada to be able to provide sustainable businesses. Some of those enabling environments do not exist. So businesses fail not because they don't have the right capital, but because they don't have the enabling environment. So what structures can we build to provide the enabling environment? In a lot of cases, you realize that DFIs and even institutional investors, even local capital, are just going into Africa to provide capital. That's not enough. We need a fund that provides working capital so that SMEs can access that working capital when their balance sheet is not adding up properly. We also need an innovative fund. in Canada, we have the Canada Innovative Fund where founders actually can access that capital. That capital is not tied to any performance numbers. Maybe it's tied to some kind of metric, but it's not tied to return of capital. So there's not a lot of pressure on the founder to make sure that they are 2 times EBITDA, for instance. They are looking to make sure that they can access some kind of financing because the banking system cannot absorb or provide that type of capital. So what are we doing to actually create a fund that's just a working capital fund that I can just go in and I'm just accessing working capital, that you're not penalizing me for not meeting my revenue target, but you're rather actually pairing it that with technical assistance that assist me to be able to manage my cash flow over a long term of time. So for me, my answer is always capital. There's not one answer of the type of capital. Capital has to move within the environment. And when you have a situation where the enabling environment doesn't create opportunities, then you have to redefine and restructure your capital to provide the solutions that these founders need to survive.
Very well said, very well said. And I think the unique challenges faced by African entrepreneurs, because they're lacking access to capital in general, I would say forces a lot of founders to just chase any type of capital without really thinking, what do I need for which stage? I do think that blended approach, and we've seen it in the work that we do as well at African Impact Initiative. We have a program called the African Impact Challenge, which is pretty much, before we invest, we spend a year training, doing the technical assistance. We've trained over 15,000 across 46 African countries, and time is the data that sort of gives us the assurance that, okay, we've trained them, they've gone to the market, there is a signal for this, and then we provide capital. So we funded over 105 businesses so far. And it's very hard, because part of why people are not doing both is because it's a lot of work. But I think we've learned so much from that approach. And I think if we can do that at a larger scale with different partners, like if we can actually pair technical assistance with capital providing, I think we're going to get like a lot right, even for the entrepreneurs. I'm going to go next to you, Lindsay. So FINCA's roots are in financial inclusion and in reaching people that the formal system leaves out. So from where you sit, what does the capital stack look like at the very base, especially for the micro and small enterprises who are actually the real engine of the African economies, but nearly invisible to venture investors? And then can you also just give the audience an introduction of FINCA's work?
Sure. Thank you very much for having me. A little bit about FINCA. We're a global not-for-profit that's been around for about 40 years. And we broadly do 2 things, but both of them involve providing capital. First, we operate banks in 12 countries, including 6 in Africa. And these banks have been around for quite some time. So for example, FINCA in the Democratic Republic of Congo is a fully regulated bank, over 20 years old. We currently serve about 2 million clients across our 12 subsidiaries. We also provide, the usual suite of services, savings, loans, insurance, payments, but also importantly, and building on your comments, we do provide a range of business training and financial literacy to our clients. The other thing we do is we invest off our balance sheet and have been doing that for about 8 years. And we're actually in the midst of raising a fund. This is focused exclusively in Africa, and we focus on seed to Series A. We've invested in about 30 startup companies. We are not-for-profit, so our balance sheet isn't that big, but we've invested about $8 million and have crowded in another $80 million. And we're continuing to grow and expand that space. And the type of companies that we invest in are those companies that our financial services clients would also likely be served by. So things like fintech, health tech, and a lot of work in agriculture, because many of our clients are actually smallholder farmers. So just to say, I guess to start your question, we actually play in multiple layers of the capital stack. I think one of the key things, and often in a lot of discussions around investment, I think it is important to remember that financial services providers who are on the ground, so local banks, are a really critical kind of connection point between some of the global investments, as well as how to actually get a small loan to a smallholder farmer or a small entrepreneur or a trader. And I think often in a lot of the conversations about funds and investment types, and it somehow gets lost, and I think it's important to remember that. It's also, I think you also see that about half of the investment by DFIs is often in financial services for that reason, including here in Canada. So I'm also the board chair of the Canada Forum for Impact Investment and Development, and we're seeking to increase Canadian impact-focused development into emerging markets. And we do a periodic state of the sector report, and in the last one, on the good news side, we saw that Canadian impact investing into emerging markets had doubled since 2019, but it's still only $4.6 billion. So there's a lot more that we could all collectively do. But related to that, there's still about half of that money went into financial services. One other point I just want to highlight, and also because we're in the Africa Innovation Forum, I think one of the things that we have been seeing across certainly financial services providers is just the ubiquity and importance of digitization and having that as that pathway to really drive down costs and reach clients affordably. And it's certainly in our DRC subsidiary, we've been able to reach 350,000 clients across the country, primarily through digital channels. And also just thinking about the ecosystem, one of the challenges is, we do have all of the banking regulations that we have to follow. It's often difficult to do banking or to open an account when you don't have a lot of data or a lot of your own ID. So our point of sale devices use fingerprints. And that's how we're able to serve a large number of clients, especially clients who are excluded, without having to have all the same paperwork that would otherwise be required. So I think I might just pause there, but I think there's a lot that, that last mile is still critically important.
Exactly. It's a very, you have to really think about the lived experience and the sort of, call it job to be done for the customer in the last mile, because it's very different from those who have, like you said, more connectivity. The idea of even the work you guys do in targeting those folks in the last mile also helps to actually create new markets, right? Because and that's why I love the work Funka does, and the concept of impact investing is you can invest for a return, like you guys are doing pretty well, but then you can do it in a way that also sort of helps drive economic inclusion. And when you do that, you help the country you're investing in. Because if, for example, prior to you coming into that country, use random numbers, maybe 50% of the country was accessing financial services because people were left out, and you target the other 50% and increase that, you made some good money, but you helped that country's GDP also grow. And then there's incentives for government to actually work with you. So for the founders in the room, thinking about it from that perspective, especially for those of you building in financial services and in spaces that digitization is still lacking, that is an opportunity to also utilize. I will move next to Ebenezer, or Ben, as I call him. So BKR brings a commercial equity investor lens and a deep connection to the diaspora. I'll let you introduce BKR and share some of the good news that recently happened. But when you're evaluating, so this is your follow-up after that, when you're evaluating an African or Black-led venture for actual equity, because you guys play in the venture space specifically, what has to be true that grant and concessional capital alone can never make true?
Thank you very much, Fosa, and always happy to speak at this forum because we get to share our work and then provide better insights. So BKR Capital is what we call a venture capital firm. We invest in black-led startups, particularly tech and tech-enabled startups. Here in Canada, we also invest in up to 20% outside of Canada. Tends to be US or Africa. And we essentially invest in different sectors so long as it's tech. We are currently on our second fund. In our first fund, we invested in about 15 companies, tech companies. And in our second fund, we are looking at investing in up to another 25. Now, what we have realized, and when we say black-led startups, particularly in Canada, the question becomes, where's the Africa element? And I earlier said up to 20%. But what we are seeing, for example, is for many of the founders that we have backed here, even in Canada, because of the relationship they have, some are first generation, second generation, some are immigrants, always when they are building, they are thinking about Africa. And some are able to also expand the businesses to Africa. So we have a number of founders that we've invested in that already are doing business outside of Canada. And when I say Africa, I would like to really state here that Africa is not Africa without a sixth region. There is the Caribbean as well and the diaspora. And so we are seeing that our startups are expanding their businesses to the Caribbean, to Africa. We are also seeing a situation where, like I said, we've also invested in some companies that are primarily here but doing business in Africa. So we have a company like Corridor, which has its primary business being in Francophone Africa. Now, to address the question you asked in terms of when we are investing equity, what would we look at and how different that would be from grant investments? It's really based on the type of capital that we are deploying. So when I say venture capital here, we are looking at high risk and we are looking at high return. And so for us, it means that the investments that we make should be able to return a very high capital for us. Our investors are primarily looking at the returns. We may have some LPs that have an impact focus, but the vehicle itself is designed to get that commercial return. And so it means that when we are looking at an investment, it needs to be able to do that. What we have essentially done is to go to investors and make the case that, look, there's a lot of investment going into other communities, going into Silicon Valley, going into other founders from other demographics, and we believe that there are people from the black community that are also doing well and can return the same. And that means we need to be able to keep to that word, and which means our investments need to have that possibility. It means that the market should be big enough. It means the founders should have not just the capability, but they should also have that mindset and drive, right? It's not every founder that wants to really build a fast-growing business and is even willing to think about an exit. And so it means that the founding team needs to have that kind of mindset and have that ability. And when we come in, what we would do differently is to work with that startup to be able to realize it. And to do that would mean what kind of board do they have? Is it a board that is primed for investors that will come in later? And Jen talked about technical assistance. We would talk about value creation. How are we going to help you realize that potential and deliver that return? Thank you.
Very well said, very well said. And I think the one takeaway from what you said, and for the entrepreneurs to make it more practical, if you are taking venture capital dollars, you should be having a plan on how do you plan to return the capital to the investor. You should also understand the level of a return that's required. Like one investment, ideally, they're trying to return the whole fund, if that's possible, from one investment. Ebenezer's, BKR's most current fund, if I believe it's 75 million, 50 million, but trying to get to a final close of 75. So imagine that Say that again? Final close on 50. Sorry, my math is wrong. But the point I'm trying to make is, so imagine that math, and imagine that every company, that's why they're not doing as much volume as some of us, because every deal has to have such a high upside. And if you're taking money from Ebenezer, then what's your plan to, scale the company, increase the value, but most importantly, exit that investment for him? I feel like we are so, challenged by lack of access to capital, so we're trying to prove ourselves, like, my business is great, my business is, gonna solve, etc. And that's one part, is to convince that, yes, it's a great business, but we don't think enough, especially in our community, about the second part, that if you're taking VC, you have to actually have a plan to return it. And I find that it's better when you're working with the investor from day one with that in mind. Like, we've had a few exits where, because of the fact that that was the goal, we only invested because they already had a pathway towards an exit, and we had a relationship we could facilitate for the acquisition to happen. So you have to be thinking like that as well as a founder if you're taking venture capital. Our panel today and this segment of the Innovation Festival is powered by Grand Challenges Canada, also one of the most active investors in this space. So I know Bridge has a lot to add to this topic, and I'll let him introduce himself shortly. To frame the sort of perspective for Grand Challenges, so Grand Challenges sits at the earliest, riskiest edge of the capital stack, funding innovations long before they're commercially investable. Can you, walk us through this so the founders in the room understand where GCC's capital actually sits in an African innovator's journey, and what kind of risk that you're willing to absorb that no one else or most investors wouldn't?
Great, thank you. And it's great to be here today. So my name is Brishan Raoji. I co-lead the Impact Investments team at Grand Challenges Canada. We are an impact-first, not-for-profit institution based out right here in Toronto. And we focus on the healthcare sector. We provide funding to the healthcare sector, specifically in low and middle income countries, with a large focus on sub-Saharan Africa. I'm South African by birth. I've spent most of my life there. And so I have a deep connection to the African continent. And so we typically fund, as you mentioned, we used to fund very, very early stage, and we still do. We've been around for roughly 15 years, and in that time we've deployed roughly $500 million into low and middle income countries, and we've funded just over 1,500 different innovations. Our current portfolio is roughly 400 companies, roughly. And so we've got a depth of knowledge, specifically within sub-Saharan Africa, that is quite rare for a Canadian investor, if you want to call us that. But we are the largest impact first within Canada. So to answer your question, we predominantly used to fund using grants, and that was very early stage. So we have multiple stages that we can fund. The first is proof of concept or seed stage. Those are very, very early stage innovations that are still developing the ideas, and we typically would provide funding at that point up to about 250,000 Canadian dollars. And then we have a second stage which has multiple sub-stages, but we call it transition to scale. And that's helping them post the idea phase is to actually develop a business idea and actually go out and do it and test out the evidence and see if this actually works. There's different phases of that. And then post that, we're now launching a scale portfolio. So once they're at the point of actually getting traction and they want to expand to different countries or just expand generally to get to that scale, we're going to be part of that journey. So what Grand Challenges allows these innovators to do is to allow us to be part of the journey, to be a long-term partner. So I have multiple examples, but we can provide funding at all stages of that investment cycle. So we can come in very early at the seed stage with grants, and later on in transition to scale, we can do debt. And now when I joined GCC, we started doing equity investments as well. So we can do pretty much everything from grants, convertible notes, convertible grants, hybrid instruments, equity, whatever it takes at different stages, which I think is quite rare in this space. There's not a lot of impact-first investors that can go along for the full journey, especially being really patient, and having patient capital. So and also to answer your question around risk, we take on a large number of risks that most commercial investors would not take on. So, beyond financial risk, we take on market risk, market fit risk, we take on execution risk, so we take on multiple risks. Obviously, at different stages, there's different levels of risk that we take on, and we fund at different stages in appropriate ways using different types of capital within our, instrument set.
Thank you very much, Brish. Well said. And yes, Grand Challenges has been doing this for a while. We have a lot of companies that we share as well. So whenever we bring our entrepreneurs from Africa to Canada, we always have them also spend some time in the GCC office because we're literally next door neighbors. I think this panel represents different parts of the capital stack. I think I have a thesis that we're testing for our next fund at African Impact Initiative, where I don't think the lack of capital or lack of access to capital for founders is due to not enough capital available, personally. I know that might sound wrong, but I don't think that's the case. We just heard, and if you count how much these funds have, if it's used effectively, I think we can get a lot more. So our new thesis is we're trying to do every transaction going forward by stacking different stacks per transaction. So rather than, because you find if you're in a fund like Ebenezer, for example, you have to be laser focused on returning the fund. So some companies you will fund might take the capital even though they should be taking not everything from you, maybe some of it from Lindsay, some of it from Jen. But then, that lack of, from the founder's perspective, they don't get it the way we do, so they're just chasing what they can get. I feel like if each deal, say the guy that just spoke before us, like Yekola, he needs to scale this, he needs maybe some working capital. Not everything he should be getting should just be investments, but he's maybe chasing only VCs. He needs some patient capital, like the grants. So I feel like we're trying to test this out, and I will be reaching out to everybody, so that whenever we're doing an investment, we're doing it with the other people on the table that need to do, the investment. I'm gonna give you guys the next question in two in one because of time. So bear with me. One of it is tied to the strategies implementation, going back to the theme of the conversation. And then I'm also gonna open the floor for a round of questions, maybe 2 or 3, and then we can answer that together as well. So this round is going to be focused, like I said, on the gaps and how the strategy can actually implement. So you can, sorry, let me read it specifically for each person. So Mira, Jen, if you could redesign the Canadian development finance infrastructure and how it flows to African SMEs, so that's like the trade and development nexus that the strategy talks about, what's the single structural change that would have the biggest multiplier?
Thank you for the question. I think for me, it would be to remove the intermediaries and use, so a lot of, if you take a look at FinDev, a lot of the access to capital is done through intermediaries, sometimes banks. The problem with using intermediaries is that they have organizational, there's organizational structures that prevent them to move very fast to their capital. But you can use MEDA, for instance. I'm saying this unabashedly. You can use MEDA to actually get faster to the SMEs than you can. So for me, I think that the collateral barriers and the structures that are placed by using some of the intermediaries that our strategies are using makes it very difficult for the money to get to the SMEs on time. And also, by the time it gets to the SME, the structure in which it gets to the SME might not be the structure that the SME needs it for, because FinDev has their own structure, they have their own policies that they have to get into. So for me, for us to be able to have a structure in place, we need to start looking at philanthropic organizations that are actually doing impact investment that has been able to solve for the structural inefficiencies within the system that we are actually going into, because from the MasterCard Africa Growth Fund, we have lessons that we've learned. A couple of them are, when you're structuring deals, you have condition precedent. And I've often challenged that what are your condition precedents trying to solve for? If you're given a condition precedent to maybe a fund manager or a funder that they should reach X amount of revenue, or maybe they should raise 10 million before you can bring in your capital, we are wasting both our times, because I need the capital to get to that revenue that you're asking me to get to. And I need that money to be able to raise additional funding and to actually give you the proof of concept that you're looking for. So tying me to a condition precedent that is not applicable, doesn't actually create any solution. It doesn't help anyone. And I think what you said is really critical, is that where do we all come in at different parts of the capital structure? So I can start, and then you follow, and somebody else follows, and then somebody else follows, as opposed to bringing all the capital at the same time. Because the capital at the same time is not going to yield the same results, because the founder that you started, I think Eben is the one who said something, the value creation piece is really critical to get them to be able to generate the revenue that you're looking for your capital to make sense to them. So I think that for me, like removing those structural barriers and stop using those intermediaries vis-a-vis the banks or other well-situated institutions that have shareholders, so they have barriers in place, and then using organizations like MIDA that are more agile, that we can get to the SME faster and quicker. I think
Very
that
well
for
said.
me.
Yeah, like capital needs to move at faster speed. And for context with MIDA, like they implement the MasterCard Africa Growth Fund. So I think the first pool was about $200 million, and they worked with investors. So they have a wealth of knowledge. They worked with funds, deployed this capital to funds who then invest in SMEs. So a lot of what she's sharing comes from primary data that's been collected and lived experience as well. So you should check out, MIDA and the MasterCard Africa Growth Fund. They are also a big strategic partner for putting this festival together. And I will go next to Lindsay. I feel like you're ready.
I am.
Ready to go. Let me phrase the question for you. So from Thinker's perspective, the strategy does emphasize youth, women, and inclusion. So from a financial inclusion lens, what does Canada consistently underfund? And what would it take for Canadian capital to reach the base of the pyramid without necessarily crowding out local financial institutions?
So thanks so much for the question. I think first I'm just going to react to Jen's response, and just to say I agree that there are challenges in timing of disbursements and of transfers. But I wouldn't say that we should cut out all of the intermediary banks. For example, in the DRC, our loan sizes range from $100 to $200,000. So we're actually funding a number of fairly significant businesses. I agree, though, loan decision-making time needs to be quick, efficient, and we're all trying to reduce the costs as much as possible. We're actually rolling out across all of our subsidiaries a really innovative cloud-based core banking system that allows us to do much more tailored and individualized loans at scale while still maintaining all the regulatory requirements. And that allows us to get the decision time down from what used to be, a couple of weeks to a couple of days, hopefully soon to be a couple of hours. So
I think the fact that you guys are collecting your earlier response, the digitization gap that you're bridging, I guess makes it faster to then make these decisions.
Absolutely. But back to your question on what is Canada underfund, I mean, I do think that there's a lot more that could be done on engaging with local financial institutions and certainly providing opportunities to support them. But just one other interesting statistic. So when we did look, and I did mention between 2019 and 2025, Canadian-focused impact investing into emerging markets doubled, and it went up to $4.6 billion, which is a tiny drop in the bucket of the overall Canadian financial system. 90% of that was because of FinDev. So argue that, the government, we are seeing a lot of money increase there. To me, the bigger question is, how do we get the vast amounts of the Canadian institutional investors and diaspora investors much more engaged, so that we're leveraging the government money in the stack in the right way? So picking up on your questions. I'm sorry that ADM Urban's not here, because I would say I think certainly an SME securitization fund that's Africa focused, but also led by a Canadian fund manager would be one thing that I think might roll out. They've certainly supported one Canadian-based impact investing fund, but in the Caribbean. I know they've done some securitization with some global impact investors. I think that the space is right, because we're seeing a lot of opportunity there. The other thing, though, is just to say it's not so much, I think a lot of the discussions about what should the government do comes down to how much government should be funding. And rather, I think we should be also taking a whole of government approach. The RRSP rules are very restrictive, and they're not incentivized in a way for us to do impact investing into emerging markets. That's not global affairs, that's the Ministry of Finance. There are a lot of restrictions on how foundations can use their philanthropic resources, especially internationally, that could be tweaked to improve that. And then I think as well, it's certainly compared to if we were in Europe, you could go into a lot of different banks and put your money into an impact investment that would go directly into smallholder farming in Africa. We do not have appropriate retail products in Canada, because we all have resources and we all invest money and we make our own financial choices. And so having that product for the individual Canadian will be really important. Similarly, pushing on everybody's, pension managers to say, hey, what about this? Try to do that. So it's a multi-pronged thing. It's not just about government funding. It's about how do we take a whole of government approach. So yeah, but I'm a big fan of the idea of an Africa-focused SME securitization fund where the government does take that first loss, and then we can try to crowd in some of the institutional investors.
That's very well said, very well said. And I think you touched on something so important, and we're going to do this later today. So there's a prize, we're doing a pitch competition this year, and one of our sources of capital has always been our community, because we're a very community-focused organization. So the $100,000 we're providing is purely from diaspora individuals, Africans who just want to fund, things back in Africa, and we crowded this out in like 12 days. So we've done a lot of that. So the diaspora. But I say that to say the people in this room are also a big part of that. A lot of them, it's their money, but they just want to see it go back into Africa, right? So I think for those in the room, I loved your points about the individual product, because doing this is quite complicated, like technically on the back end. But there's a signal that the diaspora also wants its capital to also go back into Africa. So how can we leverage that more? I think there's an interesting angle there. But Ebenezer, I'll go to you next. So for you, the BKR angle, the strategy actually leans heavily on diaspora engagement, so just building on my last point, and on mobilizing private finance. As a commercial investor, what would actually move you and your LPs to deploy into African markets? I know BDC is one of your biggest funders, and it's Canadian. You made a good point, though, that a lot of Black Canadians are from African roots, so I think you're actually having a lot more impact in Africa than people might think. But what would it look like, and what's the role of the Canadian public capital in changing that risk calculus?
Just to expand on that, what will make us move? I think for us, we're already there. We are believers in Africa, and it's a matter of the type of capital you are deploying, right? I would say that for venture capital, today I'm wearing my 100% venture capital hat. I used to sit on the CAFID Business Development Committee, so I'm talking less about impact today, more about VC. For VC investors, as I earlier said, it's really about the returns. And so usually we can talk about getting more LPs, to invest in the VC, say, asset class. But for many of them, this is a portion of the allocation. The return they're expecting is very outsized. And so when we are building a new market, they are not the right kind of LPs to bring in at that time. What we need to do is first demonstrate it, and then if they see the returns, they will come. What I mean by that is this. We usually end up with a lot of programming, and as Jen mentioned, you have a fund manager who wants to go, let's say, into Africa, and they need a certain size of their fund to have an economically viable fund, right, to cover the right cost to be able to make the investments. And the programming or facility that's funding them would say, oh, I'm providing you maybe 5 out of 50 million, match it with private capital, and then you can go ahead and invest. And so you have a lot of funds that have received that kind of commitment, have not been able to deploy any capital, because you first need to demonstrate it before that private capital will come in. So we need a shift of mindset to say, look, we see the opportunity. There are funds, there are diaspora-led vehicles that are already seeing the opportunity because they are closer to it. And we need to put our money where our mouth is by backing them and backing them adequately to be able to go into these markets, do these investments, show those returns. And we will not be talking about pension funds coming in or LPs being encouraged to come in. They will chase it once they see those returns. So we need a change in that mindset. We need to be more entrepreneurial. We need to back those that are taking the risks, those that are already in the markets, that are making these investments. Provide them the funding, change the way we design these programs. Sometimes we talk about matching capital, sometimes we talk about the first loss and all that. They are great, they work. But I think what we need first is the ability to move with speed, back those that are taking risk, and provide them the capital to be able to demonstrate that there are returns in these markets.
Very well said, very well said. Like, build it and they will come, right? And I think it's a challenge. You're challenging all of us. I think it's a challenge. We want to do this event every year by the grace of God. So next year at CAIF, I expect that we should have figured out something that allows us to move at more speed. So I'm being told that we have to wrap up the panel, so I'll give Brick the last word. Some of the investors are still around, so I would say, I know you have a lot of questions, I'm sorry, network with them and pitch to them and, ask your questions. But because of time, we'll wrap up with Brick having the last word. So from your perspective, GCC has spent years proving which early stage models work. As Canada scales its Africa financing, how should it use the evidence and catalytic capital so that proven innovations don't just die at the pilot stage?
Yeah, great question. I think, as I mentioned before, we've been around for about 17 years now. We've funded over 1,500 innovations, and so we have a depth of knowledge that we're starting to unpack, and there's a lot of learnings from that. I think the biggest thing is, it's not just, there's different stages. There's the pilot stage, and there's risks at all of these stages. But what we found is that innovators or entrepreneurs lack partnerships that last a long time from people, or at least from our side, from impact investors that are there for the journey for a very long time. And so what we have started to do now is to do exactly that. So I'll give you an example. One innovation that we funded very early on at a proof of concept stage is called Access Afya, which is a microclinic innovation in Kenya. And we funded them with a grant back in 2016, I believe, or 2015. And over the course of 10 years, we've done multiple grants. We did a convertible note, and 2 years ago, we did a round of equity with them as well. And so we not only provide funding, we consider ourselves long-term partners from a financial perspective, but also a strategic perspective. So obviously financial from the funding that we provide, but also strategic from the additional whether it's technical assistance or venture support or just hands-on support. So with this Innovation Access AFIA, I sit on the board, and we have a full team that is actually, dedicated and helping them as they now starting to think about, scaling. So there's a lot that we've learned, and there's many different types of risks, and so we trying to play. A lot of people say, a grant provider might say, we can't get in now because it's too mature for us, or a commercial investor will say, we can't do anything right now because it's too early. So we're trying to bridge that gap and say, let's just be along the journey and we'll help you crowd in additional investors at different points. So Grand Challenges Canada is also very helpful if we are an equity investor and we're sitting on your cap table or your shareholder table, it provides a lot of, comfort to other investors, saying that there's a North American, specifically Canadian shareholder on your cap table, and we unlock a lot of other partners because we have a very big ecosystem and partners that we work with. So we often crowd in additional investors, and so we're trying to do that more and more. And as I mentioned, we're launching a scale portfolio. So now we're going a step further. So we're going from super early stage all the way through to a seed stage, pre-Series A. We can do Series A, and now we're going into B and C. So we're going to be along the full journey, whether that's 10 to 15 years.
And honestly, we need more critical thinking and more long-term partnership from an investment lens as well. GCC, I think, is an example of what we can aspire to do as investors in that lens. I want to thank you all. I wish we had more time. And I would like to, just invite the audience to appreciate our panelists as well with a round of applause. They're very busy people, so thank you for spending time. I know we went over as well. And I'll also invite the photo team to get a picture of the panel as we transition to the next round.
Right. Please, another round of applause for the panelists. So next up, we have another interesting segment, Innovation Spotlight. So for those who are not aware, we run the African Impact Challenge. It's our program that supports African entrepreneurs, helping them scale to global markets and access capital and resources as well. We recently started our new cohort, our bootcamp, about 15,000 entrepreneurs, about 15,000 entrepreneurs engaged in the bootcamp this year. We're in the process of selecting our finalists currently, and we're doing interviews to see who will be joining our portfolio companies. And recently, I think about 2 weeks ago, I met Nguto during the interview phase. We were so blown away as a team that we felt that it would be amiss not to invite him to talk about what he's doing in the Nigerian housing markets. We haven't selected our final cohort yet, but we feel like out of everyone we've spoken to, he's one of those folks who is here in Canada that people need to know what he's doing back on the continent. That's amazing. So please welcome Nguto from Giddaa.
All right, thank you so much, Asante. Okay, this is the clicker. I'm going to try. So I'm the kind of person that likes impromptu things, so I like to walk and talk. But I did write something for this because I think it's important. And we'll be talking about Africa and what the future holds. We have a population that is going to grow at an astronomical rate, and we don't have the housing market for it. So in Canada, a lot of the immigration pullback was because of the housing markets. In Nigeria, we are going to add 18 million people to our housing market, to our population, our urban population in the next 10 years. That's 2 times Canada currently. So I want to just talk about how we can solve some of these problems. Okay. Okay, so again, my name is Guto. I'm Nigerian. I live in Halifax, and I run a company called Giddaa that I built because basically everyone I know who earns a stable income in Nigeria pays rent every year and quietly assumes they would never own the home they live in. So we're on a mission to help everyone with a sustainable income own a home before 40 years old. So I want to introduce you to our first customer. Her name is Bidemi. When Bidemi first heard about us, she didn't believe we were real. She asked about us. She asked to come to our office. At the time, it was at my family's house. She showed up not alone, but she showed up with her father, her mother, and her husband, and sat in our living room while my siblings were just looking around and were like, who is this? Who are these people in the house? Bidemi needed her entourage for assurances. We welcomed her, she stayed, she listened, and slowly she started to believe that she could realistically own a home and we're not a scam. Last week, she got the title deed to her home, bought through Nigeria's National Housing Fund, a fund she'd been paying into for years that she didn't know she could use, that nobody had ever explained to her. In Lagos, nearly 3 out of 4 people don't own the home they live in, one of the lowest home ownership rates anywhere in the world. And Nigeria, as I said before, is going to add 80 million plus people to its urban population in the next 10 years, 2 times the current population of Canada, the entire Canada. Every year, fewer than 20,000 Nigerians get a home loan, 20,000 in a population of 240 million. And the reason isn't poverty. The cities are full. It's very urban. Nigeria has a 55% urban population. The real reason is quieter. Nobody trusts the system, and the system has done little to deserve otherwise. Buyers assume mortgages aren't for them. The agents meant to guide them don't understand mortgages either, so they sell the only way they know how. Cash, full payment, today. And a whole population of qualified buyers never even hear the word mortgage. We've built a housing market structurally incapable of selling the one product that has proven for many decades to create homeowners. There's a story everyone tells. Nigerians don't like loans. I half believed it too. Then I tried to explain M-Copper, an asset financing company, which put 231 billion naira of financing into the hands of 1 million Nigerians last year alone. For nearly 40% of them, it was the first formal loan of their lives. Or MRIF, a $1 billion housing fund launched last year by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated, MOFI, that keeps getting more requests from banks because they're actually oversubscribed. Nigerians don't dislike loans. They've just never been offered one they could afford and understand from someone they trusted who knew how it worked and can sell it and stand behind it. The problem was never appetite, it was trust. And in housing, the infrastructure for trust is concrete and steel. It isn't just concrete and steel, sorry. It's people. And I learned that the hard way. Let me tell you a short story. A lady found a property on Giddaa, life camp, Abuja, right unit, right price, checkbook practically signed. She shows up 10 minutes late, and the developer sales staff shouts at her loudly in public. This is to a Nigerian lady. A paying customer who done nothing wrong. She called me obviously upset. She had been disrespected in public, and she was sparing no details. And then she said, I trust Giddaa. That's the only reason I'm still on this phone. I'll buy through you, but I'm never dealing with that woman again. She stayed, every right to walk, and she stayed because she trusted us. Then the sales staff called us, the same one who did the shouting at the lady, to apologize to the client on her behalf. That's when I understood what we'd actually built, not a platform, a trusted brand in a market that has almost none. And we're giving it away free to every untrained agent we handed our clients to. So we stopped, and the results are interesting. First year, passing leads to external agents, 0 sales. Second year, when we claimed back this, our numbers went up. We sold 40 homes in that single year. But 40 homes is not 28 million, which is Nigeria's housing deficit. So how do you scale trust? This was our next question. The answer is people. So we built a free training and certification program for the hundreds of thousands of agents already operating in Nigeria with no license, no standards, and zero accountability. Let me tell you about two of them. Israel is 26 years old. In the 7 months since we began collaborating with him, he's earned more than 12 million naira selling homes, about 10 years of a typical income in the 7 months because of Giddaa. Nene is 19, shy but ambitious. She completed our program last month. Last week, she went on her first ever property inspection beside her mentor, Nisi. 44% of our super agents are women in a profession that has historically been male. Israel and Nene are not a footnote to the housing market. They are its missing infrastructure, and there are hundreds of thousands more where they came from. So, where do we think all this gets us in the end? What does the future look like? We see a future where anyone with a sustainable income can own a home, where homes are financed instead of stalled, where there's more professionalism, standards, and collaboration, leading to much needed increased transaction volume, and where the housing market serves as a major engine for job creation and dignified work empowerment for the continent with the world's youngest people. I see Giddaa doing for housing what MoneyPoint and OPay did for payments, and then scaling it across Africa, one agent at a time. Nigeria doesn't really have we don't only have an inventory problem or a financing problem, we have a massive trust problem. Bidemi owns a home because someone she trusted finally sat with her and explained how it worked. There are millions of Bidemis. We need to build infrastructure to make them homeowners. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for Peter. I like to tell my team that he's basically building the Zillow for Africa, which is cool. I haven't seen something like that being done before, so please find some time to connect with him afterwards. And up next, we have someone who's very close to home, Ibukun from Cellect, Antitemite Zone. I won't spoil it with any intro, I'll let her do it herself, but please welcome Ibukun to stage. You can tell everyone loves Ibukun at this point.
When I was 14 years old, a teacher told me not to bother writing a certain exam. Now, the exams are called IGCSEs, and a lot of us are probably familiar with it. It transitions you from high school to whatever is next in the British curriculum. Now, my family had just moved from Nigeria to this small village in the south of France. And my life was already confusing enough because I'd moved from being top of my class in Nigeria to this school system that didn't know what to do with me. This teacher made my life miserable. Every opportunity that she got, she told me that it was going to be a complete flop for me to try these exams. Now, unlike that teacher, my parents, who happen to be here today, shout out to them, they believed in me. And guess what? I did those exams, and I got 7 out of 8 A's, including in French, Spanish, the core science courses, you name it. Now, looking back at that event, I realized something about building the future, and that is that it starts sometimes with you refusing to accept what somebody else defines as possible for you. We're a lot of immigrants in the room, and I know that we are familiar with how life can redefine you and humble you at the same time, because I was just settling into France, haven't finished these exams, looking at doing international baccalaureate as the next phase, and my dad walks up to me one summer afternoon and says, "You're going to Canada." And I'm thinking, you've got to be kidding me. But he wasn't, because 3 weeks after that, I found myself in Canada. I wasn't even 16 years at that time. And I remember just crying my eyes out and thinking, what exactly is happening to my life right now? And I know that a lot of us can relate to that feeling where your life feels like it's restarting. New country, new system, new version of yourself. And for me, I realized that my life wasn't just restarting. It was actually being expanded. And one of the things that has constantly expanded my world is science. This machine you see on the screen was my fascination in grade 12. I couldn't believe how this machine lets you see the insides of your body. And through this fascination, I ended up doing biomedical engineering for my bachelor's and for my master's, and working several years in the health tech industry. Now, this fascination led me to doing that, and during my master's, I did science outreach work, and I caught this spark doing that work. I would go into schools, public schools in Saskatoon, and there were these young people whose eyes would light up every time they realized that science wasn't just theory, but something that they could actually relate to. There was this spark and this thing that they had when they could actually build things. And I started to think about my own experience growing up in Nigeria, how we didn't have enough spaces that kind of encouraged that thinking and building things and converting problems into solutions. And so I decided to basically do something about it, and I'll talk about it in a moment. But there was also a second spark moment for me, and that was a conversation that I had with my grandma when I was young. I'm sure some of us would be familiar with these brooms, and one in particular. My grandma would insist that I use the broom that basically builds character in you. And one day I sat her down and I was like, why? Like, I could just use this long broom, which we had at home. But she was like, you had to use this. And I asked her why, and she said, well, because it's how we've always done it. And it made me think about how many things that we have kind of just stuck to because nobody thought long enough to think, is there a better way of doing this? And yeah, so that question led to two things that I'm building today, thanks to my grandma. The first thing is the STEMite zone. At the STEMite zone, we are of the conviction and vision that Africa can be the most innovative place in the world by 2034. The reason for this is not just vibes, as my Gen Z people will say. It's observing two things that Africa has an abundance of. One is an abundance of young people. Africa has the largest youth population in the world. Second is an abundance of problems. Now, at the STEMite zone, what we're actually doing is equipping these young people, which we have an abundance of, to have an entrepreneurial thinking, to convert those problems, which we also have an abundance of, so that we basically convert those problems into solutions and innovations, which we will have an abundance of. And the second thing I'm actually building is called Cellect. At Cellect, we're making menstrual effluent a viable diagnostic fluid for various gynecological conditions. I have a quick question for you. How many of you in the room have ever done a pap smear? You ever done a pap smear? How was it? Those of you who have your hands down, I want you to look at those people who have their hands up. These people have been through it. Please give them their flowers. Because how would you explain cold metal being shoved into you, made by a man in 1845, by the way, to scrape cells that are in abundance in menstrual effluent that is shed every single month? And so what we're doing at Cellect is making those biologicals present in the menstrual effluent usable directly in the lab for analysis. I've been doing this for about 2 years, and over this time, we have raised over $400,000 in non-dilutive funding. We've engaged with hundreds of women in validation. We've filed our patents. We've secured LOIs from clinicians and diagnostic entities. And this summer, we're running a feasibility study with one of the biggest diagnostic companies in North America. And only a few days ago, we had a viral TikTok moment. Over 2 million views, thousands of women in the comments, some of them saying, why has no one thought about this? I need this before I get to do a pap smear. And I'm looking through these comments and I'm thinking to myself, that same question. How many things have we just accepted simply because nobody has thought long enough to ask the question, Is this the best that we can do? And I'm sure that's the reason why a lot of us are here today, because deep down, we believe that better futures are worth building. Whether it's better healthcare systems, better opportunities, better technologies, better pathways for young people, better connections between Canada and Africa. So I would like to invite you today, whether you're an investor, a policymaker, a student, a founder, or simply someone who believes in possibility, to not just look and admire the future from the distance, join us in building it. Thank you very much.
Please, another round of applause for Ibukun. Ibukun is like African Impact's baby at this point. We make sure we support her with everything that she does, both STEMite Zone and Cellect. She's doing amazing. She's, for me, an exemplary woman, Black African woman in Canada that's breaking boundaries. I cannot overstate that. So please invest time, everyone in the room. I'm spending time on this because it's very important. Talk to her, find out about what she's doing, both with the STEMite Zone first and also with Cellect Laboratories. Both are amazing things, amazing initiatives that we can all plug into and support further. So please, another round of applause for Ibukun. Okay, so we actually are supposed to have an intermission at this point. I see some people were already unruly and decided to go get the meals ahead of time. So we're going to just skip ahead or take a little bit of a break. Maybe we'll play some light music in the room and figure out the food for those who haven't gotten them, and then we'll proceed right into the session with the pitches right away. So that should give us about 10 minutes to just get those things set together. And please do not move. Folks already moved. We'll get the African Impact team to get the food for those who haven't received them and bring them into the space in a little bit. Thank you very much. Just give us 10 minutes. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Can I get your attention? We're about to get started on the... Hi, everyone. Please, if you're standing, could you find a seat? And if you're at the back, please, I would encourage you to find a seat forward. We're about to get started with the pitch competition. So please, if you don't mind, get a seat in front of you if there's a seat free in front of you. And if you're standing, please get seated as well so we can proceed with the segments.
Whoever you need to manage, needs to go to manage so that just make sure that we'll do what we need to do, but we're clearly going to be behind time. So just make sure you manage whoever needs to be managed. All right, thank you guys so much for sticking around. I know it's been a long day. Has everyone gotten food? Okay, so we are fed, so people are less, edgy. Thank you, and thank you for your patience as well. Part of what caused the delays, there was a traffic congestion, some speakers, the MP Rob, his timing got messed up, but I think it was important that we allowed the first conversation to happen because I think he really engaged with us. Something else that caused the delay was today was the Champions League final. Are there any Arsenal fans in the room? Well, you shouldn't be excited because you guys just... but, commiserations to the Arsenal fans in the room. And thank you guys for still making it. we had it streaming. Some of our judges are very big soccer fans, so we had to have it streaming in the speakers lounge. But anyways, I think we're ready to get started. So I'm going to just give us a sense of why we're doing this segment of the afternoon, and I think this is actually the most exciting segment. We're also going to need you guys to actively participate in the selection process. Part of our thesis for the next wave of Canada-Africa innovation is that the diaspora's voice needs to shape, the direction. So what does that mean? The diaspora's voice needs to shape who we are investing in as investors, funders, but also we have the relationships, we have the market intelligence, we have the trust of our African communities. So that's a very important part of scaling innovation, right? Whoever we fund today that you guys pick, we also have to commit that we're going to help them expand in the African markets that we're funding them to go to. So how many people here are from West Africa? So Nigeria, Ghana, you can raise your hands. Good. How many people here are from East Africa? Representation. How many people here are from the southern part of Africa? Okay, we need to do better, so invite more South Africans, next year. And the most underrepresented in our space usually is from the north, so I'll be surprised if we have any, but anyone here from North Africa? Okay, we have one. So my plea to you is next year when we do this event, we really want to reach that community more. But I did that to show you that the entrepreneurs that are pitching here, they're doing so because we're trying to help them expand into African markets. So you're going to hear some of them trying to go into the West, the East, the North, the South. If you raised your hand for any of your segments, then we're counting on you that when you help us select who wins, you're also going to help us make sure they get whatever they need to succeed. Whether that's an introduction to a bank in Nigeria or an introduction to someone in Kenya, we have the representation here. And our thesis going into the next season of African Impact Initiatives, investment and funding activity is that we want to invest alongside diaspora voices. We want those voices to shape what we invest in, but also to shape how we help them expand. We're launching 2 exciting things. So we've been doing some work over the years. You heard it in the conversation, where we started with our African Impact Challenge, which has been our primary program. Over the last 5 years, we have trained over 15,000 entrepreneurs across 46 African countries. We have invested in 105, and these companies have gone on to do, thank you. Thank you. And these companies have gone on to generate hundreds of millions in additional revenue post our investment. So we have a lot of data. We've studied those who are doing really well. We've seen what are the trends that are backing those who are doing really well. And the thesis we have backing that, this idea of market creating innovations, in Canada, we have so many things going well for us. We have electricity, we have internet, we have access to financial services. The companies that we've funded who've been able to create new markets for those who don't have access to these things by building solutions that they can use. So you've heard from Giddaa, you've heard from Ibukun, like those kind of entrepreneurs have outperformed because they're increasing access, and people need a lot of stuff in Africa. The Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the needs at the bottom are still problems today. Whereas in Canada, those of you who know, I also lead the Black Founders Network here. We invest in Black entrepreneurs primarily based here, completely different suite of problems. Here we're trying to innovate to the next level. So two different spectrums, but then there is an opportunity to connect both markets. And the diaspora has to be a big part of that voice. So what we're launching next is the African Impact Fund. It's gonna do a few things. It's not reinventing the wheel. Rather than bringing in another new fund, we're going to try to help coordinate with our partners who are already investing so that we invest in each company with the right capital stack necessary. So think of, and we're piloting that with this pitch competition. So the prize monies that they're getting, it's grants and investments that were all pulled from the diaspora, people in this room. But then we're gonna also add an element of working capital to the winners. So we have some judges, I'll introduce them and you hear what they do. And they provide working capital solutions on top of these funding prizes. So this is a pilot of making individual investments with different capital stacks in that investment. But then beyond the African Impact Fund, which is gonna do more of that, we're launching a Canada-Africa Business Expansion Program. So we're seeing a need, and it was heard very clearly yesterday. We had a gathering yesterday for day one, private gathering, 100 leaders, the most significantly influential investors of African descent in Canada, and also corporate leaders. And it was very clear that if we work together as a community, we can actually help businesses here to build products and services that are needed in Africa and help them expand into Africa. We can also do the same thing the other way around. We can help businesses in Africa to build products and services needed in Canada and help them expand. The diaspora is the missing piece. So this business expansion program, those who win the funding today that you guys choose are going to be our first cohort. We're gonna experiment with, you picked them, so you're responsible with us for helping them expand, but then we wanna open this up more to other organizations that wanna use this platform. So that's my preamble to this segment. We have some amazing judges who I will quickly let to introduce themselves, their work. You've heard from some of them before, so there's two that were here before, but I'll give them the floor to quickly say a few words to the audience, what you do, what your organization does, and we'll keep it really rapid fire so we can get into the pitches. So I need yes, if you can just help me pass this over to them.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Foza. Thank you to the entire team. I'm Tamara. I'm the director of the Black Entrepreneur Starter Program at Futurepreneur. We're a nonprofit located in Toronto, and we offer up to $75,000 in loan capital, guarantee-free. So the amount is determined based on your credit, because at Futurepreneur, it's important for us to focus on young entrepreneurs. I know 40 is still young, but our target audience is 18 to 39. We focus a lot also on wraparound services, so we help you with business plans, cash flow statements, so you can secure financing with us, and also financing elsewhere. So again, thank you, Ifosa, and very happy to be here. Best of luck to everyone that's pitching.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'll keep it short because I already spoke in a previous panel. I'm Beniza from BKR Capital, and we invest in blacklist startups. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm the principal that will come after you if you happen to be standing outside when you're supposed to be inside. Titia Kisami, thank you. Thank you. Please go ahead. We need discipline. We're Africans and we're disciplined. I invest. I do it in fun ways, in ways that light me up, but even more important, create sustainable impact. It's been a real pleasure working with you guys. Lead investment for today with the Sister Collective. It is Sister Collective. Apologies to all the gentlemen, but I will still take your money if you want to join the team, and I think that's about it. Anything else I should add? We're good. Oh, yes, I'm investing in the investment zone. I will be here for the long haul. I'm a firm believer in the African continent and what we do. Been doing it for 27 years. I will do my best to still be here, maybe another 50. Trying to figure out my age.
I'll keep it short. I was on the panel. So Jen McBruce, I work for MEDA, the Mennonite Economic Development Associate, which we are a strategic partner to this event as well. MEDA is at the nexus of development, finance, and impact investing. And I'm very happy with the work that we are doing across Africa, Latin America, and Asia Pacific around development, finance, and impact investment. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Michael Onobote. I'm a partner at the African Impact Fund, the venture arm of African Impact Initiative. And I think you heard from EFOSA, the amazing work that the African Impact Initiative has been doing. And our core focus, or what I'll say our core thesis, is backing founders who are market-creating innovation. So essentially, not just entering existing markets, but creating new ones. And we're doing that with an inclusive lens as well, looking at where typically capital would, we're looking at where capital should go to, such as youth, women-led businesses, and underserved markets. So it's a pleasure to be here, and once again, congratulations to all the founders that are pitching today, and thank you all for the amazing support as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sambu Koli. I'm working for Catalyst Plus, international development organization based in Toronto. I'm the director of international services. So what Catalyst Plus does, we have a roster of 2,000 Canadian experts. We deploy them in Africa and across the globe. And we provide short-term capital building to micro, small enterprises, to government in areas like communication, marketing, business planning, and also financial management. Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much. So yes, we are about to get into the pitches. Thank you to the judges for giving us their time. The African Impact Fund team for the full day has been in the investment zone hearing pitches one-on-one from the entrepreneurs who qualified for the finals of this. So Michael, Tracy, and then some of our angel investors, Stephen, who's one of our sponsors from Career Accelerators, Ehi, who's one of our sponsors from Anuncio. I'm not sure if I'm missing anybody, Ayo, who's one of our sponsors from Harbon Capital. So it's been a collaborative exercise where we received tons of applications, invited the top scoring 18 to the festival for the finals, and now the final 9 are going to be pitching on stage, and we're going to be having 6 winners. So the 100K is going to be broken down into 6 prizes. The first track, the builder's track, the winner gets, I think, $15,000, and the runner-up gets a grant of $4,000. The second stage, the momentum track, the winner gets $25,000, and the runner-up gets a $10,000 grant. And the final stage, the skill stage, the winner gets $40,000, and the runner-up gets a $10,000 grant. Yes. I'm going to allow this amazing lady introduce herself, but I'll give a bit of a backstory. So African Impact Initiative, we have student chapters. We actually started as a student club at the University of Toronto. So because I came to U of T, I think Jen said it really well in her question to Rob Oliphant, where coming to Canada as a university student, you find that you're sort of, in this day and age, like kind of isolated. Not a lot of people can relate. So before I started AII, I kind of designed in my campus, the Scarborough campus, a revamped version of the African Students Association, like way back when I was a student. And that's where the idea for AII came to be, because there was a lot of young people like Tracy who had ideas similar to Ibukun, but didn't have a platform that sort of recognized our unique lens as African immigrants. So that was why we started the student chapter, which eventually evolved over time to what it is today. Tracy, in her second year, joined our student chapter. So it's still running right now. We have chapters in different universities, etc. She joined as a student, volunteering, helping with events. She was the first person that we sort of saw join our student chapter who had a very keen interest for investing at a young age in a very male-dominated space. So she went across, did some work in the ecosystem, and now we've been able to hire her. So she's our newest addition to the team. I wanted to just welcome her from the community. So she is the Venture Growth and Investment Associates for the African Impact Fund. She did the work that you're going to see today. So I'm on the mic, but I'm like, she's very shy. I'm like, come up, we're going to do this together. So please be, encouraging to her. And this is her first time speaking on stage, but just want to give her her flowers, and I'm going to let her give a little remarks from her perspective about how the experience in the investment zone went and how the day's flow is going to be.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here with everyone today. The past morning has been absolutely amazing. So we went through 17 ventures, people building across EdTech, climate tech, met some really cool founders, got to speak with them and learn more about their ventures. And 9 of them have been shortlisted to speak with everyone here, including the judges. Yeah, very much we care about market creating innovation. So the idea of bringing non-consumers into the market. We care about development, we care about impact. We also care about scalability, especially building across the Canada-Africa corridor. So keep that in mind as you listen to the pitches. Stay engaged, clap, give them their flowers. They worked really hard for these pitches, and they've been in the investment zone for like 3 hours at this point. So let's give them all the love and energy. Final note, Stephen, I do not see you in the front, so please come through. He's one of our angel investors. He will also be participating in the panel. And thank you very much.
So the clicker.
Yes, the clocker is, so we're doing 3 minutes.
Okay.
And then afterwards, one after the other.
Okay, so the first track is the builder track. And the first entrepreneur pitching in this track is, sorry, give me one moment. Oh yeah, Prudence from Manje Health. Please give her a big round of applause as she comes on stage.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. And there we go. My name is Prudence Person, co-founder and CEO of Manje Health. In 2010, my mother was diagnosed with a tumor, and we had no health insurance. So I started sending money to help the family with the medical bills, and I'm not alone. Globally, 40 million Africans in the diaspora are sending $100 billion back home, supporting relatives across the continent. $40 billion is already funding healthcare. However, money transfer apps charge fees, bank wires take days, so patients suffer while funds clear, and there's no guarantee cash sent to a relative will reach the clinic. The problem is not liquidity, it's infrastructure. Our solution is Manje Health. Manje means now, and it's a cross-border healthcare payments infrastructure that helps Africans in the diaspora to pay healthcare providers back home directly without sending money to anyone. Our payment rails are powered by Global Financial Services, and we're currently in discussion with MasterCard to integrate with MasterCard Move for last-mile settlement across Africa. How it works is an African living in the diaspora, say living in Canada, creates an account on Manje where they can request an invoice and receive an invoice from a healthcare provider in Africa, and they pay the medical bill from here with their bank card. No transfer fees, no cash sent to a relative, 100% transparency, and real-time verification of the payment. And the healthcare provider, they receive the notification of the payment and proceed to provide care to the family members back home. So this is a new way of providing healthcare in Africa, and it's infrastructure that has not existed before until we built it. We also give the option to customers to purchase health insurance cover from our licensed partners in Africa for family members back home to protect themselves from financial emergency shock. Our target market is the money transfer corridor in Africa, $100 billion per year in remittances, $40 billion funding healthcare. We see a clear roadmap to reach 100 million euros in revenue within 10 years at 1.7 million transactions. So we have a live platform, live transactions in Ghana and Zambia. We have 700 healthcare providers in those 2 countries. We've signed institutional contracts as well as getting agreements with the diaspora organizations in North America. So for the moot, really, we've built trust, getting 700 providers agreeing to receive payments from the diaspora through Manje. Nobody can copy that. It's built on trust and a relationship that cannot be copied. So Western Union and similar platforms, they build around cash, agent network, speed, volume across all verticals. So for them to build within a single vertical like healthcare, that takes away from their agent network model. So we have a core team. One of my co-founders is a PhD clinical scientist and the brains behind our provider vetting logic. Our other co-founder, Richard, is from Montreal, and he led World Remit for 8 years in Canada during Hyperscale. It's a global fintech unicorn today. And we have Bernie, who's leading our technical engineers in Ghana, actually, where we're building the infrastructure. So my mother's tumor diagnosis is the spark that started Manje Health. However, 40 million Africans in the diaspora sending $100 billion back home to support relatives, impacting over 1 billion lives on the African continent. This money is coming from Canada, from the USA, from Europe, creating impact every day in Africa. However, the people sending this money live my experience every day. We've built the infrastructure, we have the provider partnerships, and we have the network. So let's build together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amazing job. So the builder track is like still sort of MVP, early stage ideation, so it's going to progress in stages across the tracks. We're going to have the other 2 builder founders do their pitches, and then the judges will ask the 3 at the same time. Also pay attention to the entrepreneurs that you can either help with an introduction, help with the connection, and just like make a note of it, because after we're going to network, and please, we want you to help them with that. And finally, we're going to have the audience vote for their best entrepreneurs at the end of all the pitches. So also pay attention to anyone that you think like this was really good, because we'll give you guys a chance to vote with a QR code after all the pitches are done. Okay, so next up, we have someone you already heard from, who was, we didn't know if he was going to make it this far when he was doing his spotlights, because I was in the ROS, but he's going to be pitching from a different angle in terms of pitching to the investors now. So please welcome again to the stage Merve from Yekola.
I'll wait for the cleanup on aisle 4. So, what motivates someone to want to learn a language? For some, it's to reconnect with their roots, maybe to travel. For me, it was to speak to my grandmother. And when I went back to try to find a space to learn my native tongue Lingala, quickly saw there weren't many resources available. Despite there being over 2,000 languages in Africa, major apps only really serve about 4. They even have fake languages like Klingon, but yet they don't want to serve many of the languages that we actually speak. And on top of that, there are language creators all over who have hundreds and thousands of followers on different platforms who are trying to learn from them, but they don't have the infrastructure to monetize. And that is leaving the 7.5 million African and Caribbean immigrants across the diaspora without a tool to be able to connect to their language and to each other, despite this language market growing to $227 billion by 2035. So what did we create? We created Yekola. So this is a 2-part platform. One, it's a place where you can go in there and learn from your auntie back home how to speak Yoruba, Igbo, whatever language that you speak, we let Auntie set the price so that you can't underprice her. Also, there is our Heritage Atlas, for those who were here earlier before, where users can provide context on language, proverbs, idioms, where they are creating the data infrastructure to be able to serve in greater language AI. And it's a community platform where we know that connecting you to each other actually establishes fluency instead of using streaks on apps where you use it for 300 days and you can't order a croissant when you get to Paris. I'm not calling out anybody. So, what is good for Africa? Well, this lets the instructors be from back home. They set their pricing, they grow. We've already worked with governments who are looking to have educational content on these platforms. Some of the things that we did, so we started on the B2B side where we worked with different institutions and government partnerships who were trying to, one, digitize their language and connect on an educational level. And then we launched, and I feel like some of the numbers are missing there, but we also launched the community platform through African student unions across Canada, where we'd already tested with our first 250 beta users, and we've already connected and signed LOIs with 10 African student unions to account for 10,000 students that will be onboarding starting in September. So the app, technically, the community platform is live today, so all of you can add to those numbers. Thank you very much. And we've already brought on cultural creators who have over a community of over 150,000 people, which they're converting their students onto us. Our business model is very simple. Freemium platform, you come on, you connect with fellow Nigerians, Kenyans, etc. We take a 15% commission on any class and transaction that's pulled. So this is an auntie who can give you an offline class on how to cook Nigerian food, or you can do a one-on-one Swahili session in which average class is about $30 to $50, so then that gives us anywhere between $9 to $22 per session. And with our numbers at about 10,000 paying users on a monthly level, we get to 1.8 mil within the next 18 months. So Yekola is not just another language app. What we're really trying to create here is Africa's first cultural operating system. This is a place where you can learn how to dance Congolese dances, mutwashi, that's what it's called. You can learn the language, and as well as you can connect with other people when you're ready to travel back home. On top of that, anytime you guys are participating in our Heritage Atlas, you are creating the AI infrastructure in which we serve companies who need APIs for African language AI in critical industries like finance, healthcare, and etc. Oh, last slide. So like I said before, language is the gateway to culture. Yekola means to learn in my native Lingala, so come learn with us. Thank you.
Amazing job. I know that I've been trying so hard to learn my native language, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of us who immigrated have either lost a bit of touch or don't even know their native languages as well. So I'm looking forward to when that launches to do so. So next up, we have Crafter, IG, joining us on stage from the Builder track.
Hello everyone, my name is IG and I'm the founder of Crafter. Imagine starting a new job, sitting through hours of an onboarding process, and you still don't understand even half of what your benefits offer. Well, you're not alone because over 70% of employees feel the same way, including me. And that's why we built Crafter. I think this is the wrong deck. But this is my co-founder, David, and we are building Crafter, which is a total rewards platform. We integrate with HR information systems and benefit providers, and sorry, this is the wrong deck. Okay, I'll just talk? Okay. All right, so we are building Crafter, which is a total rewards system, and we integrate directly with HR information systems and benefit providers to allow employees to get more personalized and intelligent experiences based on their compensation and their benefits. We work with these systems so that HR teams can save more time and so that they can get more insight into where their investment is actually going and how to optimize that investment year over year. We do this by ingesting, analyzing, and automating. So we take this fragmented information, things like PDFs, legal policies, plan guides that are usually 70 to 80 pages long. Employees never really read them. So we take that into our platform and use the context that we have on the employees to give them those personalized experiences. They can ask questions, they get nudges and reminders throughout the year instead of just during open enrollment, so that they're able to actually action on these benefits and see the realized value in their day-to-day life. Over the past 2 years since ideation, we have built the version 1 of the platform. We did a pilot with Nelson Education in Canada, and then more recently, in the past 2 weeks, we did a trip to Nigeria where we met with various companies like multinationals and people in the fintech and the banking industry, which turned into 4 requests for proposals totaling 125 million naira. These are our partners and recognitions. We won the Canada-Africa FinTech Summit last year, and we are continuing to expand on doing the same thing that we do here, but for the African market, as it is a very emerging market, and a lot of African employers offer great things to their employees and are now competing for global talent. Our business model is B2B, and we sell on a tiered subscription basis. So we work with different sizes of organizations, and we have paid add-ons for different types of integrations, but we work with the systems that organizations already use. And yeah, that is all. Thank you.
So, in public, apologies. Context being they sent applications when they applied for the prize, like a first version, and then they used the more recent deck today on the day of, and what we displayed was what she sent when she applied, not her most recent deck because of the time crunch. You will have an opportunity during the Q&A to make sure you clarify to the judges anything that was missed. I think she did an amazing job despite the mistakes, so please encourage her. So we're gonna have the other 2 builder track finalists. And then this is when the audience gets a chance to dig deeper into each company and inform their final decisions in terms of their rankings. So I will go down and give them the mic. We have about 8 minutes for this segment. So judges, I would ask that you try to keep your questions as brief as possible and concise. Not everyone has to ask a question in every round, so if you feel like you have all you need to score, you don't need to ask a question, but if you feel like you need more. So I will pass the mic. And who wants to go first?
So I have a question for Manje Health. I noticed that you're in Zambia and in Ghana, and I'm just wondering, Nigeria is the biggest market, and if you're trying to scale, I would assume that you would enter Nigeria first for scaling, as opposed to the smaller Ghana and Zambia market. So what's your decision for scaling, and why are you in those markets, not Nigeria?
Thank you for that really important question. Yes, Nigeria is definitely where we're headed, but we also know that Nigeria is an aggressive market. It's really large, so you don't go there to pilot and validate. You go there to launch a product. So that's why we started in Zambia. For example, you can learn from that market, you can make mistakes, you can pivot, but when you're getting into Nigeria, you need to have a product that is at least working, because you have a base to get, or data that you can work with to get into such a large and significant market for us. So that's the decision.
Thank you to each and every one of you. It's been a long day, hasn't it? Yes. All right, you can breathe in, breathe out. My judging style is very empathetic. One question for the 3 of you. It's the Canada-Africa strategy. It's not Canada to Africa alone. So walk me back. How does this scale backwards to Canada? What you're building, is it replicable?
Yeah, I can start. So yes, we see a need to, our solution, a cross-border healthcare payments platform, works both ways. So you can You can scale it in Canada as well, locally within, to help people that are supporting or making payments, healthcare payments across the country. You can also support the greater North American region. So it's very scalable for us. We can build this in India, in Latin America. So it's not restricted to Africa alone, but Africa being a continent that we're very passionate about, where we come from, where we see a bigger need, actually. That's why we started there. But we can definitely build the infrastructure for Canada as well.
Okay, I'll go next. For ours, we started in Canada and we thought we were going to go to the US because it's a very big benefits market. And then 2 weeks ago when I was on my trip, I was like, okay, I'll do some market research. And I talked to like 12 companies in their offices, and all of those ended up turning into sales calls because they all had the exact same problem. So we realized that the product that we had already built in Canada was replicable over there. It just needed some tweaks with the types of benefits that are provided in the Nigerian market. So it ended up being very like hand in hand, and it's the same platform that we're using to sell to those Nigerian organizations as we're selling to the Canadians. We're just changing the currency and the types of benefits and the tax implications of the compensation and the salary. So it really works both ways.
Awesome. For us, there's quite a few ways that both Canada and Africa benefit. One, the primary way is a lot of the instructors on the platform are based on the continent, so they're getting an economic benefit being able to teach members of the diaspora who are here. So that's one method as well. Also, for our data moat with the Atlas entries and contribution, a lot of that data that is being built, companies, AI companies who are here, who are trying to serve in African languages and more diverse indigenous languages are also benefiting from that. So there's that benefit that Africa is giving to Canada too, because one of the key things we didn't want it to just go back the other way where it's always you put back into Africa, is Africa also puts in a lot back to Canada too. So yeah, those are the two ways in which we're solving both the Canada and Africa corridor. And one that we're seeing with some early users as well is many members who are users back home who are also trying to connect to either French or English to learn it as well. And they're kind of serving by helping support the African language in exchange for English. So there's that connectivity piece that benefits both sides.
Thank you. Good job to everyone. Very quickly, for the three of you, if you do win, what is your next step? What do you plan on doing with the money?
Yeah, I can speak for us. One of the core things, like we just launched the consumer app. So one thing is we're working with a lot of these cultural creators who are connected to do heavy user acquisition this summer. Another thing that we're trying to go further is to go deeper into our pilot with the institutions in Eswatini in being able to help digitize their language and start that first Creative Commons with educational institutions there and their diaspora around the world as well. So that's where we're going to be putting a majority of the funds.
Ours would be going directly to acquiring customers because we do absolutely no marketing right now. So everything is founder-led and we just go directly to the organizations, but that's not as scalable. So working on marketing and sales and actually investing in that, and then with compliance as well, because we are working with benefits and salary data so that we know that we have the compliance to actually go to those companies and have everything in order.
Thank you. We will invest the funds in customer acquisition as well. So we have the payment infrastructure. It works. It's validated. We can have a Canadian or someone sitting here can pay a medical bill in Africa using Manje Health. We need to reach product market fit and get ready for the next phase of growth. So that's what we would invest the funding into. Recruiting, actually, starting from someone working on our SEO to make sure our ranking is good. We are converting on the platform, as well as investing in referral campaigns to get more people signing up and using the platform, and branding and positioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. My question is to Yekola. In terms of user retention, what are your strategies? Because when it comes to language learning, there's usually a high drop-off rate. Yeah. So how do you ensure that it's not just usage and it's actual learning that is taking place on the platform? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 ways we've managed to also do that. One, a lot of these platforms, like Preply, for example, will use live one-on-one language learning as their main retention rate. We allow the creators to not only be able to have live sessions available, but also have offline tools, offline courses available. So let's say cooking Nigerian food, for example, that can be a course you buy for $5. We also connect users to each other. So that is a high usage rate that keeps them around and engages them to also want to convert and learn, where, you know, two users learning Jamaican patois can connect with each other for language exchanges. Another thing that's really growing rapidly, which we discovered through our pilots that we're really going to emphasize on this summer, is actually the piece of cultural events. So for example, we worked with a lot of the African student unions, and a lot of them are always throwing events and trying to connect, and they're having trouble having to use multiple platforms, Eventbrite and everything. And because there's already a high velocity of users who are very interested in the language, in the culture on Yekola, this is where they are going to be promoting a lot of these things. So that recreates a usage rate that goes beyond language. That's why I always try to tell people, like, we're not necessarily trying to build just a language app, we're really building a cultural operating system.
So I have a question for you, Yekola, as well. So I picked up in your slides that you got a creator to leave Udemy. That's incredible. Well done. How were you able to pull that off, and is that repeatable?
Yeah, that's our goal, especially for the usage of the money this summer, is many cultural creators. For example, Udemy was bought off by Coursera. So that created a huge issue where they can't initiate their own pricing for their courses. They have to go through Coursera's subscription model following on. So many have left, especially African language teachers. So what we're doing to target as our growth hack is, instead of just doing like Preply and getting any tutor, there are already language creators, cultural creators who are on TikTok, who are on Instagram and everything, and we're moving them over. A lot of them kind of just use a Linktree link in which they just say, hey, connect with me on Zoom, pay me through e-transfer, PayPal, everything. In spending our time talking to them, we created a whole creator studio platform where they can manage their community, their money and everything. So it's been a pretty decent conversion in bringing them over, and many of them have like 300 to 3,000 students that they can't fully convert, in which we're moving over. So that's the biggest creator that we moved over so far. We've moved over 5 others who are smaller, so we're targeting them specifically, and that's going to be our repeatable growth strategy to start.
My question is for Manche Health. I want to know, how do you see the competition, particularly with some transfer platforms that are already existing in Africa, like Remitly, that have already a distribution network across Africa? How do you want to compete with them?
Great question. So the money transfer apps have done a great job of financial inclusion. They can move money even to the remotest parts of Africa, right? But they're not built for healthcare. With healthcare, you need to build an ecosystem, you need to bring on board the healthcare providers, you need to vet them, you need to have institutional oversight through the healthcare federations. That takes a lot of time and is built on trust. So for generic money transfer companies, they're built around cash first, speed, volume, across all verticals. That's their business model. So building in a single vertical like healthcare, there's generally lack of a risk appetite there. So we've spent 18 months, building relationships with providers in Africa and building the infrastructure to power healthcare payments across the continent. And that is built on trust, and that is unique, and it cannot be copied. So even though the money transfer companies are moving money, they're generic. They move money for anything. Their model is send money anywhere for anything. But healthcare is very specific, and it comes with a lot of responsibility. And so that is the vertical that is completely underserved, and our healthcare payment infrastructure is actually a first for the African continent right now.
Yes, so thank you so much, judges. I think you have all you need. The audience will have a chance as well, so since you guys are also going to end up selecting. So as you're thinking about, there's going to be one winner of the first prize and one runner-up. Really sucks because only one person here is not going to go home with some money. So it's an important decision that you have to make in your voting at the end. So we're going to give the audience a chance to ask each founder questions to, again, get your conviction. So if you have a question for Merve, I'll take, not too many, I'll take all of them together so that you can respond at once to save time. So if you have a question for Merve, please. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Wish you guys all the best. I have a question for
is it Yekola? Oh, I've forgotten the name, sorry about that. You said you're connecting learners together. Have you thought about this intermediation? Now that you're connecting them, when they get off the platform?
Yeah, so we have an AI algorithm in the back that's connecting learners at the same level to each other. So then that's what avoids people disconnecting from the platform. Because, of course, if you get a beginner level person to connect with someone who's intermediate or beyond, that gives them an opportunity to get off the platform. But we would connect beginners to beginners, intermediate to each other. And we're seeing one of the key things that people actually want is to connect. People really do decide whether or not they want to be an instructor on the platform or if they just want to be a learner. And for those who are even intermediate and advanced who are learners, they tend to not want to do that. But to avoid that, we do connect based on level of understanding of the language.
Thank you. I have just one question. In regards to like your language database, how are you going to handle quality control, like avoiding the wrong language out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So for any Atlas entry that is put on, we do have a filtering system. So for one, the user filters based on category, whether it's idiom, fashion, music, etc. And then also the community gets to upvote and downvote, kind of like a Reddit style, on whether or not this connects to what is true. So if someone were to say a typical proverb from a certain country, other users who are maybe more advanced would get to upvote and downvote. And if your community entry is downvoted too much, it would be removed off the map.
My apologies, I forgot the name of your company for their remittance. Yeah. Manja Health. I always wanted a solution like that where I can maybe pay premiums, almost like get health coverage from my family instead of a lump sum payment when something goes wrong. So can you talk a little bit about the insurance coverage and the premiums for that? Does that offer complete coverage for the family members, or is it how does that operate right now?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. So when we partner with insurance companies, I'll give an example of Ghana. We have a contract with the State Insurance Corporation, SIC Life, and they build a policy for the 4 million Ghanaians in the diaspora. So what we do is we get that data and put it into our infrastructure, and then we help the diaspora to actually come on Manja Health, check the premium, the levels, the pricing, and they see the full benefit table. So everything that is covered and how much is covered for consultation, surgery, inpatient, medication. So it's very transparent. So that way, you know, for example, if I'm paying $199 per year for one person in Ghana, the benefit is, say, 70,000 Ghanaian cedis per year, broken down into medication, inpatient, and outpatient. So it's very clearly shown already on the platform, and that is an option that we offer for people that say, you know what, I don't want to pay thousands of dollars out of pocket when my mother gets sick. I can just get an insurance for her. So we have that offer. So we partner, we integrate our system with the insurance systems, but we don't integrate with the hospitals. Instead, they have a provider account where they send invoices and receive invoice requests, and they can track payments and then provide healthcare to family members.
Amazing, thank you. Sorry. Testing. If you have any questions for IG or for Mandela Health, you can raise your hand as well, and we'll get to you. Preferably someone who hasn't asked before.
Hi. Due to the time-sensitive nature of sending money for healthcare, how do you ensure that the money could get there? What happens with like service disruptions from your server host, or like what redundancies do you have for that?
Great question. So our payment rails are in real time. So for example, if I'm here in Canada, I get a call back home, someone is sick, I will check for a hospital in Manje and tell them, okay, go to this hospital, tell them we will pay with Manje Health. So they will ask for my email and name from my family, and then, or I can already request an invoice from the hospital and just have my family walk in. So in case of an emergency, when I receive the invoice in my Manje account, I pay it with my bank card immediately from where I am with real-time confirmation. So as soon as funds are put from my card, the hospital will see on their Manje account invoice paid, And they can provide care immediately, even before receiving the actual settlement from Manje Health. So that is the trust that we've built with providers, that they can actually provide care before we even settle the funds. So they just get the real-time confirmation that this invoice has been paid. So if there's an emergency, there's no delay at all.
I have a question for Comcraft. You mentioned that you wanted to, like the main structure of how you're targeting was more B2B. Is there a reason why that was the case?
Yes, so I came from the HR industry, and that's how I started building this platform. And we were actively trying to look for solutions to this problem, because that was my entire job, was to answer questions from employees about their benefits or compensation, do the orientation, and kind of just engage them throughout the year. And most of the solutions we found were people offering manual, like lunch and learns or webinar sessions for our employees, rather than anything that was self-serve. And we didn't find that any of those solutions brought up utilization, but we still had to pay the same premiums year over year. So it was a really big expense for something that didn't seem to return a lot of stuff. And I thought that if we go directly to the people who are paying for the platform or the insurance rather than the consumers themselves, then it would be a little bit of a better return for us as well, just because like they have to pay millions of dollars every year for the benefits, and this platform is like less than the cost of one more hire or one more HR person. So yeah.
So this question's for you, IG, Compcrafter. Love where you've gone with this since we last talked. And I really like that you're now gone from, call it the North American, just focusing there where there is a lot of noise and you have to break through, and you've gone into a blue ocean almost going on to the Africa continent. So congrats for doing that. You said you're going to be using the prize money to help with that marketing. So can you give us some of the specific plans that you plan to use to unlock more customers in Nigeria and elsewhere on the African continent?
Yes, I think definitely having a team on ground is something that we would want to do. We do have team members over there already, but in terms of the sales or the business development side, business operates a lot differently there than it does here, which I've learned as I was over there, and things happen a lot more in person. So number one, just having a team that can actually execute over there, and just getting to our customers as well. So not always having to like literally just like send out cold emails and go to them and ask people to come on the platform, but different ways that we can market the tool or get maybe into these HR conferences and places where our customers would already be, meet them where they are, and then acquire customers like that.
All right, my question is for Manje Health. So imagine a scenario where, you know, my sibling in Africa goes to a clinic that it's registered in your platform, and they need a lab test done, and the laboratory that's currently doing the test is not on your platform. How exactly would they pay for that? Do they have to pay from their pocket, or how does it work really?
That's a good question. So we're always looking to onboard new providers. So if you find the provider is not in our network, we can always call them, and then we can make an arrangement on how to make the payment from you as the customer who is in Canada, for example. So we have a way to make it happen without the generic money transfer. So we can still make it happen for you and the family.
Awesome. Yes, so no, that was the last question. Also, we were just trying to make sure that the slides are fixed before we continue. So,
okay. That's why.
so thank you guys so much for all the time. The good news is everyone that made it to the final gets to the first cohort of the business expansion program, so you're all going to get support to expand. It's just the prize money.
Thank you.
And we're going to go to the next segment of our pitching, which is the momentum track. So the momentum track is a little bit more advanced than the builder track. You will see that they've done a little bit more work in the markets that they're expanding to, and they have a lot more boots on the ground. And the first pitch for the momentum prize is a founder of B1 to give Tony Coley. So give him a round of applause as he goes up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tony Colley, and I'm the founder and CEO of Be1to Give, an on-demand logistics platform on a mission to resolve avoidable food waste across Canada, a $1 billion market opportunity. Canada's food supply chain produces 9 million metric tons of surplus food every year, yet 96% of it is not being rescued or redistributed. That's enough food to feed over 17 million people, yet 1 in 4 Canadians are suffering from food insecurity. In 2016, I was that 1 in 4 when I found myself on social assistance and food insecure after a 23-year career. The only job I could find was part-time for a local caterer, and on my very first event, we had over 100 box lunches left over. Being food insecure, I decided to take some home for myself and redistributed the surplus to a nearby shelter on my bike. After 2 years of donations, I decided to purchase a food delivery bag to make the process easier and stumbled upon an opportunity to build a more circular and sustainable solution to surplus food recovery. Introducing Be1to Give, Canada's first on-demand logistics platform that allows food retailers to divert 100% of their avoidable food waste to food insecure communities in real time. And we do this through 4 simple steps. First, a user will download the app and set up a profile. Once an order is placed, the driver will be dispatched to the location. Upon arrival, the driver will scan and weigh the order, and then finally, that food is donated to a community partner, all within a 2-hour window. To date, we provided over 84,000 meals from 100,000 pounds of food, diverting 380,000 pounds of methane gas, and saving 30 million liters of water. In-market solutions are either volunteer-driven, lack comprehensive logistics, or are limited by service area, and according to national research, are only able to capture 4% of surplus food. Our unique value proposition is that we provide same-day logistics guaranteed wherever surplus food exists, thereby eliminating avoidable food waste in our clients' daily operations. Customer plans start at $50 per pickup for prepackaged food and $100 for those who require sustainable packaging. Clients receive unique login access, tax receipts, and real-time tracking of their social and environmental impact. At only $500 a month, our SAM has the earning potential of $168 million, a 19% reduction in surplus food, and a 10 million metric ton diversion of greenhouse gas emissions. Through our new acquisition with RBC, this has been going on for about 8 months now, we've been able to move provide close to 5,000 meals from 5,400 pounds of food, diverting to over 20,000 pounds of methane gas, and saving 1.7 million liters of water. This partnership alone has generated $2K in monthly recurring revenue for the past 8 months. They have over 100 locations across Canada. This is only from 4 locations in the GTA. Happy to announce that we've launched 2 pilots recently with 2 global food service providers, Compass and Sodexo. Combined, they have over 3,000 locations across Canada, and each pilot location is currently providing $500 per month in monthly revenue. Both of those providers have hundreds of locations in South Africa. South Africa, Cape Town, Johannesburg, Durban are largely populated, heavily dense with the hospitality industry, and comparable 1-to-1 when it comes to avoidable food waste and food insecurity in that region. We've raised $325K non-dilutive, and our ask is for $150K to build our team, generating return based upon projections of $500,000 in 2 years. 10 years ago, I was food insecure. 10 years later, I built a solution to resolve that issue on a global scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tony. Amazing job. So we're going to skip right to the next pitch, and I think we have a familiar face who made it to the final as well. So Nguta from Giddaa, please join us on the stage.
Hello, everyone. Are we sleeping? Come on, let's wake up. Okay, my name is Guto. I'm the CEO and founder of Giddaa. What Giddaa does is we help Nigerians living at home and abroad to purchase property back in Nigeria through affordable purchase options. And we do that by equipping local agents with training, tooling, and community. So I'm going to this is not my necessary presentation, so I'm going to try and skip some things. So the problem we're trying to solve, Nigeria has a less than 1% mortgage penetration rate. We have 28 million housing deficits. We also have less than 75% of people, we have 75% of people, urban household dwellers, who do not live in their own homes. And we have 2.1 million Nigerians in diaspora who, when they're trying to buy a house back home, their heart rate jumps. And most of this is actually due to a trust and knowledge gap that exists in the market. It's not only due to that, but it's mostly due to that. And our solution to this has been to essentially create a platform where we can aggregate all the different purchase options together on one platform, where the houses and the purchase options are not separated but together. We've built a pre-qualification engine where once you put in your income, you can see if you can afford a particular property. And for our traction so far, Giddaa has, what we did on our original slides was in 2025, we had 68 million naira in traction in revenue. And in 2026, we've done about 74 million naira. Our run rate is going to be 200 million naira by the end of the year. We've done 1.44 billion naira in GMV, in gross merchandise value. And this year, we have doubled our leads to about 4,300 and something. Success for us looks like having more than 1,000 homes sold on our platform. It also looks like having trained 3,000 to 5,000 agents. It means us operating across 4 different verticals. So in 4 different cities, in Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, and preferably Kano and Enugu, and operating across 3 different verticals. So not just property sales, also land and rent. And something that is really key and strong to my heart when it comes to Giddaa and what we're doing is the thousands of agents we're going to be able to empower with our platform, creating dignified work where the average agent earns more than 3x minimum wage is what we're looking to do. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to the last pitch in the momentum track, and all the founders will have more time with the judges as well for the next round of questions. So the last pitch in the momentum slide, give me one moment, is Stemini AI. So can the founder of Stemini AI join us on stage? Pitch. Okay, that's the wrong pitch deck also again. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Shani and I'm the founder of Stemini. In 2014, I had an experience that changed my life forever. After college education in Nigeria, I was posted for the compulsory one-year program called the National Youth Service Corps. I was posted to a remote part of Nigeria to teach ICT in a high school. I was so excited with the opportunity, but I got to the school and realized that there were no computers. So I decided to take my laptop to the school to teach these students in a practical way. First time I got to class, the class erupted with so much excitement because the students were seeing the computer for the first time, and they were happy that they were going to be interacting with one also for the very first time. And through that experience, I started a company called Young Empowered Programmers, and through that experience, my team and I were able to train over 20,000 students, and I was able to win awards in Africa also for that initiative. Now, scaling that idea is where Stemini comes into being. Now, we see that the problem that we're having today is AI is moving at a very fast pace, but education is not moving at the same pace. And the reason, and what this causes is we are bringing out a lot of young people that are not ready for what is out there. And that is why we've built Stemini. Stemini is an AI-powered solution, gamified universe, that helps children to learn coding, AI, computational thinking, through gamified personalized adventures. So think of it like a Duolingo
for STEM education. So in the African market, we have 5 schools already in the African market that we are running in Nigeria. We have also a school here in Canada that was already, we've onboarded on our platform. And we've done this in just over 4 months. Our competitive advantage, we have AI personalization. We also have it in multiple languages, and we also have in-person and virtual mentors also on the platform. So we have schools in beta, in Canada and also in Africa. Sorry, this is not the right slide, so that's why I'm... So for Nigeria and also Africa as a whole, our plan is to invest more in marketing, the use of funds, because everything that we've achieved so far, we've done with 0 ad spend. So our plan is to use the funds for marketing, get a team, also get more campaigns also, also to also expand our team, technology team, and also to build our hardware aspects, which is the robotics arm of STEMI9. So our revenue model is simple. We have the B2C, which is direct to the schools, organizations that can use the platform. So it's an annual subscription. We also have the B2C, which is direct to consumers, which is a monthly or annual subscription. Then we also have enterprise, which is either with the government or with institutions also. So we are projecting to make this year we are projecting to make almost $200,000, and next year we are projecting to make close to $1 million. So we're also raising a pre-seed. This is not the right slide. Okay, so yes, our team, we have over 30 years experience in the space. And I, for one, have over 10 years experience. We have engineers and also designers on the team that have wealth of experience in creating learning platforms for children and young people. So our roadmap, we intend to have STEMI9 in multiple languages from before the end of the year, and also to scale into different markets in Africa, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Rwanda, and also Nigeria, to be precise. So we've been featured also. And yeah, so join us as we build a thriving generation of problem solvers and innovators all around the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and apologies again to the founders for the slide issue. So this is the time when everybody gets, the first shot with the judges. So I'm going to invite Ngutor and Tony to join us on stage for the Q&A from the judges, and then we'll have similar with the audience before getting to the last track. So judges, similar to the last round, if you have anything that you need to still find out from the entrepreneurs, especially taking into context the slide issues, so you can dig deeper and sort of give them a first shot to articulate themselves better, and then we'll do the same for the audience.
So I have a question for Tony. So with regards to your penetration into Africa, you spoke about South Africa specifically. I was just wondering if there has been any research into the other parts of Africa, especially around the logistical side of things.
So specifically, sorry, so thank you for your question. We focused on South Africa because it's the most, there's a large capacity for hospitality spaces there, and because our target market consists of, grocery stores, hotels, convention centers, conference centers, we want to go where we have a large density of those particular spaces. We also know that Rwanda and Kenya are 2 other countries that we would like to integrate in through, because both organizations, Compass and Sodexo, have spaces. They have like over 1,000 locations across Africa, but we were focusing on South Africa specifically because of the hospitality sector there. We want to go where it's most prominent, and that gives us an opportunity to scale to other spaces beyond where those food service providers are servicing.
So I have a question for you.
Okay.
When you spoke about the work that you're doing, your focus market is on the diaspora, but have you thought about non-diaspora people. For instance, in Ghana, there are a lot of, Lennox Lewis, I know, has a house in Ghana. So what are you doing to focus on Canadians who might, want Lagos or Abuja or somewhere else their home?
So we focus on both people living in the country, in Nigeria, or whatever host country we're operating in. Currently, we operate in Nigeria, and also people who live overseas. So diaspora, in this case, diaspora Nigerians. If it depends on the country, so that's context specific. There are Americans who have reached out to us to buy properties in Nigeria. So it really depends on the country's rules surrounding property ownership. That's what really will determine if it's possible. But we generally help people who live abroad buy properties back in their home country, in this case Nigeria. And Nigeria does allow expatriate ownership in the country. So it's something that we're very willing to do.
Thank you all for presenting. And I have a question for each of you. So for Giddaa, beyond diasporans acquiring properties, is there a use case for the platform within the North American context? And then for B1 to give, I'm keen to know, you have this partnership with RBC. You mentioned it's been running for about 8 months, right? 4 locations. What would it take for this to be expanded, right? And how's that pilot tracking, and what are the key triggers to make that get expanded across the other branches? And for STEM&AI, you talked about 200,000 this year, $1 million next year. I didn't hear how much you're making now. So I'm trying to add up and figure out how you're really going to go all the way to 200 and increase that by 5 times. Thanks.
Okay, so I can start. I do have the same sort of revenue model with him. So maybe it's a question you also may want to ask me, but I'm willing to answer that if I had because currently we're doing about 75, we've done 74 million currently in 5 months. We're going to do 180, 200 million, definitely by the end of the year with 1 agent. So we're going to do that basically by just acquiring more agents to scale the revenue model, because we've achieved this with just 1 person. So next year we'll probably do $1 million or more. On the idea of how does North America play into this, I see it more as I don't see us coming into North America as a platform. I see us coming into North America for finance. There is so much opportunity for funds like MasterCard, funds like the banks that exist in Canada to operate and finance Canadians or Americans or whoever the people are in that country to buy property back in their country, rather than using mortgages that are 9%, 6%, 8%. Banks here can finance their citizens, because if I'm a Nigerian Canadian, I'm Canadian, finance me to buy something back home at a reasonable interest rate. That's how I see North America coming into play here.
So with regards to the RBC partnership, we met with RBC last month. They have 2 major hubs, one in Toronto and one in Vancouver. The hub in Vancouver is currently being built. I was actually in Vancouver. I met with the director there to talk about activating in that space as well. We are simply waiting for the construction of that building to be completed. As of Friday last week, I think they said they went out to visit the location and things are moving smoothly and it should be completed within the next couple of months. So it's really, I'm just waiting for them to activate that region, but we are ready to go. We met with them on the 17th of April. Everything is set and ready to go. It's just a matter of activating in that region.
Okay, so for revenue that we've made so far, we've made 25,000 so far, and that's been without any money spent. So it's been zero hard spent. So what we've been doing is sending cold emails and leveraging the network that we have. So what we plan to do is we plan to have a team. That's one aspect for sales and marketing. Another aspect is we want to also get into different programs where there are teacher networks, school networks, to be able to, get into those type of networks and leverage that to be able to get into more schools. Also, here in Canada, we've also scaled to the point where we are now having conversations with divisions and school boards, where we're having those demos with them, and they are willing to partner with us with the solution. And also back in Nigeria, and we have conversations with some government institutions that want to sponsor some communities. That's one. In Ghana, Kenya, we've had some conversations also to work with the Ministry of Education in those countries to have it at scale in the public schools in the country. So that's where the projection also comes from, because we are not targeting just one country. We are targeting multiple countries in Africa, and also the platform is available also in multiple languages. So that gives us a wider reach for us to be able to reach many more French-speaking, Arabic, Portuguese, Spanish-speaking countries. And also STEMini helps African students and also global students. So the way we see STEMini is it helps the African students also to have a very good self-esteem. So because part of the things we're also launching on the platform is hackathons, competitions. So we're going to be having global competitions, national competitions, and global competitions. So imagine a student in Africa beating a student in the US, for instance. It helps their self-esteem. So there are different dynamics to the projections. Thank you.
Thank you very much to each and every one of you. It's never easy standing on there. Rapid fire answer. How many years have each of you been in operation, or months? 2 years?
Just under 3.
Just under 3 years?
STEMini is over 4 months.
Over 4 months. All right. That gives context. I'm asking that question for us on the table, but also give context to the folks in the crowd, particularly as it concerns my next question. What's your current liquidity? And what's your current liquidity? And are you looking to continue to do this, or are you looking for an exit track?
Okay, I can go ahead. So runway that we have at the moment, we have 7 months runway at the moment. So to give you a backtrack a bit, I've been in this space for over 10 years, and I believe so much in building a company and making sure that the company is also able to sustain itself based on the revenue that comes in from the company, and not just external investments. So that is why the model that we've been using to generate revenue has not just been spending money, but actually going out to prove that what we have actually works. So that said, my experience also has given me the first-hand experience, because I don't just stay outside. I've taught. I've put my hands in, like I've been there, done that, taught classes, and I've used those experiences that I've had to build STEMini and also to build a team that we have been able to put in all our experiences to build STEMini. So for instance, schools also have interactive dashboards where they can analyze and manage students' performance. AI also helps students that might be struggling with concepts. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Okay. So for me, we're probably sitting at about another 6 to 8 months runway. Regarding an exit strategy, so I've been thinking about this. So at the very beginning of this process, I didn't have an exit strategy. I had no intention on selling my business whatsoever. I started this business while I was on social assistance, and I was food insecure. There was no way somebody else could come in and take my company from me, period. Full stop. However, last year, I had a conversation with a really close friend of mine, and I said the best exit strategy for me would be to have one of these global food service providers to buy my company and run it through their own services. And I secured Compass and Sodexo 2 months ago. So my goal is to, probably within the next 5 to 10 years, but maybe 5 if I'm lucky, 10 if I'm not, is to sell our solution to Compass. Compass has a very extensive food waste and food insecurity program that they're looking for a solution for their avoidable food waste. I met with Compass a week ago. We are scaling to 3 other locations in the next couple of weeks. So my goal is to eventually sell our solution to them, let them run the program, or even franchise the technology to them, where it's a Compass program, you know, how does it go? Powered by B1 to Give. Yeah.
All right, so to give additional context about how long I've run my company, I just started running it full-time technically this month. So everything we've done has been working a full-time job. So it's been my side hustle. So now it's now my main hustle. So that's basically 1 month, if you look at it that way. Additionally, in terms of selling my liquidity, we have about 6 to 8 months. We have about 10 million in cash in the bank sitting there, and we have other customers that are going to keep on paying us money. This month has been our best month. We've closed 9 deals this month, which is a lot of cash. In terms of liquidity, selling my company, or how do we plan to exit? To be honest, I think it's a company that is a market-creating company. It's a company that can dominate its markets holistically, and I don't see anyone doing that in Nigeria. There's a company called Nawi in Egypt. They've raised the largest financing round ever in Africa. Big company. I think I can do something bigger in Nigeria because my market is bigger and I'm playing in the whole sub-Saharan Africa. They're just playing in Egypt and now moving to Saudi Arabia where there's a lot of competition. So I don't look at selling my company, if I'm being honest. I can exit. If someone brings, maybe the Zillow comes and say, hey, I want to enter Africa and buy. Sure, I can exit like Paystack did and be in the company and keep running it to grow. But honestly, I want to make it large. I want it to be the biggest housing company in sub-Saharan Africa.
So I have one more question for Giddaa. You spoke about trust initially. Yeah. How are you building trust into the platform?
We use platform. That's interesting. So our platform, our company is platform and people. Housing is a people industry. Why it's a person industry is because people are dealing with the largest transactions they're ever going to have in their lives. They don't do it often, so it's very low volume and it's also very high risk. And when you're buying a house, you're actually not buying a house. You're buying land from the government. So it's a very complex transaction as well. So we use people, that's human beings, we train them. So we have a super agent training program which we just launched and are about to start rolling it out actively this month. Are we in June? No, next month. So we're about to start rolling out actively next month. So that's how we use people. We train them, make sure they're equipped. We train them on valuation, mortgages, legal, everything that's a broker in North America will be trained on, we train our agents on. In terms of the platform, design goes a very long way. How you design your products, how it looks, how it feels, if the information is there. We design our products in such a way that a customer says, what our customers will say is, you guys, the website looks so good that we don't think you guys will put this much work to just come and scam people. So in terms of product, that's what we do. Just make it very easy to use, make it usable, make it friendly, have people they can talk to, and also just build our brand where people can find us on social media, you can find us on search. We have an office, you can go to the office. That's how you build trust in Nigeria.
So we're going to have the audience. Please give them a big round of applause, first of all. And apologies again for the slide glitches. You guys are doing it amazing. So please keep going. So we're going to have the audience now. I have a few hands, but we'll do it rapid fire. And I'm going to go company by company. So we'll start with Stemini. Yeah, very quick. Yeah, Stemini. Okay, who has a question for Stemini?
Hi, I'm just curious about your AI deployment. It's a bit of a buzzword, but I'm curious how you're actually using it in practice, how you're thinking about costs of AI, how you're thinking about hallucinations. Like, what's your strategy around how you give AI to kids?
Yeah, thank you. So we are leading by example. AI is meant to be a tool and not an end in itself. So that's what we're using AI for. It's not developing the curriculum. We are using our experience to develop the curriculum. What AI helps with is it helps the students to learn better. So for instance, a student might be struggling with the concepts as they go through the adventure. AI helps that student with more resources, more examples to work with to make sure that they understand that concept better before they continue along the journey. Also, AI also helps them with the learning paths. So what we mean is we have the story. AI helps to generate more stories that the students can actually work with using the curriculum that we have embedded on the platform. So we are using AI as a tool and not at the end in itself, because that is what we believe, and that is what we also try to teach the students also, that you need to learn these skills. Even though you want to leverage AI, you need to understand the fundamentals of computational thinking for you to leverage AI in whatever you want to do.
Okay, so I have a question. So for schools, do you only provide the software or do you also bring the hardware? And when it comes to the AI, do you have a proprietary AI or are you integrating big players, big models?
Okay, so for schools, hardware, we are building it at the moment because we are building our own hardware where the students are able to work with their hardware, simulate it on the platform, program it there, and they're able to, run the code to the platform, to the robot itself, and it is able to execute. So for the AI part, what we've done with the AI is we are using the LLMs that we have available, but we are training it with our own data. We are not using external data, and we are deliberate about that because we want to get accurate data. So that is why we are doing that. So we are feeding with data from our students, feeding the data also from past experiences also. That data is what we are using. So for example, every level, students learn different concepts. So we break them down and they answer some questions after every level. So those questions, that data that the assessment they've done, that data is fed into the AI. So as the student goes along, let's say the student is already on level 20, and the student struggles with a particular concept for a series of different assessment questions. AI is able to take that data and knows where exactly to help that student. So it gives them a lot of examples to work with on that particular concept for them to reinforce and learn that concept better so that they are able to get good understanding on the platform. So we are not just trying to make sure that they go through the process. We want them to really understand it for them to be able to actually build through the platform.
Thank you so much. B1 to give. Any questions for B1 to give?
Yeah, I'm curious about the economics of your project. How do you manage API cost and, yeah. Oh.
Okay, so one more question per founder. Okay, so one question for B1 to give, and then we'll do one last question for Tony. So B1 to give specifically.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, how are you?
I know your tagline is that you're cheaper than trash. So
Yes.
I get why businesses do it, but I wonder for places like in South Africa or other places where you want to expand to in Africa, where there isn't that maybe infrastructure to actually have people receive the food. Do you plan on maybe setting that up yourself, or am I wrong, or those infrastructures already there? Like, where are you giving the food to?
Africa as a continent is the most food secure space in the world. So there's already infrastructure in place across those countries to support food recovery, or else they wouldn't be able to serve that region in itself. So we would simply piggyback on what they're already doing. One thing about our technology is that we don't go in to reinvent anything. We simply add value to what's already in existence. So we'll leverage the community partners that are in those regions, provide them with the technology, and then let them run that program and service our clients to secure additional food resources for their locations.
Perfect. And then for Ngucho, question.
For Giddaa, my only question was, how are you guys transforming how we see credit? Because here in North America, credit systems, a lot of card payments, your phone bill, etc., etc. But back home, we use a lot of mobile money, so a lot of M-Kopa, OPay, MTN Momo, M-Pesa, those things. And I know mortgage and credit are like almost linked to each other because that's how they calculate how much mortgage you can afford, something along those lines. Are you considering, or have you thought about how credit systems work differently, especially in a very mobile money economy across the entire continent?
Yeah, so you have qualitative and quantitative measures for like measuring credits. You can use like the typical Equifax credit scores that you get in Western countries. In African countries, you have qualitative credits, or you can use like someone's bill payments and other different methods, other sort of subjective methods that you can use to identify a person's ability to pay. That's what we use for credit identification. But that's not my job. My job is really to help you find the house that you want, help you walk you through the transaction and close the transaction for you. The credit infrastructure we leverage. So Nigeria actually has a good credit infrastructure. Like I can check your credit score with your national identification. So I don't really need to invent the wheel in terms of, qualitative credit scoring. That already exists.
Amazing. Thank you so, so much. Give them a big round of applause. And you guys have a commitment, like for the other batch, you will be getting the programming to expand. Everybody gets that, so it's just the funding that we're going to decide after this. Who has the clicker? Okay, it's on the stage. Did anyone take the clicker with them? The clicker. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go next to the skill track. So these are the farthest along entrepreneurs competing for the prize. We're going to switch the order because the second founder has to go first for time-sensitive reasons. So I will just very quickly skip through Rola's slide, and we're gonna have Resiliox, the founder of Resiliox, come on stage. Just give him a round of applause as he does.
Okay, thanks. Just gonna take a few seconds to get up there. How are we feeling? All good? Awesome, all right. Woo, thank you. In 2004, Hollywood was trying to imagine what a climate-related apocalypse would look like, and this is what they came up with in the movie The Day After Tomorrow. And this was downtown Toronto last year, not once, but twice. As you can see, we're not very far off. And it's not a one-time thing. Over the last decades, the number of billion-dollar climate events have been steadily increasing and almost doubling decade after decade, with 2024 being a record year with over $320 billion of climate-related losses worldwide. African infrastructure is losing around $13 billion annually due to climate disasters. 70% of those are attributed to flooding events and is projected to increase by 30% by 2030 due to climate change. And right now, asset owners are stuck between static Excel sheets, very expensive consultants, and no actionable intelligence to help him reduce those losses. And even though Africa is the fastest growing infrastructure market in the world, they're getting only 4% of the climate financing that they need. I am Mustafa Naim, and I have a PhD in climate risk analytics from the University of Cambridge and McMaster University. And I worked as one of those consultants trying to solve this problem without the proper tools in what felt like both hands tied behind my back. And that is why we built Resiliox Intelligence, an end-to-end solution to that problem that goes all the way from predicting the occurrence of those events to quantifying their impacts and associated financial losses, to generating measures that tell the asset owners what to do about them and how to reduce them. And our platform hit 90% predictive accuracy on climate events and financial losses. We helped our customers reduce exposure by 70%, resulting in over 60% in disaster losses avoidance. Okay, so that's a mix between two slides, which is new, okay? So it's not one of those, it's a new thing. All right, so in the city of Calgary, there was an asset owner that experienced over $500 million in losses from a flood event that happened in 2016. And as I said, he was stuck between, okay, so that is weird, okay? Okay. Over the last month alone, we were recognized on multiple global stages, including winning the OCI Where Next Pitch competition, given our Ontario-based IP portfolio, and we won the European Space Agency's pitch competition first place and People's Choice Awards for the commercialization forum that happened in Spain last week. And we're raising $1 million to scale our go-to-market and expand our climate risk engine, allowing us to include more geographies and account for more types of hazards in our engine. And we already secured around $600,000 of those. Thank you. So, if you're interested in helping asset owners protect their capital, meet mandates, and invest smarter, make sure to reach out to us. Thank you. And sorry for the mix-up. It's not on me.
Yeah, it's all good. All the slides are mixed up in advance, and we're sorry about that. But we're gonna power through it. So we're gonna have the next founder go up next. Clearly, she has some fans in the audience. So Twitch cards. Sorry, roll out here. Are you ready to go now? Okay. I'm gonna go back. Yeah, so everybody faced the same challenge. So in a way, it equalized the floor. But so yeah, you have you can use the timer there, and this is to proceed.
Hi, everyone. I know it's a long day, so bear with us. Okay, I think I went to the, sorry. Okay, I think I'm there now. Okay, I'm going to start with a story. A senior software engineer from Nigeria got a life-changing offer. CTO of a US startup, $260,000. This is a real story. And he was super excited. You know where they go next, tech people? X, LinkedIn, super happy. Few weeks later, he got a termination letter. What happened? He failed compliance just because of his location. He's based in Nigeria, and he wants to run a US startup that has contract with US government. He was flagged for compliance. And this is the story of so many people that lives in Africa, in Southeast Asia, and Latin, just because of their location. So bear with me, we have a different deck. So in the last 30 days, or I would say 40 days now, that we launched this platform, we've done over $150,000 in total processing volume. And that was just our MVP. We're going through FinTrack and FinCEN license right now. We have over 50 users using the platform. But before then, that we launched our FinTech platform, we've been able to actually successfully done over $250,000 in actual revenue from employer of record, working with employers across North America to be able to hire in Africa, as well as hire between Canada and US. I didn't tell you my name. My name is Kemi. I'm the founder, co-founder, and CEO of Roller. Before Roller, I started a company from my garage, my car garage, grew it to over $5 million in revenue, and exited it to be able to build something for Africa and for the whole world. Because this story is not an isolated case, and it's just something that we deal with as employers that are hiring from across the world. PayPal will flag you just because you're based in Africa, charge you excessively. Do you know people lose over 15% of their paycheck just because they are using freelancer platform like PayPal, Fiverr, or Upwork just to receive money? What we built with Roller is for you, ability for you to be able to hire, pay, and verify anyone with our reusable background checks ID from anywhere in the world, over 190 countries. And you'll be able to carry that profile that you verify with us for as long as you subscribe to our services. And you'll be able to carry it to another future employer, cutting the global onboarding from 10 days or 15 days to just 10 minutes to onboard. And this is what our platform looks like today. It's processing real money and moving money across the world. We are fully integrated with Interact, which is the most difficult one to do. Getting into this space made me realize that CAD is actually the most difficult one. We also integrated with US banking, so you can open a US account on our platform, you get a lead bank account, and you'll be able to pay money into that wallet, send it anywhere in the world, and be able to keep and retain the value in US dollars. We're also piloting right now with Jaites Nigeria to be able to power a multi-currency invoice during the JITES Nigerian program, meaning that they will be able to issue invoice in US dollars. Their own customer, which are Nigerians, will pay it in Naira, deposited into their own USD wallet, cutting off all the stress that comes with how do we swap money, how do we send Naira and change it to USD, done through our platform. So this is our business model. We have 4 compounding streams of business model, from EOR to roller ID and to also the FX and transaction fees. So this is our path to $100 million. Easy for us because we are leveraging global hiring, verification, as well as ability to be able to move multiple currency at the speed of light. So right now, okay, I think last one. So right now we just opened our pre-seed round and we are looking for investors, strategic partners. If you know anyone in banking in Canada, US, as well as in Africa that would like to work with us, please send us an introduction. We'd like to speak with them. Sorry, this is a different deck. Thank you.
Okay, we're now at our last pitch. So we're gonna have the founder of Twish Carts join us on stage. Please give her a round of applause as she goes on stage.
Hello, hello. I'm the last, and I know you guys are exhausted, but we're going to make a little exercise to bring back the energy. Who has ever done groceries in his lifetime? Who? Oh, okay. Who feels so happy to go pay at the cashier when he's at the supermarket? Nobody. Yeah, exactly. So it all started one afternoon in a Walmart aisle, me telling my 3-year-old son that he couldn't have his snack because the price had increased from the last visit. And you know what? I realized that moment that the problem wasn't the pricing, but my capability to afford that product. Twishcard was born. Hello, I am El Gibor, the founder of Twishcard, and today I'm in front of you to seek strategic support in financing or introduction in your network in order to scale Twishcard across Canada, also in Africa. The story I just shared with you is the reality 20 million Canadians face every day with an income less than $70,000. I'm part of that. And we have, on the other side, food businesses losing $58 billion every year because they lack a proper demand and supply system. In Africa, precisely in Abidjan, in Ivory Coast, we have 5 million families spending 50% of their income on groceries. And you know what? What is the minimum salary? $100 per month. And they spend $50 just to eat. And we have my mother, she sent me in Canada because she was a market vendor, and it's not an easy job. And why do they also lose 40% on their inventory? Because there is a lack of demand and supply in food waste. We built a simple solution, Twishcard. Twishcard is a group grocery platform that helps families group their individual groceries, their individual orders in volume to buy at wholesale prices directly from local suppliers. And we help these local suppliers, that is vendors, to move their products 3 times faster to this group of engaged customers so that they can maximize up to 40% of profit on products that would have been lost if Twishcard was not there. These families, when they create purchasing groups, they can save 60% on their grocery bill, which is $10,000 that they can get back at the end of the year. And for a company, that can be over $100,000 he can get back on his products. In Abidjan, this is a very, very interesting market. It is valued $20 billion of market value in Abidjan, and mostly 75% are market vendors, neighborhood stores that are leveraging these groceries. And Twishcard is a good opportunity for them to leverage their market. Oh my goodness. Well, the African success is that for the next 24 months, we already, last 2 months ago, we went to Abidjan for a pilot of a week, and we had 15 vendors, market vendors, who used our solution to aggregate 200 orders of approximately $18 of a basket to use our platform, and these mothers were able to really move their product faster. And so we think that for the next 3 months, starting January 2027, that we are launching in Abidjan, we will be able to, we have already secured partnerships with 2 big grocery distribution, Prosuma and CDCI, and we be able in the next 12 months to help to over 300 market vendors to move their product faster in Abidjan, the way we do here in Canada. And also for the next 2 years, we'll be able to, for the next 24 months in Abidjan, we'll be able to to spread across the country. Oh my. This is not the right, well. Yeah, because I don't have my traction slide. I'm sorry. In Canada, Twishcard is already having over 3,000 active users, and we already have a network of 15 community partners and 11 food vendors, including Walmart and Costco. They already use our, and we have in 14 months operation. We launched last year, and we already generated $300,000 of revenue in Canada. Why are we using community partners? Because they're already in neighborhood, they have the families we are looking for. And these families, we can reach to them and have them create and use group purchasing to leverage their food, their grocery needs every day and every week. We receive 260 orders every week from our families, which is on average $140 basket in size. So Twishcard is really moving to really revolutionize the industry. We are present in over 20 cities in Eastern Ontario and Quebec, including Ottawa, Gatineau, Montreal. And we are taking it to Abidjan because there is a huge opportunity, high return on investment, and we think that you judges should trust Twishcard because we are both helping families, increasing purchasing powers for families, and also helping local businesses thrive. Thank you.
Amazing job, and amazing job all the founders. So everyone faced the same challenge in a way. It kind of worked out because then it's all even, but then you guys did such an amazing job under pressure as well. So can we appreciate them with a round of applause as well? So judges.
Great job. Another round of applause. Yeah.
Nope.
So I have a question for Rola. Yes. Who is your competitor?
Thank you very much for the question. Our competitors are, they are into, so because we are in global hiring space, so you have platform like Deal, they are a $12 billion company, and Rippling, Gusto, they are also our competitors. But we are dealing with emerging market that has not been tapped yet, even by all these platforms. 2, we are providing an infrastructure they all ignored. Recently, Deal signed a deal to work with MoonPay in stablecoin to be able to provide USD wallet to their existing enterprise customers. because the employees don't want those currencies anymore. Now they want to tap into the USD space. And we've been trying to work on this in the last 1 year. And now we saw the huge opportunity, even more, that validated that for us. So we are in between the infrastructure for fintech, which is the payment, as well as building alongside the global hiring tools for the employers.
Thank you.
Sometimes when we have decks, we are too over-reliant on them. So you guys did great. Can you please just like accept that we're really clapping for you? I know decks are useful, but they are just guiding tools. You did really well, okay? You know your audience and you shared really well. I'd like to make an introduction. Startup founder, Resiliok. Please meet startup founder. Where's Giddaa? Where's Mr. Giddaa?
Giddaa is actually my customer. I'm targeting him.
Okay, that's good. So Resiliok, wherever Giddaa is, Giddaa needs to meet Resiliok. I see a great partnership there. If I'm going to be buying property on the African continent in Lagos, where flooding happens, if it can help me out to make sure that I'm not needing to bring out a Kano, it will make a huge difference, right? Now, the same way when I look at what you're doing, Rola, I'm looking at, where's IG? IG from Compcrafter. Are you in the room? I like the idea that I'm calling the founders and they're not in the room. There's so much tension. Yes, let them know I called and they were not in the room. But that's also a great partnership. And I'm being deliberate about saying these out because you have opportunities in place already, irrespective of what happens with this table. And I know you know it. My immediate question, the Canada-Africa strategy is opening trade both ways. Absolutely. How are you navigating the really complex regulatory environments in each of the markets that you have indicated you're prioritizing? In your case, Abidjan, in your case, you know what it is. Just share that with me. Thank you.
I should start? Yeah, you can start. Okay. In Canada, because we are in the fintech space, and whatever applies to banking applies to us. So you have to be regulated by FinTrack in Canada, FinCEN in the US, as well as Bank of Canada, PSP. So we're going through that process right now. We're currently operating because we're, would say, early piloting space, so we're allowed to still work as an agent under an existing license, and that's what we're using right now to be able to process. And once that process is completed, then the next is now we're working, because the first, of course, market for us to land in, which we have, I would say about 60% of our workforce is in Nigeria. Internally for us, that's the biggest market for us to start with. So we started that process already, going through the business registration to be able to complete that process. Of course, liquidity is key for you to be in the Nigerian market. You have to be able to raise that $100 million, I would say 100 million naira for you to be able to do that. So those are the things. That's why we need to raise the funds for us to be able to penetrate that market first. So those steps of licensing, we want to take it one country after the other. US and Canada, easy for us to tackle, but at the same time, US, we are dealing with US, then 50 states. So we started with one state, now we're going to another state. So we do it side by side as we're building along. We started with Montana, now we're going to Alabama.
For Twishcard, we operate directly with vendors. So the advantage is also one of our competitive advantages. We don't have to really go through the compliance, because we already, what our own compliance is making sure that our business, food business, is compliant. So he has the license, he's aggregated, and also dealing with Africa. We already, here in Canada, what we are doing, we are already working with distributors that are distributing African food, and they're already compliant. They already have their permit from the Canada, yeah, thank you, Canada Border Services. So all we just need to make sure is that the permit is still valid, the products have all the documentation, sanitary of the products are there. So that's what Twishcard does. And yeah, because we are a B2B2C, so.
As for us, I think part of the question would have been answered by the slide about the traction that I was going to share. So the problem is global. And we have taken a global approach to solving it, including building models that would work everywhere. So we have 2 pilots in Hong Kong, we have here customers in North America, and we have 2 customers in Africa. Egypt as a launching pad to, of course, expand. And we're working with commercial real estate developers, and we have a utility partner as well. So anyone with large value assets is our target customer. We don't provide the insurance ourselves, we provide underwriting for it. We don't provide the climate finances, we provide the need for the infrastructure need to understand exactly your vulnerability and exposure and so on. So we're the layer before the need for compliance. We're decision support. And in that way, it only depends on our capacity to get those insights in those locations. And that is the only roadblock we have. And that's why we're raising, so that we can build the engine that can operate in all of those different geographies.
Okay, so, sorry, rapid fire question for all of you. So rapid fire question. I heard all of you say you're raising. I just didn't hear what type of capital you're raising. So, what's the amount, what type of capital as well? Because there might be investors in the room, so it's important for us to know what you're looking for. Yes. How much and what kind are you raising? Equity, debt, quasi, grant? What are you looking for?
So I'll maybe start. We're raising 1 million Canadian dollars. We already, as I mentioned, raised $600,000 of those. Those are safe investments. We already have a lead, which is Orbit Ventures, and they're focusing on bringing disruptive technologies to emerging markets, such as Africa, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. And it's a safe, as I mentioned, and we also received around $400,000 in grants here in Canada.
Yeah, we are raising $2 million on SAVE right now, and $2 million USD. So I need to clarify. Yeah, we're raising $2 million US on SAVE. We've been able to get up to 100,000 non-dilutive, both here in Canada and in the US. And also, we're a bootstrap company, so we did over 250,000 ourselves. And so we're kind of on our team running the company. So we are raising $2 million. Call me.
For Twishcart, it's $750,000, and in SAFE, obviously, but we've already raised in non-dilutive $165,000 in 14 months. So we are still open. I'm the only founder, 100% share, in case you guys want to.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I'd like to know about the team composition, because I mean the team is what makes you stand out and what makes you strong. So which of them are here, which of them are based on the continent, how many are full-time, and how do you split your time across the team? Thanks.
So Twishcart, we are a team of 5. I'm the only founder, and we are all full-time in the company. And we have an advisory board of 15 advisors going from in innovation and technology, legal affairs, and also business strategy. Part of them are located in Abidjan. They are the ones who help us open the doors, the first doors that we needed to have our pilot going on. And some of them are here. They are including most of the ecosystem head. So that is it. Oui, c'est. Fallait le dire au début. Thank you. Je m'excuse parce que le français, je suis francophone, donc parfois je perds mes mots parce que j'essaie de traduire du français à l'anglais. Merci. Donc, je disais, on est une équipe de 5. J'ai 15 ans d'expérience en approvisionnement et logistique. J'ai mes collaborateurs qui travaillent en entrepôt, mais aussi en ingénierie. Et donc, ensemble, nous bâtissons la technologie au Canada, mais nous avons un comité de conseillers qui sont aussi basés à Abidjan et ici au Canada, qui nous aident à ouvrir les portes d'Abidjan, à pouvoir contacter le gouvernement et avoir tous les papiers prêts. Et notre équipe également, basée ici, développe la technologie pour Abidjan.
Sorry, I can't help with that. Use Google Translate. My team, myself and my husband are actually the co-founder of Roller. And then we have a CTO, he has 3% of the company, as well as he's based out of Calgary. I'm based in Edmonton. And we have a team of 6 in Nigeria, project lead, engineering lead. Basically all our technical team right now, they are based out of Nigeria. And well, we have a team of advisors from the big law firms, Bennett Jones in Canada. We are advised from an advisor from Techstar, and a couple of accelerators we've done both here. We're also supported by founders. Amoye was here earlier. I've been supporting us from day one. Yeah, that's who we have.
We are a team of 7. We are 2 co-founders. We have known each other for 9-10 years now. We are, as I mentioned, a team of 7. 2 of us are in Africa, but we're trying to keep the core R&D here because our IP patents and the likes are all here, and we're partnering with IPON as well. So the main engine is here, but different functions are scattered across different locations in the continent itself. My wife speaks Spanish. My wife speaks French, and I know enough just to know when she talks about me, so I didn't understand anything she said. Just saying.
Yeah. So I have a question for Roller. You did mention that you had a business before and you exited. I think you mentioned $5 million. That's incredible. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, the company was called Bogbai, and what we did, I got to Canada in 2015 and then noticed the price of groceries or produce very expensive during winter months. And I asked questions, why? They said, well, you can get some supply from BC farms during the summer months. I was like, okay, yeah, sure. So in summer, I drove down to Calgary, met the farmers, and then they said they can supply us in Edmonton. I said, okay, we can do it. So I went to my church and I needed people to buy this from me, and then I got all the list of the pre-orders, and then I started, and they brought the first order, they brought it to my garage, and then I started building it. Then in 2019, we expanded to first 2,500 square feet space, which, by the way, I was working full-time, I was in school full-time. I'm mom of 3, 18, 16, and 14-year-old right now, and built the company, scale it, then we expanded to 2nd locations. But at that time, I saw that I can't go and scale beyond what I could. Then I discovered tech, I fell in love with tech, and just had to leave it in 2024.
Excellent, excellent.
You guys did amazing. I'm gonna still keep you here for the audience. Judges, I think you have all you need. So Michael is gonna take you guys to the investment zone to deliberate on the 3 tracks, but we'll keep you here a bit for the audience to ask you their questions. As soon as possible. Michael is going to coordinate that, but I would say if you can start with your scores already, like who scored the highest, start from there, but at maybe 10-15 minutes, hopefully. But if you need more time, Michael will communicate with me. Okay, so audience, and audience that's still here, I know we ran so over time. Thank you guys so much. We're almost there. After we ask them questions, then we'll vote for each track. So start thinking about your votes for the other tracks. All those tracks will be there. So if you have any questions, maybe we'll go in order. So we'll start with Resilios, and then in order. So you can just raise your hand.
So my question is for you. I just wanted you to break down for me how you're different from what already exists to help in disaster relief. So could you just take me through an example? So I live in California. Well, I don't, but I'm just saying, if I live in California and I experience wildfires and earthquakes, and it's happening year in and year out, how are you going to help people in California be able to circumvent the wildfires faster, the earthquakes faster? Like, how does the process work? So sort of like take me through why we should choose your platform.
All right, so that's a good question. So Our platform, like I mentioned, a full stack. It goes from predictive analytics to quantifying financial losses to generating measures to reduce the financial losses. The full stack can be broken down into different pieces. You can only use the predictive analytics, for example, if you want an early warning system so that you can make your own decisions after that, or if you want to get to the financial losses and start using it in your underwriting as an insurance or a financial or a lender or so on. Or for emergency preparedness or as an infrastructure operator or someone who is responsible for the physical assets, you can go the full way and get the recommendations into how to protect the value of your investments or your assets and so on. One of the earliest pilots we did was with a major city here in Canada, and we provided them with the full stack. We gave them the financial loss metrics, we gave them the asset management recommendations that we could, and we had the model up and running in real time. While we had it up and running, there was a flood event. Our models predicted that it's not going to be as severe. Yet, their models showed it's probably going to be severe, and they issued a state of emergency. They lost millions of dollars in business opportunity. It was not as severe. So it's not only that we tell you that a disaster is going to happen, we actually tell you what actually is going to happen. So it's not just predicting bad events, it's predicting real truth data. So that's kind of the full way we go. So to your point, why would you choose us instead of other people? So other people provide you with data. Other people might provide you with predictive analytics without any insight. We bridge the gap onto modeling the interaction between the hazard, so flooding, earthquake, wildfire, and the assets. So we tell you what is actually going to happen to your assets. And this way you can know how to protect yourself from that impact.
Hi, this is for Rola. I wanted to understand your model better. From what I saw, you help companies outsource talent from Africa, right?
What do you mean by outsource? That's the big word.
So you started a story about hiring developers and how they have to go through certain compliance to get hired abroad, right?
Yeah.
Is it focused on mainly developers, or you also operate other talent tracks like freelancers, designers, or support agencies? And I'm also curious as to how your approach differs from other global outsourcing platforms, especially around how you handle payments and cross-border work. I would love to understand your model more clearly, so please give me more insights.
That's like a 5-minute pitch. Okay, I know you asked about my model, but you're more or less talking about how what we built work. So what we did is we have a couple of platforms that do global hiring, meaning they are not the recruiters. So they are basically a platform that you want to use if you want to be compliant hiring in a particular country where you are not settled as an entity. So, for instance, you want to go to Ghana and operate in Ghana. You cannot operate in Ghana unless you are a Ghanaian entity or corporation, right? And for you to be able to operate in that country also, or employ from that country, you also need to be a Ghanaian corporation. For a lot of businesses, especially in North America, which they are our core customers, they don't want to set up and follow their rules, follow their laws. They just want to hire really good guys, 10 people in that country, and stay compliant without flouting any local rules. In Brazil, if you hire 10 people, you would be seen as a local entity, meaning that you pay taxes here, you pay taxes there as a corporation. So a lot of those companies don't want to do that. They just want to hire them on. So in those type of countries, you have to put them on as a freelancer and contractors. And then there are certain agreements that you have to put in place to make sure that you're not actually seen as hiring full-time workers. They are just contractors. So what we're doing with our platform, also similarly to what we've seen with some of the companies you mentioned, is not only just to do that, to make sure you're compliant in that country, but also deal with the money, which is a lot of pain. Because you're now taking your money from TD Bank, putting it on another platform, like Remitly or Wise, or if Wise is working in that country. And then you now have to transfer it to another one to be able to move it to another local currency, fiat currency we call them, for you to be able to get the money to the person that needed the money. Or they have to go run to Western Union before they access their money. But what we do in such a situation is actually to provide a USD wallet to your employees, freelancers, or contractors, and they are able to access their money real time the day you pay them, and don't have to wait for days before the money drops, or lose money due to the exchange and swap they have to do through all those other apps. I don't know if that answers your question. All right, thank you.
Hi, yeah. First, I think you all have amazing businesses. So, to respect other people's time, my question is for the environmental prediction. It's more philosophical, so feel free to decline to answer. But is there a social and economic cost to knowing exactly what's going to happen in some areas? So, for example, if there are like properties, you know, in like a cluster of area that you keep predicting are going to have like environmental events, insurance might, you know, decline to like insure people in those areas. Government might see those areas as like, you know, less interesting to invest in because like we know 20, 25 years from now, you know, stuff is going to happen there. And then it's like a cycle of, you know, underdevelopment. So now that you have the power to know, it's like you're seeing the future, right? So, I mean, just from a philosophical perspective, like, how do we deal with that?
It's a good multi-layered question, if I can say. Well, we started this business, I remember a couple of years ago, with a belief that we need to use this engine that we created to bring on good for the people who are living in our societies, people who use the infrastructure and interact with it on a daily basis. That's why the first thing we ever did was walking up to a municipality or a government client, because we wanted to identify those vulnerabilities. And we built a model that overlays socioeconomic data so that we can identify which communities are adversely impacted given the state of the infrastructure in those locations. It was very good engagement. A re-election happened and people disappeared, honest, a few months in. We had to restart the entire thing. We had to look for some other people and so on. So the onus doesn't fall on us in making those decisions, but it's our duty to keep on pushing for the identification of those adverse impacts and inequitable climate access that those different people might have. And while we didn't have any clients in that space, we continued building on it, and we have a fully functioning public sector portfolio for when the time comes. So it's a mission-driven thing that we're building, and we have the drive to keep on building it. It's just we have to look for the right opportunity so that we can bring in real change. Thank you.
So I have one last question. You mentioned you work with IPON, and I wanted to ask specifically, do any of you guys have IPs? What does your IP look like? Do you have your own? You own your IP, or what does that look like specifically?
Okay, I'll start because I have the mic, and I mentioned IPON, but we do have an IP portfolio. We developed patents while we were doing our research, so we have a patent that is we are the inventors of, and we have patents that we're exclusively licensed to because we did it when we were doing research at the university, so there's an agreement with the university to use it exclusively, for example. And on the other side, we have trade secrets and copyrights for the different models that we created through the engine. So yeah, that's our IP portfolio. You have trade secrets, copyrights, and patents as well.
Yeah, and he's asking a follow-up that's your openness to eventually ever selling your IP for everybody, in addition to the question.
I wouldn't say selling the IP.
Your openness to selling. Or licensing or selling.
Yeah, I mean licensing, we're not going to be licensing the IP itself, but we will be building APIs to integrate and other people can use per usage and just use it and pay us. But on the other side, we are not going to sell the IP itself, but we have a very solid exit strategy, so I can tell you that.
The question is for me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, of course, it's what we have, we're building our own code, and it's protected by us. And we of course, what we're building is we'll be able to do API connect with other providers. In the room, people like companies like Giddaa, like Manje, we can give them an API to be able to take, because now they're dealing with multiple currency. I can see she's using Stripe. I know she's going to be losing money using Stripe. And we can make it happen easily, faster, easy, less than 1% using stablecoin. So for her to be able to do that, rather than you going through Stripe, almost 5% lost in that transaction. We can make it cheaper and easy for SMBs to be able to collect money and also receive money from anywhere in the world. And that's part of what we intend to do with e-com that deals with multi-currency or deal with cross-border payments. And our trademark is in process. We don't have patents like the patent guy. So that's where we are in terms of trademark and IP.
I'll take yours. So Twitchcard has already registered a trademark, and our IP portfolio is not as exhaustive as my colleague, but we are patent pending on our algorithm on demand aggregation algorithm that we develop ourselves. That's the only proprietary part of, like, innovative part of our technology, but the rest we use third parties in building the strategy. And then we will not sell it out, but we will integrate it with community partners like food banks who want to, like, aggregate their members' individual demand in volume so that they can better predict the supply chain or procurement strategy with food vendors like supermarkets, farmers, whatever. So that's what we're going to license to food banks.
Amazing, thank you. And any final questions before we do the voting for the audience choice? Okay. So thank you guys so much. So you can step off, and we will be helping each of you as well to expand into the first cohort of the program. So we will take some time to scan and vote. So how it's going to work for those of us who are still here, you have a very important role because you're going to decide who goes home with a lot of money. So please scan. Vote's only one company per track. So when you scan it, you should see all the 9 finalists. So just vote for each track, just like your one company per track. So one builder, one momentum, and one scale. And this is going to be like influencing. The audience votes will tally with the judges' votes to make the final decision. Yes, so so you should be able to select multiple, one. Oh, you? Okay, so it only allows you to vote like one vote? Okay, 1 second, let me double check and I'll explain. Okay, you've been able to do all 3? Okay, 1 second. Yeah, so you should be able to select multiple, yeah, so 1 per track, yeah. Yes, yes. So the judges are going to be done in about 10 minutes. So we'll announce the winner right now at 6:40. We'll announce the winner before 7, so probably 6:50 something. Or the winners before 7. Yeah, so in the meantime, feel free to network as you're voting. We'll be announcing the winners 6:50. Yeah, so 6:50. So if you can be back in the room 6:50 if you want to see who the winners are. And thank you guys so much. You've stuck around till the end, so we really appreciate you all.
All right, so we are just being notified that the judges have made the decisions, so we're gonna make the announcements for the winners pretty soon. So thank you guys for sticking around. We would love your encouragement to them when we announce the winners, so we're doing that pretty soon.
She said the mic, podium mic?
Try now.
Hello? Can you? No?
Hello? Hello? Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Hi, if everyone could please take their seats. Judges, please come to the stage. Do you think up on the stage or down there? Yes. Okay. Judges, please come up to the stage. Everyone, please take your seats.
All right, guys, we know the networking is starting. The sooner we wrap up, the more we can network. So if we can just, take your seats and lower the noise, we're gonna announce the winners now. I hope all the entrepreneurs that were in the finals are still here. Are the founders from the final stage all still here? Can you raise your hand if you're here? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3. Okay, I think most of you are here. Perfect. So I have no idea how deliberation went, so I'll give them to do the commentary, and then we will be announcing the winners. So now that we're settled, back to you, Tracy.
Perfect, thank you. If I saw all the founders in the room who pitched today. Okay, no worries. So just a quick question. Do you want me to say each track and then say, okay, then... Perfect. So we'll just start with a recap of how the deliberations went. I'll pass the mic to TT, our lead sponsor for the investment zone. Just a quick note on how it went.
How did it go? We're all laughing. We all came out of the room relatively, I think, deeper ties, because we are all really impressed by all 9 of the huge to-be African institutions that we saw today. And I don't say that very randomly. When the team came to me and they said, oh, okay, would you be an angel investor? The typical thing is like, oh, sure, I'll just do a small check and that will be it. But for me, I recognize that sometimes the only opportunity that might exist, that might get you on the right path, is that someone believes enough in you that even though they know you might fail, they still support you. So that's why I do what I do, and I believe the ladies and the gentlemen on this stage do that as well. How was the judging overall? I do think it was good. It was tight in some cases, but we do believe we've made the best decision for each institution. And I'm deliberate about saying institution, not just startups, because that's the potential each and every one of you actually have. So thank you for trusting us with the process.
And also,
and also, audience, thank you guys so much for sticking around and for doing the voting. So the audience votes also thankfully tally with the judges' votes, so the winners are very clear. So that's also validation that for the founders, you know, it's audience plus judges, this is their opinion. But like I said, all 9 of you made it through an application process that was very extensive. It was messy with the slides because we tried to give every single person feedback over the last week, and so we know you guys did an amazing job regardless. And our commitment to you is beyond the capital, every single one of you, this community is backing you guys to do what you said you're gonna do. This is an event we hope to do every year by the grace of God, so this time next year, you guys will be coming to stage and telling us how much you've expanded based on everything that was shared today. So be encouraged, everyone's a winner. I wanted to just say that before we do the final announcements. So, we will start from the builder track, which was the track for those that are still somewhat early, but showing massive potential. I have they sent me the thing, I'm just gonna quickly check. Okay, so for the builder track, let's actually start from the runner-up so that it's a bit more dramatic. So the runner-up for the builder track, give it up for Comcrafter. IG's in the room, okay. She was the first person to get the slide deck wrong. And she handled it with so much grace. So please join the judges on the stage to receive your check, and let's give her a round of applause. Okay, next up, where did I drop my clicker? Oh. Thank you. Yes, the clicker right here. Thank you so much, and also the phone as well. Thank you. Thank you, Titi. No, the phone. I know the winner of this track though because she has the flight to catch. That's by 9 p.m. She flew all the way from, I think, Sweden to pitch here. So I was praying to God that she would win something today because I would have been very sad if she didn't. Please put it up for the founder of Manje Health. You did an amazing job. So yes. So please go catch your flight. No, you can leave it. You can leave it. Yeah, don't worry. Okay. So next up, we are in the momentum track. Yeah, this one was a tough one for the judges, I can see. So for the runner-up for the momentum track, who's going to help us to become homeowners in Nigeria. Give it up for Giddaa. I think Nkuto had to leave, right? Okay, so Debs is going to accept it on behalf of him. Alia will text him that he wanted. So I mean, give it up for Debs on behalf of Giddaa. On behalf of Giddaa, yeah. We'll Photoshop his face. Amazing. Okay, and the momentum track winner, who is going to help us eliminate food waste in Africa. Give it up for B1 to Give.
Oh my God. Sorry.
You need to click to winner.
Oh crap, sorry. No, back. Okay. 25K is how much it's taking home. Okay, so now we're in the big leagues. So for the skill track runner-up, can I get a drum roll? Give it up for Resiliox Intelligence.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, all their monies went into this prize, so I guess they deserve a handshake. Now for the grand prize. Oh, no. I need $40,000, honestly. Planning a wedding is expensive. Okay. For the skill prize, so let's get a really big drum roll for this one. Parlez-vous français? Give it up for Twishcar! Woo! Take your moment, take your moment. Oh, it's okay. You did an amazing job. Take your spotlights. Please encourage her. It's not easy, it's not easy. Yeah, especially how French is her first language, obviously. So there was an extra barrier, and she did such an amazing job. So you really deserve it. Take it in, and please give her a round of applause. And maybe try to smile for the picture if you can. I also want to thank our judges. We told them that the pitching and everything was ending by, I don't know what time we even told them at this point. And these guys are really busy. They stuck around all day, literally gave us their whole Saturday. Some of them were here when we did day one as well, gave us their whole Friday. So please, can we appreciate these extraordinary community members, not just for their capital, but also for their time and their service. We really appreciate you guys, and I think what we've sparked today, beyond just even the winners that are getting funding, I think we've shown that the African diaspora community can rally around funding our communities. And I think you guys are going to inspire a lot of the people in the audience, because people already start asking me, I want to be a judge and put in my money for the next CAIF. So next year, more money is good, yeah, because there's much more innovation than the people who are on stage. Like, a lot of the audience today is entrepreneurs, so like most of this room is founders. So next year, by the grace of God, like, we're hoping that we can do like a lot more prizes. This is obviously still at the beginning, and I guess my closing remarks actually tie into this. After that, okay, I'll give it to us to close us completely. But yeah, this is an experiment. This whole Innovation Festival was an experiment that we tried to run this year to sort of connect the Canada-Africa bridge. And I think we're just at the starting point, so we're praying that we're able to do a lot more next year. I also want to appreciate the team who put this together. It's a tireless effort to do this. Please give them a big round of applause. Sassare, Cell, Boniface, Tracy, Finn, I might forget names, so many people. The African Impact team, we have team members across different countries. So the Toronto team did an amazing job. Our marketing team in Kenya, everybody in South Africa, etc. So thank you guys so much. I know some of you are watching. So this was being streamed as well. So there's people watching, still streaming. So thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Last one. And then I would be dishonest to not do this, especially because for me personally, the last 2 days I'm running on not sleeping for 48 hours. Yeah. I've never done that before. Like, it's crazy. But honestly, I have to give credit to God, because His Spirit is what's kept me going. And obviously, those of you who know the AII story know that this is all God's instruction, and we're just obeying God, what He's told us to do. But I think, like, I have never stayed awake for this long and still kept standing. Literally, I had to ask Him when I was having a shower yesterday before the event. I'm like, I almost canceled. I was panicking. I was scared. Even yesterday, I was nervous. Today, I was nervous. I don't know if you guys know. Well, hopefully you guys have noticed. Because I didn't even, all my scripts, He's just like, His grace is made perfect. His power is made perfect in our weakness. And it's like, so I give Him the credit, because we got through it. And finally, of course, our sponsors who made this financially possible. Not everyone's here. So our strategic partners, MIDA, Grand Challenges Canada, and Missan by Bamboo, who are not here with Sisters Collective. Those 4 organizations played a huge role in making the 2 days possible. Yeah, I said Grand Challenges, yes. And so please give them a big round of applause as well.
Thank you, Afosa. Thank you, Afosa. I just want to make one final announcement, and then I'll welcome a very great gentleman, a very good guest from Nigeria, to give a few thanks on behalf of the continent. But before we do that, I just want to make a quick announcement. So one thing that we are committing to at the African Impact Challenge, or the African Impact Initiative, not sure if Afosa shared that yet, is that all the winners of all the prizes today will be added to our next cohort of the African Impact Challenge starting in July. And we commit to helping them scale their ventures to African countries, materially, and access more funding as well. And this involves actually getting them there physically, because that's part of our program. We actually go to these markets and spend weeks there helping them to learn from where they want to move to. So it's a very strategic move, but we're committing to it because we want to take this from just financial contribution to actual, operational contribution to helping them explore those markets, because we've done that successfully with 105 businesses. So we can definitely help the 3 that were on stage today. So I just wanted to make that announcement to make it clear that we're not stopping at just giving money, but we're also giving more than just that as well. So. Okay, yes. Oh, yes, and the judges, please. Sorry. Okay. We have a very special guest from Nigeria. I would like to recognize the presence of the Director General and CEO of the National Board for Technology Incubation. He came all the way from Nigeria to attend this event, a very big partner of ours. So we want to give him a chance to say hello to the crowd. Thank you all for being here and for supporting African innovation. So I'd just like to invite Dr. Kazim.
Good evening, everyone. As you can see, I'm a complete African man. Yeah, let me first and foremost thank EFOSA, OSAS, your team members, on the African Impact Initiative for making Africa proud. You guys are very, very excellent. Last year when I came to Canada I had a meeting with you guys, and I could see the excellent work you are doing in Canada, how you are imparting people back home. Because the joy of being in the diaspora is for you to think of what you can give back to the society where you were born. And I was well encouraged when they did an event in Lagos. I flew in from Abuja to Lagos to attend their program. And I promised them that the program you are having in Canada, I will still be there this year. And that is why I came representing Nigeria. My name is Dr. Kazim Kolawole-Raji. I sit as the Director General CEO, National Board for Technology Incubation in Nigeria. It's a technology agency, and my agency is in charge of commercialization of research and development outcomes, which most tertiary institutions, universities, research institutes, they will have a lot of innovation and researches, but quite large number of them will end up in shelves and without anything going for it. But the government has taken it upon themselves, the current government, that most of these, our researches all over Nigeria, they don't have to end up on the shelves. Then what do? We need to commercialize. And that is why my agency is empowered to commercialize research and development outcomes. And to some of you innovators that came for this event, I must congratulate all of you. All of you are winners. All of you are winners because the innovations you came up with, the pitching you did is excellent. And I can assure you that quite a lot of you have a lot of businesses back home in Nigeria. I was just chatting with my brother here, Olasheni, that you don't know what you are sitting on. What you are sitting on, I've got an innovator back home in Kwara State who is into school management solution using AI. And the gentleman, just within a year, he made $4 million, which is equivalent of 5.4 billion naira in Nigeria. And I said, the solution you have, contact me. The only thing is that when you are coming to Nigeria as innovators, just make sure you obey all our regulations. Make sure you register your patent. Make sure you have your intellectual property rights so that nobody will steal your innovation. Okay? And then the data privacy is very essential in Nigeria. We always want a situation whereby the data of Nigerians are not being exposed to attack from anywhere. And that is more reason why I was telling him, yes, you might want to host your data in the cloud, but at the same time, we have our data center back home in Nigeria that can be domesticated. That is why government came up with Galaxy Backbone with a tier 4 data center in Nigeria. We have Main One, we have MTN, we have Airtel, we have Rack Center. We have so many data centers, more than 10 in Nigeria, that you can actually host your data, because that data privacy is very important. I was telling them that you need to register with Nigeria Data Protection Commission. It's an agency in Abuja that is in charge of data protection, because Nigeria is no longer joking with data of their citizens. So it's important. And most of you that are in the diaspora, please come back home and come and give back to the system what the system gave you, because it is our joy that you are succeeding in the diaspora and you continue to excel in diaspora and you continue to support the initiative by African Impact Initiative and a lot of things that a lot of you will come up with in the near future. Thank you so much for this opportunity and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, DJ is like, and he's a very busy guy, like literally on flights all the time. So to get him here was an amazing win for us. His ministry sits in his agency sits in the Ministry of Science, Innovation, and Technology. And the founders that are expanding to Nigeria, this is the plug, like based on innovation, science, and technology in Nigeria. So you guys have access to him and his agency to help you scale. And that's part of the programming that we're providing. So we'll be connecting you guys directly with him as well. I know he has to take his leave very shortly. So let's appreciate him again with a round of applause for joining us. And finally, it's time to network. So we have come to the end. Please give us feedback on the, give us feedback on the event. I know time was bad. Tell us that. Next year, hold us to it. We must do better with time. We won't book it on the Champions League final. We won't book it on a weekend. A lot that can be improved. So tell us all the stuff that we need to improve because we want to make next year better. Again, hopefully you guys are with us then and it's a lot bigger than it is right now. So this is very important to us. We'll leave it on the screen again after we go to the next slide. I think, we're doing this again, like I said. So May 28th and May 29th. So save the dates. If you want to be involved in any way, partner, sponsor, even founders that have ideas, you guys came for this year's version, so give us your ideas. How many of you know Web Summits or Startup Fests, Elevate? Basically, we're trying to build that, but for African innovation in Canada. So we have bigger ambitions than what we did this year, and this is the first version. So give us feedback on how we can do that. And as you guys can tell, the slides were not working, all that stuff, we need hands. We need help, volunteers. So we're going to start planning now for next year. So if you're interested in volunteering in any way, making this vision come to life, talk to any of the African Impact team, and in your feedback when you share. So if you go back to the last slide, tell us that as well. That it was bad, it sucked, but I'm willing to help you guys do it better next year. And everyone that stayed to the end, you guys are clearly very invested in this. So we hope that we can work with you guys a bit more to bring it to life at a better level. So thank you so much for giving us your time.
Yes, please go network with the folks who are still left in the room. Well, thank you all for coming. See you next year.